And I say it that way because I represent the grassroots to the RNC, not the RNC to the grassroots, right? And I have been absolutely mortified over the course of the past 3 years that I've been attending these meetings, that so few of the grassroots have been invited to participate with what's going on in this country and with specifically with our party. I've been mortified that the programming at the RNC lacks the meat, right? The meat and potatoes of what's necessary strategically to go out and win. And you look at that next to what the left has done to us for the past basically 20 years, and when you start to realize during that process that we are going to lose our country, not just because the progressive left is so ugly and nasty and divisive, but because they're better organized. And we decided, you know what, enough is enough. We're not going to wait around for the RNC to do this anymore. We're just going to invite in the best organizers in the country to just do it. And I want to give a lot of credit first off to our staff at Turning Point Action. I want to cover kind of what the ground rules are, if that's okay with you, of what we're doing for the next 2 days. And hopefully all of us can buy in. And just like when we go to church and we buy in, you know, there's a power that comes out of this room, right? That's the hope. Unity, right? Working together, putting our heads together, you know, having a lot of faith in what we're doing. I mean, I think that's the godly approach to things here, right? That's what Paul said anyways, right? So our goal here is very simple. We wanted to bring together all of the most important county chairs in the country to hear and work together, deliver feedback, right? So we can all hear it in one place and start to work together to come up with ideas. That's number one. Number two, we wanted to bring all the grassroots organizations that are on the outside of the Republican national apparatus, is what I call it, but are doing so much. But nobody knows what they're doing because nobody's ever invited anyone in to talk about those things. So over the course of the next 2 days, we have, I think, about 8 or 9 different of some of the biggest organizations that have the most grassroots volunteers in the country that you may be working with in some of your states, and other states you may be working with, but so we can understand what resources are out there for everybody to work with. Does that work? So hopefully that's helpful. We're going to be doing this in hour blocks, essentially, right? So it's going to be essentially 30 minutes of just pound in your face. This is what they're doing, and this is information, right? And then we're going to have hopefully at least 15 minutes of open discussion, Q&A, where you can come up, and listening sessions. We call these listening sessions for a reason, because the person sitting here should be listening to you, right? Should be hearing you, right? And so we can go back and forth on that, and hopefully lots will come from that. And then we're going to have some speakers. So we have some wonderful people that are on the agenda. The great Donald Trump Jr. is going to be with us here today. The wonderful Mike Lindell and his entire team are here today. Charlie Kirk, who is the reason we put this all together. Thank you to Charlie for putting this all together. Tomorrow we have the wonderful Steve Bannon speaking. Jack Posobiec, Scott Pressler, who's done a tremendous work, who's here in the crowd. And then we're hoping that we can work out, we're hearing Vivek may drop in here, so. Which I think he's got a couple of interesting viewpoints from this campaign process and working with the grassroots. Okay, so first and foremost, I want to start this. I wanted to give you just kind of a recap of what we're doing at Turning Point Action. So in your folders, you each should have a folder, especially if you're a county chairman. So raise your hand if you're a county chairman. We're going to get into this and the reason why you're here. But what we did was we isolated for this conference, in particular this summit, we would love to have all 3,000 plus county chairs in America here. We would love it. There just isn't a room big enough for that, right? What we did was we isolated out of the top 10 most critical counties or states in America, we isolated the most critical counties in America, and that is why you're here. So out of everywhere, and I don't know, how many of you have been invited to an RNC national event before? Every once in a while, right? Some of us haven't. I've been encouraging it, folks, for about 4 years, and Charlie can tell you I've had a plan in place for many years before that. Won't tell you how it got there, but I sat through these trainings and I realized not only are they lacking substance, but sometimes they're just misdirected. And again, a lot of that's come from you, where you said, whoa, we're missing X, Y, and Z. Okay, well, we're here to discuss this, okay? So what I don't want to see happen is you sit here and have a conversation and allow a conversation to occur without you providing feedback, because this is open dialogue. At Turning Point Action, we got involved in the C4 space. So everybody knows the differences between a C3 and a C4, right? If not, we're going to cover this real quickly, because we lost my, oh, there you go. All right. China might be trying to stop us here, so Steve knows that. Yeah, exactly. Well, we'll have to check out this microphone afterwards and ask for American-made one. At Turning Point Action a few years ago, we started getting involved in the political space. Turning Point USA, which you're probably pretty familiar with, our young people, our focus. I was the COO of Turning Point USA for, I think, 7 years, close to it. And we have built a monster in a big missing space to fight the battles on campuses, high school and college. And Charlie will tell you, because Charlie and I have done every job that we task people with doing at Turning Point USA. We've done it all. From every menial task, hard, go to campus, talk to people, get punched in the face by left. We've done it all. There's no more difficult place than trying to convert people than on a college campus. I'm going to tell you that right now. And so we've seen it all, and we've actually seen how the left is organizing probably before anyone else. And so when we started getting involved politically and we said, there's all these other C4s that are out there and historic ones and whatever, and we started realizing that just not enough people were doing enough things. We said, we've got to do more. And there's so many different groups that are here, whether it's Tea Party Patriots with Jenny Beth and co, and Jeff Davis who are here, and with Mike Lindell's team, and with so many different groups that are doing great things in niche areas that we have to focus on, both election integrity and getting out the vote. And the way I describe this to our people in Arizona is there's two different sides to every football game. Who's here from Michigan? I'm so sorry. I was hoping to get up here today and be like, yeah, go on. So this was it. So it's a curse. Trust me, us Arizona sports fans, we know the curse very well. But there's two sides to the football in the football field, right? There's offense and defense. Defenses win championships. No question, right? Election integrity wins championships. We have to put every bit of resource that we possibly can into election integrity. And Mike's team and others, we're going to hear from Jenny Beth, is going to be talking about that a little bit tomorrow. Some of the things that we're going to be talking about here today are going to talk about, cleaning the voter rolls and things like that, how we do that, how we effectively organize the grassroots. That is important. But we cannot let down our guard on offense as well. And I think that that's part of the trick that the left wants, is they want to try to suppress us so that we do not have. Guys, we have more activists than the left has by a lot. In your states, many of you have said this, right? I've never seen the grassroots more organized than I saw in 2022 and 2020. We have more energy ever. We had grassroots power. We just weren't peak organizational prowess, right? We were not peak maximizing every single body that we have. And for that, that's a real problem, right? So again, key takeaway from this, I hope that you'll take away. Offense and defense side of the ball are both important and critical. We can do both at the same time. In fact, I will argue we have to do both at the same time. You cannot go into the Super Bowl expecting to win, putting 0 points on the board, right? At the same time, you cannot go into the Super Bowl, with the refs paid off and letting them run up the tally here to over 100 points, right? It's all part of the system here. At Turning Point Action, we're doing a couple different things. One, and again, this is just my pitch at the very beginning to share with what we're doing. In your binder, you will find in the very beginning there a staff listing. That has all of our critical volunteer management staff across the country. Turning Point Action is operational likely in your state. Most everyone here is from the 10 key target states. It's Arizona, Wisconsin, Georgia, Nevada, Pennsylvania, Michigan, Ohio, Florida, North Carolina, and Iowa. So that's who's here. That's the vast majority of our county chairs who are here. So you have a good friend sitting next to you. You may not realize he's your friend because they're going through a lot of the same issues that you're going through. And we have to lean on each other. We have to learn from each other. Some of us are from Maricopa County, right? I was the chairman of Maricopa County 10 years ago. Quick story. You want to hear it? So you can trust me a little bit here. I got involved in leadership in the party after seeing time and time again how screwed up the party was. And I kept getting pushed into it. And I say screwed up because it was lacking organization and it was run by politicians. And, I don't like to we don't always have to use the term rhino, but we'll use it, endearingly every once in a while. But run by, in my case, the McCain faction who just wanted to control everything. And this was wrong. And so a lot of people recognized it was wrong and it was not right. And so I got pushed in. I realized I was in my mid-20s finding myself running for county chairman. And I expected to get elected and like people just dump all these resources on my lap, right? This is laugh. For those watching at home, lots of laughter. Yeah. There's no applause sign and no laughter sign up behind me. There were no resources, right? There was no one handing off, unless you were blessed with the rare situation where someone was so good before you and they built all this stuff themselves. There was nothing given to you. No strategy, no resource book, not even a happy smiling face at the Republican National Committee to be like, hey, we're so happy you're here because you're the largest county in America, Republican county in America. I'm looking at Craig because he's here, chairman of Maricopa County. So he knows this pain. What's worse, I'll just tell you this quick story. I haven't shared this many times. I ended up getting a phone call. It was June of 2015, and it was a phone call from the then campaign manager of newly entrant candidate Donald Trump. And they called. Well, hear my story. It's a horror story, so it's peaks and valleys. I get this call from the gentleman from New Hampshire and says, hey, we would like to host an event. Can you get 200 people in a room because we want to host an anti-illegal immigration rally? This is how smart President Trump was, right? He was the first and only guy that ever called me up in Maricopa County saying, we want to help on the messaging against illegal immigration, illegal aliens. And I said, absolutely, 200 people, are you kidding me? I can get 2,000 people in a room. They're like, no way. And so they had produced a flyer and said, snacks provided or refreshments provided. What ended up happening was our team organized what became the first Trump rally. People don't remember this. There were no Trump rallies before this, right? Donald Trump was like 11th in the polls in Iowa. People can't believe this. They don't remember this. Where's our Iowa team at? We've got some Iowans right here, right? They remember this. Take yourself back to 2000. Remember this? Donald Trump was like 11th in the polls. He had done nothing, right? He was going to Iowa and just little things here and there, and everyone thought it was just a thing, right? We do this thing in Arizona, and 14,000 people register. We had over 10,000 people show up. It's lines around the block, and I credit a gentleman who's going to be here with us this week. His name's Jake Hoffman. He's now the chairman of the Freedom Caucus in Arizona in our state Senate. and we're grateful for him. But he ran the media for that day. The Trump campaign didn't have much media going, didn't have anything. We organized that thing, and we did it, and it was mind-blowing. And people had never been to anything like that, and the energy was grassroots, and it was unbelievable. And the guy on stage was saying all the right things, right? And this is the first time we've ever seen anything like that before, and it was no wonder he won, right? And he won the primary because he was the only person willing to meet us even halfway on most of these issues in the grassroots. I'm not reliving that because of the beauty of that event. I'm rehashing that because of what happened afterwards. Do you know what happened afterwards? Lost my county office from the state party. I got a letter from the RNC that was a cease and desist saying that I couldn't use the cute little elephant logo anymore because I hosted Donald Trump. I have it. It's hanging on my wall. I have it framed. This was an energy I've never seen before. I was doing so. I couldn't even get speakers to speak ahead of Donald Trump. I had to speak. I'm not the greatest, and I brought my little ones so that I at least got some applause at that time. I had to talk Sheriff Joe at the time into speaking because he was a Rick Perry guy, and this whole thing. And we had some wonderful grassroots activists to help make that thing possible. But I thought, wow, the Republican Party should be so excited for this punch in the arm, right? That nobody had ever seen anything like this. I was expecting to get a pat on the back. No. Body slam immediately. Take everything away. Letter from legal counsel at the RNC, right? This was insane stuff. And I tell people this, and I show people this, and they go, oh my goodness, that is exactly how Donald Trump became the nominee. That is exactly how he became the president. Is because of the power, the millions of dollars of grassroots energy that came from hard work and people, focused on the right things and just being, emotionally honest about where our politics should be going. But it was at that moment I realized something's really messed up. Something needs to be fixed, and we got to bring in the best people across the country to identify how to do this. And from that point forward, something like this was something that was in the back of at least our minds, and I talked with Charlie at the time. I wanted to resign. I wanted to quit. You've probably been there. Who here has wanted to quit at some point? It's okay. I don't agree with safe spaces, but this is an honest space, right? You've probably had a similar experience, maybe not to that dramatic effect, but probably had a similar experience where you're like, I'm just done arguing with everybody. We're trying to do good stuff here. I'm a freaking conservative, right? And we want to win in our state, right? You've been there, right? Well, good. Well, welcome. We're happy you're here. So Turning Point Action, in your packet here, we have staff across the states. Our hope is that we're not the only ones. You'll see throughout the course of today, in the conversation that we're going to have with one another, we need 50 organizations like what we're doing outside of the Republican apparatus that need to uplift everything that you are doing in your county. How nice would it be if you were able to rely on 50 organizations to be able to get the work done while meanwhile you're able to do the perfunctory things, the things that you have to do that only you know? Because nobody knows this, because, again, nobody hands you a guidebook and helps you out maybe half the time. How nice would that be? That's what the left has, folks. We're going to go through it. I'm going to take you through later today. Today's the day I'm going to spend most time here on stage with you. We're going to talk about Arabella and Democracy Alliance. We're going to talk about it. And we're going to ask questions and hopefully spur conversation amongst each other. We're going to talk about how the left has identified what type of voters to target. This isn't secretive stuff, guys. They put this out in public. This is in news articles. They do entire press releases on this. One of the crazy things for me is I go to RNC meetings. Everyone's like, "Well, we can't talk about this in public." What? You can't talk about how to win in public. We have to talk about how to win in public. They put these things out. The left has known for years what states to win. They know your county is one of the counties they have to win. They talk about this openly. It's not a secret. If it's a secret, it's a poorly kept secret. Because we spent hundreds of hours pulling all their documents that they have that are not private or confidential. They just exist. On our team is we're focused on working together with every possible outside group to help organize and support so we can win big for the Republican Party. So we can win big for the grassroots at home. So we can maximize every dollar so the campaigns don't have to expend dollars on things that they shouldn't have to spend money on. Specifically, get out the vote operations. Campaigns are historically not good, and they're late to the game on get out the vote. Relying on campaigns to do that is how you lose. That's like 101 that the left produces, right? That's why they produce all these different things. And our team has done a number of different things. I want to recognize real quickly Charlotte Perez, who has put this thing together. We've got about 24 smiling faces that helped you check in and they're around. You need help while we're going through this today. They will be there to help you. We have a couple of different things that we do that I want you to point your attention to. One, our ground game that's on the ground. We have two different sides to what Turning Point Action is doing right now. I'm just going to be very upfront with you on this. One is our volunteer management, which you can go to and find those people. Two is our full-time ballot chasing operation that we're focused on Arizona, Wisconsin, and Georgia. And we're trying to get there, folks. We're trying to raise Charlie and I are spending every second of every day to raise the money to put the staff on the ground in those states because we know that's vacant right now. That is that we are going to get obliterated. And that's what we're going to talk about first here. So I'm going to get into that and open up time so we can talk about it and have discussion about it. Please, no reservations. Do not hold anything back. Ask every question that comes to your mind. Do not feel like you're embarrassed to ask a question, okay? But then we have a couple of different things to hold the party accountable. I want to point your attention to two things because one is going to get much bigger, I think. One is our Mount Vernon project. So if you're not aware of this, Turning Point Action is focused. Last year when many members and some that are sitting in this room decided to not listen to the base and the grassroots and elect our current chairwoman again. We're not... Again, the point of this is not to, bash Ron all week. We have way too many more important things to do. The point of this is that we listened to people. We knew that 90% of the party was not there. I could not show up to the Republican National Committee last January and vote against the 90% plus of our party. And there are many good people in this room that are on the RNC that serve with us. We're going to point out through the next 2 days that agreed with that sentiment, and they made sure they represented you well. The problem that exists when you ignore the base and the grassroots, you fight all year long yourself. This is what the left has figured out. They've identified this a long time ago. I call this the Fetterman doctrine, right? Where are Pennsylvanians at? He's a potato. And we know this because they're now upset with him because he's saying things that make sense, They're like, oh man, this guy's completely uncontrollable. They might be going back on the Fetterman doctrine. But they do not care who goes up. They realize when the base has made a decision, they do not fight it and waste money fighting it. They would rather get that through, win that thing, and get through it, right? If you fight yourself and spend all your money fighting yourself, it makes it much more difficult in your key target states to win when it comes to the general. We have blown over $400 million to determine that Donald Trump is going to be the nominee. Wouldn't that money be nice in your county? I think so. Wouldn't it be nice if we had $400 million of full-time staff in Gwinnett? Wouldn't it be nice to have millions of dollars worth of full-time? We're talking full-time bodies, guys. This is what the left is doing. We're going to get into it. But so our focus with the Mount Vernon project is very simple. And Charlie told people this early on. Said our goal is not to challenge people. Our goal is that we've got to find good conservatives. They're going to have to run because the grassroots is going to say, nope, you're out. And so for you, I hope your big takeaway from this too is that you're super focused on the RNC, because I can tell you there's never been a more important time over the next coming months to elect good people to represent you at the RNC. Because if we do not do that, you will be living through the same song on repeat over and over again. Have you ever done that where you accidentally put it in a loop and then you're like on a car ride and you realize you're 8 songs in and you're like, wow, I'm sick of this song now. It's my favorite song. Now I'm sick of it. That's what's going on. The second thing that we're doing that's going to get a lot bigger very soon is our scorecard at Turning Point Action. So Flannery Sloan, I don't know if Flannery's in this room right now. She's tremendous. Her team at our has built the most muscly scorecard that's ever been produced. And what we've done is we've gone through every scorecard that exists on the conservative movement. We merged it into one, so it's every issue. So the NRA is gun issues, right? We've had other, Club for Growth has done one on mostly fiscal issues, fiscal responsibility issues. We've done everything from American culture all the way down to school choice. So you can track specifically your federal representatives and know how your state's doing with an honest score. We are likely going to be partnering with Mark Levin's operation very soon here, where that's going to merge together. You probably are familiar with that, with their Liberty score. So that's new. It's not done, but it's going to happen. And we're rolling these out so you have a state-by-state scorecard as well for your state legislature. So you have a really great understanding of where people are at. People have never seen a score like that. So that's how we're holding people accountable. All right. So with that, we're going to get into today just immediately going into what we call the new way to win elections. I'm going to take you through in rapid pace ballot chasing, specifically what we're doing, what we've provided to you in your folder, and what you have, explain it to you, and then open things up with question Q&A. Now, I want to say this again. One of the biggest concerns that people have when we talk about ballot chasing is early voting. There is a big question there. I'm going to tell you this right now. I hate early voting. Arizona has been the laboratory for early voting, and we had what was called the permanent early voting list. We had no idea how absolutely dastardly this thing was and how the left was going to implement it. You have seen it now this last election. We're going to talk about it in just a second. But we have to understand and embrace. We have to know what we're up against in order to curate what we do in order to win, right? Would you agree with that? Who here has read Sun Tzu? Art of War. If you have not read Sun Tzu, my ask to you today is purchase Sun Tzu's Art of War, buy it for every single person that works with you or for you in your county or your state, and read it meticulously. If you can't read because you're a millennial, no, I'm just kidding. I'm a millennial. I'm just kidding. I can say that because I'm a millennial. Usually I attack Gen X, so it's like the people who follow my Twitter feed know I attack Gen X because I'm like, where have you guys been? Yeah, so Gen X was just hanging out, and millennials were not learning to read or write in cursive. But we all have our flaws. At least go to Wikipedia and read the breakdown that's my ask, of the Art of War. And here's the reason why, in all seriousness, and we're going to go through this. You have to understand my most favorite part of the Art of War is how Sun Tzu covers how you lose, right? We ask a question to all of our staff when we hire them at Turning Point Action. And I'm kind of putting this out in public, so this is going to be a cheat code for someone if they try to get a job with us in the future. Do you love to win more or hate to lose more? What do you think the answer is? I love it. Hate to lose. That's the right answer. Why is that the right answer? Everybody loves to win. It's not a deciphering characteristic to love to win in most cases. Psychos who don't love to win, for sure, are gone, right? But almost every person on planet Earth loves to win. That's not unique. What's unique about hating to lose? You've done it. You've tried and you failed. Failure is a part of life. It's a normal part of life, right? Again, this is the doctrine of Sun Tzu here, which is, hey, if you don't know yourself and your enemy, you're going to lose every battle, right? It's much longer than that, but I'll just do that. All right, so I want to get into this in the offense versus defense, and I hope this makes clear. I want to say this again. I hate early voting, but it exists. Now that we know our enemy and what they're doing, we have to not embrace what they're doing, but we have to know what they're doing, and we have to identify it. People are relieved when I tell them, guys, we should not be trying to convert every 404 voter to vote early. That is a fool's errand. It drives me crazy when I see the RNC. I've mentioned this. The RNC, they don't listen. It's right over their head because they don't talk to the grassroots. People lose their minds when they're like, I've showed up to the polls every election day my entire life. Why are you trying to tell me I have to do it differently? That is a big waste of time. That is not what we're talking about here today. What we're talking about here today is one thing and one thing alone, which is maximizing every tool possible in order to throw a monkey wrench into the system that the left has set up. If you can keep, again, we got to play offense, we got to play defense. You're going to hear the defensive side later. We're going to talk a lot about it between the Tea Party Patriots and the Lindell team. Trust me. Trust me. Mike Lindell's going to talk to you about it. But we have to talk about the offensive part. We have to. So let's go through this. This is why we've called it our Operation Chase the Vote. What is the differences between ballot chasing and ballot harvesting? Well, guys, in almost every state, and I say almost, harvesting is illegal. Only psycho places like Michigan and, right? We know, they're like, oh man, life is really rough. They've really done a number on Michigan. We're still going to win, right? This is why we're talking about this. California, let's focus on California, right? Where's our Californians at? We've got a couple right here. Central Valley, right? Yep. They have tried to implement harvesting for this reason. They want this in every state. Why? Because if they can flood the zone with ballots and harvest, that gives them the opportunity to harvest ballots from low propensity voters. We're going to get into that. We talk about chasing. Chasing is a multi-step process which talks about identifying voters first and then encouraging and helping people vote without taking their ballot physically, right? Most states, in most of your states, it is absolutely illegal to harvest. We're not talking about that. And in fact, we should be vehemently against harvesting in any kind of way. But you're never going to be able to stop people from going to your door and helping you vote. You're just never going to do that. And this is the critical point, right? When we look at what the left has done, what the left has done is they've identified the value of a ballot. Let's go back here. Sorry. Oh, I'm going the wrong way here. How do you value a ballot? How much value do you put on your ballot? David, lots. What's lots? How much would someone have to pay you for you to hand over their ballot or vote the way that they can read it? No amount of money. Most of us, it's not even comprehensible, right? Because for us, the value of the ballot to us is so great. The left, on the other hand, has identified and specifically targeted people with low value on their ballot. This is one of the most critical points that you can explain to people when you're out and about. Why does the left target young people? Why does the left target minority communities? Why does the left target really old people? There's greater groups of low information voters, right? We're going to use the term low propensity. We're going to use the term disengaged voters. Rush called them low information voters. There are people who have low info, but more importantly, low value of their ballot. Well, why is this important? if you can isolate who those groups are in very specific counties and very specific places, and then you can prioritize states, right? How hard is it to prioritize states here? Not hard, right? Is your state a priority? Is your county a priority? Yeah, apparently, yeah. Right? Never had this conversation at the RNC. Josh, have you had this conversation at the RNC? No. Arizona, Wisconsin, Georgia, Michigan, Pennsylvania, Nevada are all the 6 most likely states that Democrats are going to fund in order to flip in order to win the presidency. It's very simple, right? That doesn't mean everybody else isn't important. Got to hold the line in Ohio. Got to hold the line in Florida. Got to hold the line in North Carolina. Got to hold the line in Texas now, for crying out loud, right? We got to hold the line in your counties that are red counties, maybe in states that are blue. But those are the 6 states that they're going to clearly invest their money into. And why is that? Because this is the strategy they've laid out for years. This isn't rocket science. This isn't secret, right? We're broadcasting this. We want everyone in the conservative movement to know very simply, what are statistically the most likely scenarios? Well, they've figured out for a long time, these are the scenarios. This is how the left has targeted these things. And the battlegrounds have never been greater. Why do you think that all of a sudden in Florida, we're winning by more? Great policy, but they've also exited every ballot chaser that they've had out of Florida and moved them to where? Georgia. Arizona, I can tell you, is a state that didn't matter a few years ago to anyone. To now, I look around and I feel like I'm in Iowa in the caucuses. There's going to be more dollars per capita spent in the state of Arizona than any other state in the country on just media buys. So they've lined out all these different strategies, right? They've had this figured out for multiple election cycles. And for us, the most flippable states, when you talk about flippable going either way, are Arizona, Wisconsin, and Georgia. Why is that? The left has said this is where they're going to put their money. They're going to put their bodies. If we lose Arizona and Georgia, guys, what happens? It's almost impossible to win the presidency. Arizona is statistically at like 70% of all scenarios. This is statistics. This is like gravity, right? This is a law of physics. Statistically, you lose Arizona, you have that 70% of all scenarios go out the window to win the presidency. You lose Arizona and Georgia, you're now looking at like 85% of all scenarios go out the window. Do you see why now they're doing what they're doing? I'm preaching to the choir here, but we've got people at home that are listening to this, and maybe for the first time hearing this. And hopefully we're singing together on this. But this is the same for Pennsylvania. This is the same for Nevada. This is the same for Michigan. Why do you think those 3 states, they've put so much effort into screwing with the election law in Michigan? They can't lose it. Why do you think in Pennsylvania they've put legions of people in Philadelphia to harvest ballots essentially and illegally? Because they can't lose it. Why do you think in Nevada it's so difficult here and they're going to equip the unions? I'm looking at Segal here. The unions, who some are here right now, and I hope that we flip them to Republican if they're in the room. Why they're focused on it. It's a small state that can be just run over like Poland, right? This is their strategy. And we'll go back to the election in 2016. Maricopa County, look at those numbers. Racine, look at those numbers. Where are Wisconsinites at? Do you know what their key takeaway was after 2016 when looking at these numbers? What do you think it was? Let me remind you, Hillary Clinton was one of the least popular candidates ever to be run. What do those numbers look like for Maricopa County? What do you think their strategic takeaway in their reports was? We can win. Oh my gosh, Hillary sucks so bad, and we still could have won. All we had to do was put bodies in Arizona. Racine. They were like, have you seen the Pikachu emoji or meme? His face, right? Have you seen that? Sometimes you'll see it. They couldn't believe they lost Wisconsin. They couldn't believe they lost Michigan. Do you remember? I want to put you back in that seat because we were all there on election night. Everyone in the media for a year had told us how bad we were going to get beat. And we won. And we won in places like Michigan and Wisconsin that we were not expected to win because of this. And they looked at this and they said, there's no reason why we should have lost Racine. You get a little bit of a better candidate, but more importantly, you put the bodies on the ground. There's no reason to lose. Let's look at this. Is it any question why they militarized COVID-19? I hope you'll get this tattooed on your body. Roger Stone has Nixon on his back. That's worthless. Worthless. Nixon's dead. He hasn't helped us in a long time. Trust me. This graph is really important, right? So what does this graph say? Do you share this with everywhere you go? I hope you will. What happened across the country? Mail ballots went through the roof. We were completely unprepared to stop it. We did not have enough money in lawfare in each of our states to stop it. And mail-in ballots went through the roof. Do you think that was a strategic plan on the left? We know Joe Biden's circle man needed this in order to win. Right? Is that fair? Can we say that statement without getting canceled? He needed mail-in ballots to win. Right? Okay. We can disagree at the microphone too. It's totally open. This is a open space to disagree. These are the hard numbers. We're just dealing in facts. This happened right underneath us in the middle of the most important election of our lifetime when they had to yank Donald Trump out of office. They maximized, guys, manipulation, election manipulation isn't just happening all the different ways that the Lindell team is talking about. It's also happening with manipulating mail-in ballots in your state. We know this. I'm going to show you even more critical slide. This is from the left. This is public. Guys, this is public information. No one ever shares this information. Look at these numbers right now. Look at them right now. What happened between 16 and 20? Specifically, I want to turn your attention to Colorado. Where's our Coloradans at? We're going to talk about Democracy Alliance later and how Colorado screwed our whole country. We're going to talk about it. So it was the epicenter, not just for some of our favorite election systems, but also, more importantly, Democracy Alliance we're going to talk about. But what happened in Colorado? They didn't need all these things. This is painting a picture for you of how they developed a strategy and they implemented it across the country ahead of 2020, which is very simple. It's a very simple mathematic formula. It's not difficult, and I want everybody to hear this. This is in their documentation that they've provided. We have some incredible people. I'm not going to call them out by name because it would be dangerous to, but I've provided some very important reporting on what the left has done from the inside. Their entire strategy is I'm going to oversimplify, it's very simple. They go to donors and they say, hey, if we can register X amount of people, we can turn out half of them. That is what they do. That is their entire goal. We're lucky. We already have lots of people who don't show up to vote that we could probably get out to vote. They have to register or force register people in order to do that activity. This graph proves it because this shows you, this is just with young people, folks. Forget everybody else. So the numbers are much greater than this for the all ages. This is just the youth, I believe, on there. They register for mail-in ballots a specific number, and they tell their donors we can get out half of those people. It's just a numbers game. Who here has seen the movie Moneyball? This is part of it. I'm going to get into Arizona in just 1 second. Oh, that's right now. And Wisconsin and Georgia. We believe based off of this formula, this is how they've recruited again and funded the full-time bodies to do this work. The first question I ask people when they say, Tyler, it doesn't matter how many people you get out into the field, we're never going to win because the election systems are totally jacked. I never disagree with people on the election systems being jacked. However, I do point to just one data point, which is the left has funded all of these bodies. In Arizona alone, we know they spent over $50 million to employ 1,200 full-time people to get Mark Kelly the win. If this is 1992, the effect of that is probably in the ballpark of close to 300,000 low-propensity ballots that never would have voted, most likely. But now they're turning those people out. How? They're targeting them with full-time bodies. Wisconsin, same thing. Supreme Court race. We know it may be greater than this, but we know based off documentation that we've seen, 450 full-time bodies. Georgia, I believe it was over 2,000 bodies. Remember this onslaught, and all of a sudden people were coming in, they were same-day registering and all of that. Well, they were doing that with their staff, of course, but then guess what? When those people got there, they weren't just sitting there. Right? Josh, have you seen anything like it? Georgia's never dealt with anything like this. Arizona's never dealt with anything like this. Wisconsin, from time to time in the Scott Walker era, saw some of this, but this is bodies. So the first question I ask people is, why are they funding all these bodies if they don't need to? And the fact is that they need to, because it's just one sliver, it's one part of the manipulation scheme that they're pulling on all of us, which is that where they're manipulating people with low ballot value. Let's get into this. How the left uses data. We're going to get into this a little bit later. Here, I'm pressing the wrong buttons here. I'm sorry. One of the key things that people ask me, and they say, Tyler, but if we just got better candidates, right? Then we could just go back to the old days and we'll just win. I'm from Arizona, folks. The same people who say that were big fans of Martha McSally. And this was before they started investing in Arizona, right? One of the big questions that people have is, if we get better candidates, if we could prevent split voting, none of that's happening. Statistically, we've seen that split ticketing isn't happening across the country. This is a fallacy. Of course, whatever, you're going to have a group that doesn't like a specific candidate for a specific reason. But historically, it's always been the same across the board. It hasn't changed very much. And we can see that with the numbers. Voter registration has changed. How has voter registration changed? Way more independents. Who's becoming an independent? In some cases, it's just people who go to the DMV because of motor voter type policies, right? This is a real problem. This is a strategic play by the left to manipulate elections. We know that now. We were asleep at the wheel. No pun intended. Got a few laughs out of that. We got some dads in the room, so. But who else? We have people who are ticked off because the party isn't doing enough. And so they're right. We have a lot of ultra conservatives who I know that are independents, including Charlie Kirk, right? We have a lot of people who are millennials and younger, right? That have such a poor view of the Republican and Democrat parties that they say, I just don't want to be a part of a party, right? All of these things have contributed to large independent numbers. Why does this matter? Why do you think? Shout it out. This is a conversational 2 days. They're targets. On our side, they definitely don't get targeted, right? How has the left started doing this work? Have you seen it? Our Wisconsinites. Do you remember this? People were losing their minds, right? Wisconsin doesn't have partisan voter registration, as we know, right? Georgia doesn't either, and a few others. So the left has started perfecting these things for a long time because they know, even though you have partisan voter registration like other states, like many of our states, people, when you still call them, they say, I'm an independent, right? That's the same thing, right? Whether we figure it out later or they register as an independent, it basically is the same thing. Does this no good? The left has figured out we've got to identify ways to start identifying these people better. In Arizona, I can tell you this. Remember those 1,200 plus bodies that were out doing door knocking? Once they were able to apply those bodies to the field, they used strategies like what we saw during the Wisconsin Supreme Court race. What were they doing? Two things to identify voters. One, they were saying, help us text your friends and tell them to vote. But they weren't just doing that. They were using tools like Swipe Blue to tell them, tell us is your friend a Republican or a Democrat? That was first, right? Because then once you verified that your friend was a Democrat, then they would call that person. They would show up to their house and chase their ballot. They would help them vote. What do you think they did once that you told them that your friend was a Republican? Right? What would they do? Yeah. That's where we're at now, right? Wow, that escalated quickly, right? But they started by making sure that that person was completely blocked, that no one would accidentally show up to their door and help them vote. Right? This is very basic stuff. The reason why they've done this is because now this empirical data that they have that we don't, quite frankly, on our side is going off of, I can tell you how the RNC does it. You've seen it. They're like, oh, give me a list of likely Republican voters. Well, this guy was an NRA member since 1982. He's got to be a Republican. That's a bad way of doing business, folks. The left has figured that out. Why? Because that NRA member, 1982, he's now a Mark Kelly voter. Right? How would we have ever known that? Well, you can find out real quickly, especially in Wisconsin, especially in Georgia, if multiple friends tell them, oh, this guy's a Democrat. Well, he's actually an independent. He's told everyone he's an independent. But you've just identified him by his policies associated with the party. The second thing that they've done is they text blast 50,000 people at a time in your state, in your home state, asking a cultural question. So I'll use the key that they've used in their own documentation because they were training each other how to do this. The left said, who here remembers Colin Kaepernick? Yeah, boo 49ers, boo. I'm sorry, Central Valley folks. You're probably 49ers fans. Like, just take cover, you know. You're going to have a lot of friends in Vegas, I'm sure, this week. What were they doing? They were sending text blast out, and I apologize for those of you that know this already, but it's good to, again, take this in and think about this. Colin Kaepernick, why does that matter? Well, 8 years ago, when this was a hot topic, they were texting 50,000 people at a time going, hey, do you agree with Colin Kaepernick kneeling on the field? Yes or no? If they said yes, what did they do? Next day, boom. Can I help you vote? If they said no, what did they do? Off the list, do not talk to that person ever again. Not our friend. Did they talk about Donald Trump? Did they talk about Nancy Pelosi? They could have, but they didn't. Why? People are more likely to talk to you about things that aren't political. What relationship have you ever started? We're gonna hear from Tea Party Patriots on relational organizing. What relationship that was actually like deep and real did you ever start by like challenging someone on their politics? It doesn't happen, guys. Doesn't. Normal people in the grocery store don't walk up to people and be like, did you vote for Joe Biden? That's not how it works, right? Well, that might be some of our problem for some of us that are doing that, right? So those listening at home, that doesn't happen here, but those listening at home. Yeah, it's like, oh, hey, our kids are on the same soccer team or whatever, right? That's normal. We're neighbors, and I brought them a bottle of champagne. That is a normal relationship, right? This is the reason why this is so critical. Cultural issues help develop normal relationships. And so not only could they identify if a person's left or right, but then if they did have to go to the door and they did have to start up a conversation, they could say information they knew that would be together with that. This is the same reason why abortion matters. The abortion debate matters, right? And I've never, it drives me crazy when I hear people go on national TV and say, stop talking about abortion. Stop talking about this. And we all could have different opinions on this. I'm going to tell you the reason why the Democrats do it, okay? The Democrats know 1 out of every 3 voters on their side agrees with open, crazy, insane abortion policies. That's their go-to cultural issue if they have nothing else left in the hatch to talk about. We have our own, right? Being gun issues, pro-gun issues, everything else. Those are critical issues. So when people go to the door after they get information about Colin Kaepernick or whatever else, they're knocking on the door right away. They're not waiting a week. They're not waiting 3 days. It's the next day once they figure out this information during early balloting. And they go, hey, you're a low-propensity voter. Your friend Charlie told me that you needed help voting. Oh, really? Now they have a friend. Now they know they're good because they agree with them on the Colin Kaepernick issue, whatever it is. Boom. That's a vote. That's a sure D vote that they never would have had before. So we're going to talk today about building competitive tools. We're going to have an entire thing on that and talk about all of that. This is where I'm most excited. This is part of the reason why we built the Chase the Vote Army that we're doing in Arizona, Wisconsin, and Georgia. I hope that you will do it and go back to your home state. We will help you. Our volunteer team will aid you in helping build this, even from a volunteer capacity. Because we have to do the same things. We have to try to squeeze out as many votes as possible to throw a monkey wrench into the left's Moneyball game. This is why we've developed our state alliances. If you're in your state, you can work with the Turning Point Action Team. We will give you every possible resource that we can, starting with what's in your binders right now. So I want to direct your attention, and I want to give a huge shout out to our data team, Matthew, Ben, and Hannah. Every single one of you in your binder that you'll see that's under there is what we call a Bible for your county. You should have a state version for your state if you're one of the critical states, and for your county. We have methodically broken down the data on where the most low propensity voters exist in your state and mapped out down to the precinct and ward level. So in your binder right now for your specific county exists a breakdown from top to bottom of what we consider super chase precincts. What that means, that we'll use that term somewhat frequently over the next few days, and you'll hear our staff talk about it. What a super chase precinct is a precinct where, through our methodology over 2016 and 2020, 200 or more registered Republican voters or identified Republican voters did not show up in that precinct. Okay? I'm going to repeat that again. A super chase precinct, from our definition, and this is the gospel according to Turning Point Action, according to us, you can disagree. We're providing it to you, and you can take the ball from here. We're happy to help. But we've taken each of those super chase precincts within your county, and we stack ranked them. For the precinct that had the most of these voters to the precinct that had the least, with the cutoff at 200. Some of your states, it's down to 100 because your precincts are smaller. What's that? I'm going to go through, I'll say it again. This is 200 or more, in most of the states, some of it's 100 or more, people who just did not turn out in 16 and 20 by precinct and ward level that were likely or registered Republicans. This is what the left has targeted on their side. They are obsessed with what we call low propensity or low information or less likely or disengaged voters. We're calling these disengaged voters. Why? I don't care if they voted in 2022, 2018, any other time. What I know, they didn't vote in 16 and 20, and there's a reason for that. That is scary. That is a scary person who hasn't voted in that. We'll get to Q&A right now. We're going to have Q&A. So save your question. We'll go through this. This is the most critical thing. We're supplying this to you. You might have already done your own data analysis. Great. I hope this is just an extra resource to you, because I've never seen anything like this ever done by any group anywhere in America. We've done this by each county across America. And this is the model. Thank our data team here. We have an incredible data team, by the way. This is the model that we're following. Oh, thank you. I need more. Thank you so much. Give it up from the chairman from Nebraska. Absolute hero. Our goal with this data and organizing this way so that we can more efficiently work together. This is information we're publicly giving you, right? This is research. This isn't secret. Again, it drives me crazy when people are like, well, we can't tell the left what we're targeting. The left already knows where we need to target. They know where they need to target. They know where we need to target. They know. You're going to look at this. You're going to start going through these precincts. You're probably going, wow, that's a really deep red precinct. Yeah, because it has votes. I realized I got it wrong. I got it wrong the last two election cycles. I listened to too many consultants who are out in the space on the airwaves talking. Because they told me, and they said, thank you, Charlotte. They told me and they said, we've got to win in these where the battle lines are drawn in this pseudo light pink, light blue territory. Wrong. The Democrats don't even do that. The Democrats are focused on deep blue territory because they have hundreds, if not thousands of votes that are just sitting there to be collected. And our side has completely ignored these areas. I'll give you an example in Arizona. Andy Biggs, love the man. Freedom Caucus. We have over 10,000 disengaged voters just sitting in Andy Biggs' district. Why? Well, because the Republican Party never puts money into these deep red places in key target states. They focus only on congressional districts that are contested. This is why, strategically, when you see the Republican Party and the RNC going, oh, well, we're focused on just a strategy to win these, Congress back. That's not the job of the RNC. The job of the RNC is to win the presidency, last time I checked. When you ignore these areas, these areas, you lose states. We saw that in Nevada, right? We could have a U.S. senator that's a Republican from Nevada from this last cycle, and I know I'm preaching again to the choir, how we spent a little bit more time in our rural areas helping chase those votes. We have areas in Clark County. You look at the map in Henderson, and you're like, oh my gosh, we could have won this thing just in Henderson alone, just putting a few bodies following the same formula that the left has done to chase ballots with full-time people. This is critical. Now, again, you might be sitting in your chair thinking, but Tyler, they're just going to manipulate the elections more. And they might. But you know when mistakes are going to be made on the left side? When we throw everything, including the kitchen sink, at them. When we get out every possible vote and squeeze out every possible vote that we can, we stop wasting money on vanity campaigns for U.S. Senate and president and governor, and we start using that money in order to make sure that we can win. And that's why we called it permanent election infrastructure. Permanent infrastructure in your community. This has to be the key takeaway that I'm begging you. And again, this is just my area. We need 50 organizations in each of your states. I know that sounds crazy. I know that sounds impossible because you're like, there's none, right? You guys are helping and there's 2 or 3 that are helping. We know this. We need 48, 47, 46 more of them because that's what the left has devised. Because they're not just going to put all their eggs in one basket with one organization and hope it works. That's what they did in Arizona, quite frankly, with Mark Kelly, and it works still. But they're building those 50 organizations today in Arizona. They're not doing that for their own benefit or health. If they didn't have to blow $50 million plus in each of your states on this, they wouldn't. We're gonna get into that, building our own democracy alliance a little bit later here. This is the slide. So remember this. This is Michigan. What are our current answers to all these things? We're going to talk about it later, and we're going to close the day with it. And I think that that's going to be probably one of the more exciting parts of the day today. Is we're going to go through Arabella and Democracy Alliance, lay out exactly how they're doing it. Trust me, some of you have heard it before. You'll think of something new every time we talk about it, but we're going to get deeply into this and really open it up for Q&A so we can talk about it. That's what's most important to me. So we've got about 15 minutes left here on this. So this is just like we talked about for the entire day. This is where we're going to do open Q&A, open talking, really be conversational. Any note you've written down, everything, let's make sure that we're having a conversation about things. So with that, let's go ahead and open the floor up and have a discussion about all these things.
Okay, guys.
Let's do it.
I got the mic over here, so if you want to line up to ask questions.
And we've got mic stands here, so if we want to place mics here, we can do that too to help. And then we'll have runners with our staff. If you just raise hands, we'll try to get a mic to you. Yep. Guys, can we get 2 mics up here too? Do we have 2 what's that? We have 2 stands here if we have 2 extra handhelds. Okay.
Okay.
Let's line up here, guys, because I guess this one is wired to the live stream.
Michael Tiedemann, Sarpy County, Nebraska. One thing I'm noticing is
Speak up really loud too.
a lot of the county parties, we have an aging demographic within the county party structure. How can we tap into the youth with high school Republicans, young Republicans, stuff like that, so that we can get more of a ground game going?
Yeah, this is a great question. So remember we talked at the very beginning about C3, C4s versus the party. So we all know that C3s can't explicitly coordinate, right, politically with even C4s, PACs, or the party. The left has built a massive infrastructure of dozens of C3 organizations. And what do you think that they do? They target specific groups of people and they just get them into a room, right? So the left will have a C3 that's for veteran engagement. The left has a C3 that's really powerful for black voter engagement, for youth voter engagement. They try to have many. They're losing the game. I don't know if you've seen the latest statistics on young people, but Turning Point's doing its work, and we have Donald Trump's most popular with young people. So, yeah, we're doing our end of the bargain here. So there's all these different pockets and groups, and their job at C3s is to just bring them into the room, right? C3s can't go to the party then and say, I'm here to work, right? What do you have to do? The party has to go to them. They're sitting ducks, right? So when they build a C3 pool of people that are sitting there in the group, and whenever the Democrats are like, the left is like, man, we need 15 black activists to go rally the troops in Waukesha or Racine, right? They'll go to that C3 and they'll ask them, do you want to participate? Right? They're sitting there in the C3. They know they're there. The C3 can't bring them to them, but the party can go and grab those people. The campaign can go grab those because they know where they're at. It's organization, right? And I hope a light bulb goes off with this, right? Because people call me all the time and they're like, Tyler, Turning Point USA, a 501c3, isn't providing campaign staff to my campaign. I'm like, have you gone to them? Have you tried to recruit them? They're just sitting there, right? They have chapters that are sitting there in most of your states. The C3 can't bring them to you. C3s can't bring them to you, but you can go to them. You can participate and support a C3 personally. You can have conversations. You can build relationships. And the smart people across your states are figuring this out. Campaigns and that, right? And we're just one bucket, right, using that. But there's all these different groups that the left has set up this way for that purpose. So whenever someone asks me, what can I do to get more involved as a precinct committeeman? The party's a disaster, whatever is happening in my local community. Trust me, I'm in Arizona this week. I'm sure you saw the news. It was a fun week. And as you all know, not unique, right? Happens all the time. We have issues. But I'm like, go start a C3 that you can focus your group of people that can be harnessed for activism. And that can be anything, right? Because issue-based activism is not political. It's not defined as political partisan speech. It's nonpartisan. It is issue-driven, but more importantly, you're congregating groups of people that now people can tap into. That is the most critical missing component within our movement. So I hope that answers the question, but that is what we have to do. And there are many good organizations, by the way, who are doing this. It doesn't have to be a statewide big thing. It can be a neighborhood thing. It could be a neighborhood block watch. It doesn't even have to be a C3, to be honest with you. It can just be a group. It could be a poker, group, right? Doesn't matter. It's organizing so you know where the people are so you can tap into them when the time is right. Right? Cool. Yes, sir. Let's do it.
Yeah, hi. My name is Howell Shaw. I'm part of the Clark County Republican Party. I'm also a pastor. So speaking of
Thank you,
C3s,
Pastor. We appreciate it.
Right? Yeah.
Thank you for what you're doing. This is the perfect question. I hope you're going to ask me this question right now.
Yes. Well,
ask me the
exactly.
question, Pastor.
The question is what can we do to engage the biggest, elephant, the big C3 available that it congregates people?
Yes.
How do we do that?
Yes.
And how do we get over this righteousness about, well, we can't do
Yes.
those things that the Democrats
Yes.
do because it's evil?
Yes.
Come on. Tell me.
Thank you.
Tell me.
Thank you. Okay. I have an answer for you because our team is helping with it right now. So Turning Point USA has TPUSA Faith. We work with a number of different pastors. America First Policy Institute also is working with hundreds, if not thousands, of pastors across the country. This is the number one question that's brought up that's in the same vein as this. So this is why we do this, because no one's ever talking about this, right? This is why I'm so happy we're here. We're starting off the day so good. The biggest C3s in the country for us are churches. But our pastors are like, ooh, I don't want to lose my C3 status by accidentally over politicking in church, right? What is the easiest answer for them? We right now are telling people, set up 501c4s. Your greatest protection to your church is setting up a C4 where C4s sponsor politically oriented events. There's a number of other things that C4s and C3 interactions have to do to ensure. I'm not an attorney. I'm not advising anyone's church here. But I'm telling you the biggest missed opportunity and the greatest opportunity for us as a conservative movement is get your church to set up a C4. So if your church's name is what's your church's name?
Dwell AJC.
I'm sorry, say it again.
Dwell, as in dwell in his presence, a Jesus community.
So you have Dwell Ministries, Dwell, whatever it is. It should be Dwell Action, right? Set up a C4 in the similar name, totally separate entity and organization. So those groups can sponsor politically oriented things that you can invite people to via that C4. You've now protected your C3. You are now can move forward with doing this. If every church in America did this, it would add a layer of comfort to every pastor, every church executive that exists, and give them the opportunity to host events that are politically oriented. Does that answer the question? If we do this, I believe this could be a turning point, a game changer for our churches and unlocking interaction with our voters. We have, to his point, we have pastors who are like, I don't even want to do voter registration. Guys, voter registration is nonpartisan. Please don't not do it, right? But if you want to add an extra layer of comfort, C4, set it up. Have the C4 sponsor it. You don't even need that much money. Few $1,000, $1,000 put into a bank account. You don't need money to register voters, right? Scott Presser will tell you that. He's going to tell you that today. You don't need money to register voters, but you might need a C4 so you can stave off the attacks that we know the left is going to bring. If every pastor in America did this, we would add millions of voters to the voter rolls. It would be almost impossible to lose. Now let's couple that with the data that's in front of you. Go through the precincts. Identify the churches that are in those key critical target precincts. We've given you the data. You pull open the church that's in these key target precincts. Now you go to that pastor and say, Pastor, I beg and plead with you. I know you're on our side. Set up a C4 so we can register everybody here every week and you can feel comfortable with it. We're doing this work with Turning Point Action will help you. Turning Point USA and TPUSA Faith will help you, help encourage people to learn more about that process. Cool?
I'm David Summerall.
I hope that unlocks something. The light bulbs are going off now, right? Because that is one of the things that's like, oh, I'm so glad we started here. It's so good to be amongst brilliant people. Okay, go ahead.
All right, David Summerall. I'm the chairman of Macon-Bibb County in Georgia.
God bless you.
Also a pastor, retired Air Force chaplain, Republican.
God bless you.
And retired public school teacher. But
Thank
my
you, Pastor.
question has to do, in the 2022 campaign with Herschel Walker, we had, the problem is I don't know how many people coming into our county from different organizations to do door-to-door campaigning. The problem is they all wanted to go to the same neighborhoods because many of them were paid by the number of doors they knocked and so forth. So they all targeted the Republican kind of housing areas envisioned rather than going out to the rural areas, and they were tripping all over each other, and we didn't know who was working where. We actually sent some of our people and some of them to some of the rural counties around that weren't getting as much targeting because we couldn't tell who was being knocked on and who was not. How do we solve that problem where we're not just tripping over each other, going off to the same voters, because Republican voters are harder to get to. They live farther apart in many rural areas, unlike Democrat voters that are in inner city areas where they're a few feet from each other.
Oh my gosh. This is just like, I love it. I love being here and talking about this. This is the light bulb moment that we had when looking at the data that's in your booklet. You can see on the map, potentially on your county, where our voters are versus theirs. The Democrats' life is actually so much easier because in every metropolitan area, how does it look? Dark blue, light pink, dark red, right? I'm simplifying it here. Most of us live in semi-populous areas. That's why you're here, right? Because there's more ballots to chase. You might live in a suburban rural area. Same thing applies, but maybe light blue, light red, dark red, right? But it's rings. You can see it around every metropolitan area. Our life is significantly more challenging because we have to work the dark red areas. That's what the data is showing. That's how we're targeting in Arizona and Wisconsin and Georgia with our Chase the Vote initiative. This is not secret. Again, we're not telling secrets here. The left already knows this, right? We're up against the challenge. So the Democrats want to pull us into the center. Why? Waste of money. Our voters aren't there. Everything else. They want us to be in those light blue, light pink areas. That's our theory. We have all these votes sitting out there, and they're laughing at us while we're focused on nothing but dark blue areas. And don't get me wrong. Do not get me wrong. Donald Trump did better in these dark blue areas than any candidate we've had in modern Republican history. That's the cherry on the cake for us, folks. We're not trying to ignore these people. We're just saying, look, there's a priority that has to happen here, which is that even as that's happening, that work is being done by some incredible patriots who are going face to face at doors in dark blue areas, that we have to do the work to make sure these dark red areas are getting the attention it deserves. So this comes to the data. And it's not the same for everyone. Everyone's different, right? There's different challenges in different counties. But the theory is this, is if we can chase those red areas effectively, they're going to be spread so thin, right, trying to combat us, that they are going to be so in trouble that there's no way that they can win some of these states. No way. Or they're going to have to try manipulation schemes that are beyond anything that we even saw in 2020 and 2022. I mean, look, I'm in Maricopa County. Craig will tell you they shut down half the polling places. You want to look at the map of the places where all the polling places shut down? The exact area. It's a map. I could give you the map of where all our votes are. I could give you a map of where all the polling places conveniently shut down on election day. I'm not saying anything other than those maps are exactly the same. Right? So they're going to pull out every stop, folks, to manipulate the election. And what scares me on that topic, what scares me is that there's some people pulling the levers that knew this data ahead of 2022, that knew that inconvenient election malfeasance would hurt us, and we didn't even know what was going on. We weren't even trying to turn out those people. That was just all organic. So that's the point, is I think you got to focus on that. You got to go through these places. You got to give those places the attention they deserve. You got to staff them with the bodies that we need. And the left is putting full-time bodies there. Because in order to hit that number, that equation, half of every, chaseable, disengaged or new voter, you got to have full-time bodies to be able to get to that number all throughout the voting period.
We can't do that if we don't know where everybody's going. They're all working off different apps.
That's right. So the question, we're going to get into that a little bit later. So if we're not sharing information, if everyone's working off of different song sheets, makes it more difficult. We're going to get into that. And this is where I think there's been a massive shortcoming within the Republican Party. I think we can all agree, right? Let's keep going. We're going to pile through this. We have about 5 minutes left.
Yes, sir. Brant Frost.
We're going to go over a little bit
County.
because we have a little bit extra time, so we're good before our Tea Party presentation on relational organizing.
Yes, sir. Brant Frost in Coweta County.
Mr. Frost, thank you for all you've done in Georgia. We appreciate you.
Yes, sir. Thank you. I've already shared the live stream with all my precinct chairs in Coweta. We're honored that we're number 8 out of 1,018 precincts in Georgia. One of our precincts is number 8 in the top 1%. We will do everything this TPUSA Action Bible says, or perish in the attempt, so help us God. Are we allowed to ask questions
Amen.
about the Mount Vernon project, or are we just talking about early voting at this point?
We can talk about it. We're going to have some open discussion, but yeah. I mean,
Okay, well, I'm just going to...
Fire away.
Yes.
I'm here.
Yes, sir. The scorecard, we love that. We love our scorecards in Georgia. It's a great way to hold folks accountable. Have y'all considered having an RNC scorecard for those key votes out there? And by the way, the Georgia State Republican Party has just started having recorded votes at our meetings. I think it might be a nice idea for the RNC to have recorded votes at their meetings so we could hold them accountable.
Oh, my gosh. So, I love this guy. So not going to be very popular with my colleagues at the RNC meeting later this week, but that's okay. We're here for. I'm pretty sure George Washington didn't care about his popularity at the time, and neither did Thomas Jefferson. Either did that. We all got to dive into this. One of the biggest challenges that we have in the Republican Party in general is lack of transparency on these things. Secret votes are insane to me. I'm just going to tell you, they're insane to me. I understand there's a need for it, for leadership in certain cases. But the Republican Party at the RNC level, there should be nothing that's secret, including voting for the RNC chair. You should know, as your representative you're sending to the RNC, how they voted for chair. This is one of the most consequential things that exists in America. They use the rules against you to make things less transparent. Right? So this is This has got to get fixed. How do you fix it? There's a rules committee at the RNC meeting that can change all of this, right? So this is why it's so critical to make sure you recruit the best possible person to go to the RNC for you. And then number two, the best possible people to be delegates to the convention that can also make sure that we have a good platform and that are securing and supporting the rules that are going to come out of this time period. Because if we do not get it done during the convention with conservatives at the convention, it's going to be very difficult to do over the next 4 years. This is how they play the game. It's 4 years and 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 kicking the can down the road. I'm going to tell you what, there's a number of rule changes I think that need to happen at the RNC to make it better. This is probably the most important thing. You can't make a scorecard for things that you don't know the score on, right? If there is no scoreboard, then we can't make a scorecard, right? There is no almanac here. You know, I always reference Back to the Future. Love the almanac. There is no almanac of all the scores if it doesn't exist. So we got to make that transparent.
Good morning, Tyler. Leo Blendo, chairman of the Nye County Republican Central Committee. Nevada's very well represented here.
Thank you for being here. Thank you for welcoming us.
It's our pleasure.
Nevada.
It's our pleasure. And we're really well represented here. We have our Lieutenant Governor, Stavros Anthony, here. We have our committee man, Jimmy D. Segal Chad, our committee woman. My wife, Melissa Blendo. She's the Southern Director for the Republican Women. So my question to you here is, right, because we're at war, and there's no mincing the words. We are at war. Where are the tools? Where's the swipe right? Where is the funding to get the $250 to get people to do that at the houses? Where are the little things that the left is doing, but we don't because we're always going, can I get my voter list? We need another list. We need to move into the 20th century. I'm not even saying the 21st, just the 20th century. We all have smartphones. Can we just get the tools? Because I'm here ready to work, right? Just get me the tools. Now, I've ran for office and I've done that work, so I want to just spread that message and that passion. But we need the tools because so many people just show up and they go like this, and I just want to go, here, not, do this. Simple. We're not here to debate. We're not here to discuss because we're doing that in this room right now. We're putting that strategy together. But when it comes down to putting the rubber to the wheels, I just want to go, here you go, volunteer, execute. Execute, 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 and just win and turn this country around. It's that simple.
God bless
so that's
you.
what we're looking for.
So that's part of why we're here. I think you're going to be very excited to know that there are many of us who have been focused on these specific tools that we've outlined that are necessary for us to win. You're exactly right. We are going into battle in a war with basically nunchucks against people with machine guns, right? The way I use the football equivalent, I know it's painful for our Michiganders still. I apologize for keep doing this to you. I was hoping that it would be a positive, not the negative. Is that we can't field a high school team to take on an NFL team, right? That is what we're doing with bodies, with technology, with everything that we're talking about. I think we have some solutions here that we're going to be talking about today. So I hope that you walk away feeling a little less depressed and a little bit more excited about it. Because my goal is this. I think we've been let down. And that's being really nice, right? A nice way to say it is we've been asleep at the wheel while the left has developed all these different tools. And we have done nothing in order to accomplish it. We're heading into that. So I think we can take two more quick questions here.
Oh, sorry.
Bridget, stick around. Do not miss later on when we talk about some of this technology.
My name is Bridget, Chair of Marion County, REC in Florida.
Let's go Florida.
So I've only just recently in my second term, and what he said before is true.
God bless you. Anyone that runs again is like, I served one term as county chair. Yeah. I'm like, my wife's like, here's the divorce papers if you,
right. I get it. I took it from 20 people. When I took it over, we have over 150 now. Precincts about 65%
good job, fill in the precincts.
But the problem is we're giving not the information we need. So you give me more information in this hour than I've received probably in 2 years. So my question
isn't that sad? Yeah, I want to focus on that. That's not okay. We're not going to pat ourselves on the back for that, right?
Here's your new movers guide. What do I do with it?
Yep.
I don't want to sound stupid, but I don't know what to do with it. So these
Right.
tools you're giving us right now tells me. So you've done mapped it out. My precincts, which have the low propensity voters, or let's just say the targeted super chase counties. So you've targeted out. I know which precincts. So to get those voters' addresses, you did 2016 20. So I need to pull those back up. I have over 25,780 voters I need to target. You already have those targeted. So do I need to redo the information, or do you guys have those actual names?
I think we're going to be able to be very helpful.
That's what I want.
We'll talk about that.
Okay,
That piggybacks on the technology part. So
Okay, good.
there's some coordination issues, right? So there's things that we can coordinate. But look, I mean, we're just giving you public information that you need to know about, which is we've honed in on these problems, and we're making it available to everybody. So, yes, stick around. We're going to have a lot of conversation today. I hope it's going to be very exciting for many of us here in this room.
Valerie
Yes,
Fianaka, Washoe County Executive Committee.
Nevada.
Bring it home, Washoe County. I'm good with nunchucks. I don't mind dying on the field. I'm a warrior. My question, though, is I had a fellow, I work in the Washoe GOP office, free labor. I had a fellow walk in who's an Uber driver this week, and he said that the Democrats are paying volunteers who he drives around the city. They pay him to drive him around the city, $1,800 a week to get voters out for the PPP.
Yep.
Now, the problem with that is who cares about the PPP, right? It's a total waste of our state money, $5 million, a waste in our state, but it was legislated and we have to live with it. And don't forget the caucus. We need to get the vote out. It doesn't matter. We still need to get the vote out.
Yep.
Our other problem is $1,800 a week. If they're doing that for the PPP, what are they going to do to us in the general, and where do I get the bodies? 1% of our people, I predict, are help us on that ground effort.
This is a perfect question, and I want to stop you there, and you might have a
Yes.
follow-up to this. But, guys, this is why the money that was coming from our least favorite tech executive, right? Do you remember what happened? Zuckbucks, right? Zuckerbucks. Zuckerbucks were used effectively to this purpose, right? So they're doing two different things. One is they're taking advantage of taxpayer dollars to do this at the county level. It's a county by county thing. This is why the left is so smart about how they did it. They figured out we don't have to take over everything. We just have to take over specific election boards and county positions in order to use taxpayer dollars. But then the second thing they did, they're like, that's not enough. We have to take private money, inject them, and wash them through basically public funds in order to pay people to do this, which is effectively helping identify people and staff full-time the ballot chasing procedures that we're talking about. So what do? Once they've identified hundreds, if not thousands of people to help with the PPP, now they can just go tap into those people and go, oh, hey, private entity X wants to pay you even more money than $1,800 a week, even more money to go help us chase ballots because you already did that in your neighborhood. Is that cool? And they go, yes. It's all a data game, guys. They're taking data from the point that people are registering to vote to making them election workers, to taking Zuckerbucks, to taking now outside entities to turn these people into ballot chasers. This is all part of the army that they're building in order to chase ballots. And they have it even easier when you factor in unions in the state of Nevada and other places that are easy places to recruit. Where are easy places to recruit? Churches, right? Where are easy places to recruit? Gun shows, right? Recruit precinct committeemen already exist. We have way more precinct committeemen, precinct captains, precinct chairs.
Time's up. Time's up. No follow-up. There's no follow-up. I don't think.
Yeah.
Got a new one. Hopefully we can figure out the mic switch here. Oh, we got a new one over there. But this is exactly the issue. Oh, did you have a follow-up question to this, though? Okay. We have to be focused on this. This is why the defense mechanisms on the election integrity front, every point that we could have, if we could have stopped, we have, I mentioned Jake Hoffman, who I think ran the Zuckerbucks bill in Arizona that we got passed that eliminated it. We did this in all the different states. Had we been able to do that faster through lawfare and to stop this while it was happening, 2020 might have looked a lot different, right? Because again, we now know this is part of their infrastructure build that hurts us. And so we've got to build things that are equal, they're similar but not equal, right? And we're not trying to cheat. We're not trying to deceive. We're not trying to use money to wash it through, public entities. That's wrong. We all know that. But we have churches, we have people, we have groups, we have precinct captains, we have central committee members, we have PCOs or precinct chairs that are ready and able. They just need to be told what to do. They need to have the technology to do that strategy, right? And if you don't provide those things, I think that our system has been purposefully flawed. If you ask me, and I'll leave this with you because we're done and we'll have about 15 minutes before the wonderful folks over at Tea Party Patriots are going to come up and talk about relational organizing, which is so important, so critical, because this goes into not necessarily what we're missing, which is what we're talking about right now, but then how to start fixing it, right? I believe we've been purposefully sabotaged. And I believe it's not difficult to do so because the left has their claws in so deep with so much. I mean, we see Eric, right, folks? Eric is one of those sabotage elements, right? Where they've provided the data in real time to the leftist organizations, but the right does not have that, right? That was an element of it. The Zuckerbucks issue was an element of it. Putting, drop boxes in all the deep blue territories. We talked about deep blue versus deep red. How many drop boxes were in deep red precincts in counties? None, right? I don't like them. I'm not saying that. But if they're doing it, it should at least be fair, right? Like, and again, I'm speaking specifically to like Michigan, where it's like such a disaster there with all this stuff, right? Where it's like, this is the fight that you have to hold. Because ultimately, if you have that fight, it takes it off the table. So Zuckerbucks is now off the table. It's now illegal. People can go to prison for doing that, right? If they break out. Jake, what's the is it a felony now? In Arizona, it's a felony, right? That's great. In most states, that's that way. Our Freedom Caucus has been incredible with getting that done. But we have to be, so this is why we need the money for lawfare in order to compete with all this stuff. So, great, guys. We have 15 minutes. We're going to be right back with relational organizing that's presented by our Tea Party Patriots of America. We're so grateful for them. I'm sorry. Do we have anything? Thank you so much for your time. Enjoy your time while you're here. Let's talk. Take lots of notes. Ask lots of questions. Let's rock and roll, guys. Thank you.
Republic, and I know you are too. I will never give up. We can never give up. Patriots, stand with us and fight for freedom. Fight for our Constitution. Fight with us for the rights endowed by our Creator. Life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. Fight for a better future. We're going to keep fighting. We will not stop until we get to the bottom of this.
Keeping our republic is on the line, and it requires patriots with great passion, dedication, and eternal vigilance to preserve our freedoms. Jenny Beth Martin is the co-founder of Tea Party Patriots. She is an author, a filmmaker, and one of Time Magazine's most influential people in the world. But the title she is most proud of is mom to her boy-girl twins. She has been at the forefront, fighting to protect America's core principles for more than a decade.
Stand with us and fight for freedom.
And now, please welcome Jenny Beth Martin.
Thank you guys so much for being here today. What is happening in our country right now is downright frightening. We have open borders. Just last week, we saw a video online of someone who appears to be a terrorist who entered the border and was kind of taunting the journalist who was recording him. We look at what happened yesterday related to Iran, and we have 3 United States military members who have been killed from Iran. This is just an escalation of what happened on October 7th in Israel when it comes to Iran. President Trump is being persecuted. They're trying to destroy his livelihood and put him in prison. The federal government is being weaponized against people who are my dear friends, like David Schaefer, Mark Meadows, and Mike Roman. The problems just go on and on. There is so much at stake right now. We, you, the leaders in your counties, feel the weight of the world on your shoulders. You feel like every problem we have, everything I just listed, and the laundry list that keeps on going, needs to be solved right this minute. It needs to be solved yesterday. But we're not quite able to do that yet. We know we must save America, but we're not able to do it because, as the song from Hamilton, the musical goes, we don't have the votes to pass the legislation, and we sure as heck don't have a conservative in the White House to sign legislation into law. To be at a point where we can truly solve the problems that are facing us, to get the legislation passed that we want to see passed, we have to secure and win. Secure elections so we can have faith in the outcome of those elections. Win elections so we have the chance to pass legislation that we care about. Secure and win. That's the mantra for Tea Party Patriots Action for 2024. We'll talk about election security more tomorrow, and you're going to hear more about it today as well here at this summit. For right now, we're going to talk about winning. And to win elections, we're going to have to roll up our sleeves and get back to basics. And when it comes to basics in winning elections, we have to do voter ID and getting out the vote. So right now I want to ask you, when you're thinking about voter ID and what you do locally to get out the vote, name a few of the activities that you do for getting out the vote. Knocking doors? Phone calls? Text, postcards? Voter registration? Providing transportation, talking to people about it. All right, now when you go door knocking, when you do the phone calls, when you send the text messages, who are you sending those to? To voters. And where do you get that information? The party. So it's list of voters. It's modeled data. It's data. You're talking to strangers, right? Okay. We're going to talk a little bit about what's called relational organizing. And to get us started on that, it's a little bit different than talking to strangers and people we don't know. I'm going to have Jeff Davis, who is my colleague and who works with me at Tea Party Patriots Action, explain to you what relational organizing is and a little bit about what he did in Illinois a few years ago. As he begins doing that, Megan and Linda are going to hand a handout to you. You don't have to write down everything on the screen because it's going to be written down on this handout and a couple more we give. And Jeff has been working on elections really since he was in college and out of college.
So that's a long time. Can you hear me? Yes. All right, so they're passing around this flyer on relational organizing. And what we mean by relational organizing, at its core, it's building relationships with the people we know. It is friends and family program. So in the 90s, when we were running campaigns, especially like smaller primary races, we had what we called friends and family coordinators. So a whole thing. We basically do a spreadsheet on one piece of paper, or just use a lined piece of paper and say, write down your friends and family, write up 20 people, whether it be your neighbors, your family, your friends, give us their address, give us their landline because cell phones didn't exist, and we need their real address because we don't have email addresses. So we'd have someone take 20 people and we'd say, you're responsible for getting those people to turn out. So you're a friends and family coordinator. Those 20 people, the campaign shouldn't have to worry about it. We shouldn't have to have people call them. We take them off of the other parts of the campaign so that we knew that was who was going to turn those people out. So what has happened over the course of today, Democrats have decided to take that program and try and make it better. Just like Elon Musk said, you shouldn't do things differently just because they're different. They need to be better. So what today allows us to do is to take that program and build it over a tech stack that allows us to scale it so it's not just small elections, so you're taking people to contact 20 people. We can now raise that bar to 50 people, and we can give some examples. Jenny Beth's going to talk about some of the programs the Democrats have been doing for now 3 or 4 cycles, and Republicans don't use this action.
Okay, so what you guys told me is that when you're getting out the vote, you're going and knocking on doors, and you're talking to voters who you have a list to talk to, and you're talking to strangers. But right now, today, the way so many people communicate, they text message, and one of you mentioned text messaging, or a couple of you did. I bet some of you right now are texting someone else who's sitting in the room, kind of like the people on this slide are texting one another rather than talking to one another. But they're talking to people who they know, and when you're texting, you're talking to people that you know. Relational organizing is about relationships and about people you know. So, what happened in 2020 and at the end of 2021 in Georgia with Senator Jon Ossoff. He wasn't senator then, he was candidate Jon Ossoff. At the end of 2020 in Georgia, we were worried to death about what just happened on the election and wanted to make sure that the results of the election that were certified were the correct results of the election. And that was going on in Wisconsin and Pennsylvania and Nevada and Arizona as well, and Michigan. But we also had in Georgia a runoff election, and for both of our United States senators, because there was a vacancy, so we had both senators on the ballot. Jon Ossoff's campaign was not worried about what had just happened. He was worried about winning. And they actually modernized the vote. And when I read about what they did in October of 2022, I realized we were in trouble. I knew we were not going to have the kind of results in November that everyone was saying we were going to have based on the polling. Because what they did was, frankly, I think, brilliant in the way that they modernized the vote. They had people, and I forgot to bring my phone out here with me, but they had people take their phone and load the contacts from their phone to the campaign. And then the campaign took all those lists of voters we were just talking about, meshed them together, and sent the results back to each person of the people from the targeted voter list that the campaign had, of just the people they knew, their friends and family. So they reached out to them. And everyone had to do 3 things as they reached out to them. It is not just a matter of having the ability to do that, but it's what you do with it once you have it. They reached out and they would have conversations. Who are you going to vote for? How do you feel about the issues? And they would talk to their friends and family. And the campaign didn't have them talking through an app. They did it just through your own cell phone messaging app, iMessages or whatever Android uses to text, because you know how to talk to your friends and family. They're your friends and family. So they agree they're going to vote for you, and then the person would go tell the campaign, here's a voter I've identified. Then the next thing they had to do was ask, what is your plan to vote? Do you plan to vote early, in person? Do you plan to vote by mail or absentee? Or do you plan to vote on election day? And then once they had the plan, they sent that to the campaign. Then when absentee ballots went out and early voting started, they had the list back and they could see at the top of the list the absentee voters and also the people who said they were going to vote early. And they went to those people every day saying, have you voted yet? Did you get your ballot? Have you turned your ballot in? Hey, did you vote early? The poll's open. Here's a list and the time and where you can go to early vote. And then the next day, the campaign would refresh it based on the information from the Secretary of State's office of who voted and drop the names of the people who voted, so their list kept getting smaller and smaller and smaller. They were chasing ballots using relational organizing.
And what they were doing was taking their resources by taking people off the list during that election season. So if someone voted by vote by mail today, tomorrow, they're no longer on that list. So no one's wasting energy, no one's wasting opportunity because they already know, they've already voted. So really making it an effective way, and they had built a whole structure to monitor as people voted, and you as a community organizer, what your list looked like. So I could be in a campaign office, I could look at your list and say, oh my gosh, you have way too many people that still need to vote and you don't have a plan for them, and they could come in and help you do that.
And they documented it all, and frankly they should have. They should be proud of what they did, because what they did is rather amazing and my hat goes off to them. So they wound up winning the election. They won the election by 1.2%. Warnock won by 2.1%. They increased the turnout by 3.8%. And unfortunately, this was in Politico in April of 2022, but I didn't read it until October of 2022. So here are some things we learned about the Ossoff campaign. Don't worry, you don't have to write this down, because Megan and Linda are going to give you another handout, and that has all of this written down. So just listen to me and pass it down, but keep listening. And there are a few more things I'm going to go over that are on the handout they're about to give out to you. And you don't have to take notes because it'll be on the handout. The Ossoff campaign had 2,888 people who were community mobilizers. Those were paid organizers, people who were paid to upload the contacts and get them to vote. They also had a whole set of volunteers working on it as well. They did not abandon door-to-door or regular phone banking or mail or ads. This is in addition to all of that. But when you're talking about winning elections by 10,000 votes or 12,000 votes or 15,000 votes, you have to try everything to get those votes out. The average mobilizer contacted 61 voters each. The increase was 3.8%. They targeted they were able to contact about 160,000 voters. And again, I mentioned the numbers he won by. Now, let me tell you a couple more things. And this is on your list. They're not the first ones to do it. In Hampton Roads, Virginia in 2021, I think it's called the Progressive Outreach Project, reached out to voters using relational organizing, and they increased turnout by 9.2%. The Senator Ed Markey campaign in 2018 had volunteers doing this, and they noted that if a volunteer only knows 20 people, so the Ossoff campaign was averaging 60-something, but if you only know 20, if you know 20 people, you are the best person to contact those 20 people and to talk to them. You are the person who can be the most persuasive with them. In 2018 also, the Kolkari campaign worked with volunteers, and they did it the old-fashioned way, the way that Jeff was talking about. They had 3-ring binders of all the voters, 1 per precinct, and every event they go to, they put all the binders out and ask people to write their name by the people who they were going to get the vote out for. And then the Mondaire-Jones campaign in 2020 did friend banking. So we've heard of phone banking. They did friend banking, and they did it online because it was 2020. But we could do this in person, so have people go to your headquarters, and instead of making phone calls, they're doing relational outreach to people who they know, but they're doing it together as a group. The lessons that we've learned from this, and again, this is all on your handout. It was way too much to put on a slide for you to look at. The increased turnout from 3.8 to 9.2%, even at the very lowest, let's say it was 3.5%, that could still make a difference. It would have made a difference in Arizona, Wisconsin, and Georgia in 2020 for Trump. Even if you only know 20 people, that volunteer is the best suited to reach 20 people. It can be digital and sophisticated like apps, or it can be printouts in an old-fashioned pen and paper way. Training is necessary for volunteers. Working together with volunteers is important. They had to get started early. Late would be considered about 2 months out, so they had to get started really early. And they realized that it's an exponential growth. So it starts slowly, but then at the very end, it jumps really, really fast. That means you've got to be prepared early for a massive increase in volunteers later in the year. And then there are more things on here, but the thing that I want to tell you and focus on next is that in October 2022, we were working on poll watchers with Tea Party Patriots Action. So we continued doing that. But afterwards, Jeff and I read hundreds and hundreds of sheets of paper about what the left did, all of these campaigns on relational organizing. And we realized that the left had 4 apps to do all of this. Guess how many we had on our side? That's right. So I happened to be at an event about a year ago, maybe 11 months ago, where Tyler Boyer and I were on a presentation together, and before and after we were talking, we need this, we need that, we need an app, we need this, have you heard about relational organizing? And I told him we were building an app, and he said, we're already building an app, you don't need to build an app, join us. So that was a Saturday. On Wednesday afternoon, Jeff and I were in Phoenix meeting with Tyler and the Superfeed team. And Jeff, just tell a little bit about what we've come up with.
So you'll see on the relational, on this flyer that was sent out, kind of some screenshots, and Superfeed's going to be presenting tomorrow, so they'll have the most updated information, so you should come back to that. But basically, it's how you upload your contacts to match the voter list. It'll happen right in the app. It'll be the Turning Point app, the Tea Party Patriots, the Patriot Project app, because we're all working together. One of the biggest things that we're trying to do is make sure that we concise our resources so that we don't have 10 people going to one door, that people understand who's doing what. So this allows us to be able to match those people to the voter list, and then during the, I call it election season now, from vote by mail request to election day, those will be updated daily. The back end data, so you'll know what stage your contacts are in, so you'll know, oh, they've already requested the vote by mail, so I really need to call them to make sure that when they're going to get it, that they return it and that they're, you know, on par, and make sure we know the different candidates. Everyone in here, I'm sure, has people that call them and say, okay, I'm going to vote tomorrow. Who am I voting for? That's the kind of thing that you can do through this app, through technology. Okay, and you'll have Superfeed presenting tomorrow, and they'll go through a lot more of this, and we'll be able to show you more of it as you download our app.
So let's talk about what can activists, a general act, we're going to break up the next part of this presentation into two. So we're going to talk about what the general activist, your regular volunteer, can do to relational organize. Then we're going to talk about what you can do, because you're in a different position than the general activist. You're a leader. So a general activist, if you were to hand out that first sheet that Megan and Linda gave to you, the one that looks like this, and say, hey, we're going to work on relational organizing. Let me tell you a little bit about it. They're going to say, well, what can we do right now to get started? So here are some things they can do right now to get started, whether they have an app or not. They have to have relationships with people. So if they don't know their neighbors on their street, tell them to go door knock and get to know their neighbors. Build relationships and make sure when they're doing that they're getting cell phone numbers so they can stay in touch and continue to communicate with them. You have to build relationships, and you have to have relationships for relational organizing to work. You want them to be seen as an expert on issues and candidates with their friends and family. So you'll need to be equipping them to be able to understand how to solve the problems and the way to talk about the issues so they can be persuasive and be seen as an expert. We need them to recruit and train more volunteers, because this is only going to work. The more volunteers we have, the more effective we will be. If they have friends of people who they don't know, and they're in the, let's say they know someone from Sunday school class or from the Junior Service League or whatever it might be, but they don't have their cell phone number and it's not in their phone, they need to start like, oh, hey, Jeff, we're in Sunday school together. Hey, you're right, I care about the country the same way you do. Hey, can I get your cell phone number so I can stay in touch? They need to be building their cell phone list now so they can stay in touch with people. And then the last thing that they can do is host a house party or a neighborhood party. And we've got a book, if you go over to our booth, which you can find, it says Patriot Project. It also says Tea Party Patriots Action, but it says the Patriot Project. So find that booth. We've got this little book. You can take some of these. We can get more for you to give to people to show them how to do a house party, how to do a meet and greet that teaches people about what's going on in the country, and also recruits them and asks them to sign up to be volunteers. And we have this set up. It is literally, there is text in it so they can copy and paste the text to send the email to invite people. It's very, very simple for them to use. Lots of checklists, makes it very simple.
It's very comprehensive. You can just follow the how-to guide, and you can set up these neighborhood parties, house parties. It's, you know, we're talking about 30 to 50 people that you can just knock off in a night and then get them involved.
Okay, so the next part is what can you do as a leader? Because as a leader, you have different responsibilities. You're not just going to be activating. I mean, you're not just going to be the person who's talking to your friends and family. You've got to recruit people. You've got to train them. You've got to fundraise. You have a massive amount of things to do. Well, I think that the most important thing that we can talk about is that you've got to create a plan, and you have to be prepared. And if we fail to prepare, we are preparing to fail, which is what Benjamin Franklin said. So you got to start out knowing, what is your vote goal? How many volunteers do you need to recruit? How many election integrity people do you need to have? How many people are going to be the super volunteer in your group? You know who they are. 80% of the people volunteer. 20% of the people do everything. So, you know, I mean, yeah, you know, that's every group I've ever been in, that is the way it goes. So, but the 80%, if they put a bumper sticker on their car, they show up at an event or whatever else it may be that they're doing, it's vitally important. Like if you do an event and it's an empty room with just a 20%, that's not good. You want everyone there. So everyone has a role, but some people are the super volunteers. Okay, so do you know what your goals are for your county? Do you know what your vote goal is? I didn't think so. So Jeff helped us come up with that, and Megan and Linda are going to pass that out now for you.
So we had the list. We got the list of the counties that were going to be here today. So we use those on the list. So everyone has from the county, from the list that we had. So we put goals and I'll talk through about the data. If you're not on this list, we can do this for you as well. And as we go through some of these numbers, some of them are kind of crazy, overwhelming. You just wonder, but we have a method to our madness. And, you know, it's really, today it's data modeling that goes into it and trying to figure out, there's a turnout universe, that's your low propensity voters who tend to be on the right side or conservative. And then there's also your 4-4 voters that are your voters, consistent conservatives. 4-4 voter can't be 29 years old or 24 years old. They can't be 4-4 because they don't have enough elections. But that doesn't mean there's not a 24-year-old that's a hard conservative. So we've modeled this data, and we've done it by county, and we've gone through, and I'll just run through the columns real quick and then go through it. We've got the state, the county. We put the 2020 Trump vote count. We put a 2024 vote goal, a targeted GOTV voters. So that's what we have modeled to be low propensity voters who tend to be conservative, that should be good for our universe. A recruitment universe, that's again modeled consistent conservatives, and then we did vote goals, relational, election security, team leaders, that 20% that she talked about, and then we have the numbers of precinct in each county, which we believe are true, but can be going through. So
let me, I'm going to take
Yes.
Cobb County as an example. Is Sally in here anywhere? Okay, good. Sally's seen these numbers, so I don't think she'll mind if I point them out to you, because I made sure that we were on the right track back in October, trying to figure out what do people need so they're organized and ready for the fall. She had a vote count in her county, Cobb County, Georgia, of 165,436 voters. Her vote goal, we're saying the vote goal should be 166,363. That may change by the time we get to August, but for right now, that's where it is. It could change based on voter registration and people who are moving in and out of the county. She has a targeted list of voters of about 54,000, and then her recruitment universe is about 16,000 people. That's a lot of people who are consistently voting conservative in her county. Well, her goal of the number of people she needs to recruit to volunteer and actually do something is 3,200 people. She needs about 10,080, almost, not 1,000, 100. She needs about 1,100 relational organizers, what we're calling patriot champions. We estimate she's going to need at least 225 people to work on election security, and she'll probably have about 258 people who are our team leaders and those super volunteers. And then each of you have that. So you're looking at that and you're probably going, oh my gosh, these goals are overwhelming. How in the world am I going to accomplish this? Let's take a moment and break it down. First, the recruitment pool for most of you is very large. Now, it may not be as large as what you need. You may look at it and go, there's no way I can get this many people. But there are going to be people, and I will use Georgia as an example, because we have so many counties. There are going to be counties where there will be more volunteers than work to do in that county. Now, they may not be in the metro areas, but they're going to be in the state. So we're going to have to make sure that they know that if they have extra volunteers to help fill the positions in the bigger counties that may be leaning a bit more to the left than to the right. Some people will step up automatically in September and October. If you've not been a chairman and you've not been a leader during a presidential election year, and not 2020 because nothing about 2020 was right, but 2016 or 2012 or any of the other years, you know that the volunteer recruitment pool spikes in September and October. But if you haven't been here yet to do that, you may not realize that. Some of these people, a lot of the people have never been asked to volunteer, but they would if you asked or you gave them something to do. Newton's first law of physics is inertia. It's really simple. A body at rest stays at rest. A body in motion stays in motion, but that's not my phone. I'm like replying. It's an alarm. I got to act. A body at rest tends to stay at rest. A body in motion tends to stay in motion unless acted upon by an external force. If you're trying to push a boulder downhill and it's sitting still, it's really hard to do. Like, you've got to get it moving. It's not going to move by itself. You've got to push it. But once it starts moving, it starts going by itself much faster. All of you right now, we're in the moving that boulder stage, getting it moving. It's hard work, but once it starts going, it becomes a lot easier. You've got 40 weeks until Election Day, 280 days. You've got time. Let me go back to that. I sped through it and you got your... It's not a lot of time, but you have time. You've less than a year, but you've got 40 weeks. Do you know what you're doing in each of those weeks yet? Do you have a plan? Don't worry, I have an answer for it. Or the beginning of it, and this whole summit has answers for you. The people who are crazy enough to change the world and to think they're crazy, the people who are crazy enough to think they can change the world are the ones who do. I'm crazy. We're going to change the world. We're going to save our country. So how do we get there? I don't know if you're laughing because I'm crazy or because we're saving the world or both. But either way, I'm okay with that. Okay, so you've got to prepare. And we've got a tool to do that. We have this over at our booth. We're not giving this out to you right now, but you can pick it up from our booth, okay? So we've got a little guidebook to get you started. I want you to come by and get it at lunch because I think it will help you thinking about the next presentations and the kind of things you want to be figuring out during the next presentations today and tomorrow. But you've got to assess where you are right now. In this first phase, it really comes down to assessing where you are, creating a plan, recruiting and training people. You have to look at your current organizational structure and document where you are. So you've got a list of everything you need to reference. And here are things you need to think about. You have a list of all of these easily available. The voting precincts and their locations and their addresses. The early voting locations and the addresses. All of the subdivisions or HOAs in your county. All of the apartment complexes in your county. What about churches, synagogues, places of worship? Nursing homes and assisted living facilities. High schools, colleges, community and civic organizations. Regular community events like fairs, concerts, whatever it is that's regular that happens in your area where you may want to show up and table. Media contacts. And a list of every intersection where you're going to want to sign in October and November, and if you're in Virginia, in September. Who in your county is the primary contact for each of these different places? Do you have that? It's okay if you don't, but that's what you've got to start thinking about, and we're going to help you with this. That's what assessing and planning right now is. And the list of this goes on and on, so I don't want to completely overwhelm you with that. But we also have a place for you to start thinking about how you're going to structure and organize the information. And we've got lots of blanks for you to fill out. But honestly, each one of these probably turns into a single page. I've done this. This isn't new. This is an adaptation of what I did and what Jeff did in previous campaigns. I was the county campaign chairman for Bush in 2004 in Cherokee County, Georgia, and I had a document just like this, and I filled it all out. And our county was so organized that I was able to go to Florida for the last 3 weeks of the election and help get out the vote in Florida because it was a swing state at the time. Recruiting and training. You want to start recruiting as many people as you can. Even though you still have a lot of planning to do, you've got to begin recruiting and training people because there are a lot of people you've got to be able to plug in. And we'll help with that. I mentioned the house party guide. We also have another tool that maybe I should hold off and explain, but you're going to have to recruit people. I'll tell you what the other tool is in just a minute. And then you've got to also begin recruiting and training poll watchers and poll workers. Now, I know we're going to be going into that later, but I just want to plant that seed now that you need to do that. When it comes to assisted living and nursing homes, you also need to have a single person from your county who is going to be a liaison to help with election integrity related to nursing homes and assisted living facilities. And I highly recommend that you work with Lieutenant Colonel Alan West's organization, American Constitutional Rights Union, not to be confused with the ACLU, it's the ACRU. And they have a website, protectvulnerablevoters.com. I think it's a site, it's written down on one of the pages for you. Okay, now, that whole document that I just went through, we also have a template in a spreadsheet. It's hard to see that. It doesn't matter exactly what it says. We have a template. So when you come see us and pick this up, we'll give you the template for your county so you can start filling it out and getting organized. Then we have another tool available for you. Alan Fuller, I'm not sure if he's in here right now. He's part of our team. Oh, he's way in the back, right back there. He's created, Jeff and Alan and I were sitting there and I was going, I want to be able to give party leaders, not party leaders, but county leaders. They could be in the party or they could be Tea Party Patriots leaders. I wanted to give them a guide of everything they need to do and list all their goals and be prepared. And Alan talked about what he'd done in Colorado. Jeff talked about what he'd done in Illinois. And Alan went and created this web portal so you can look at your own county and also the breakdown of different information about the voters in your county by precinct. And we can give you access to that as well. And then when you're recruiting people, we've got a tool to help you with that. Remember how I said people need to be experts on the issues so they know how to talk about the issues? Well, we're rolling out a new thing this year called a meeting in a box. And I'm going to quickly show you what's in that. It won't take very long. But we've got all these materials, and we can ship these to you. Don't worry, you don't have to carry this with you back in your carry-on luggage. But we have something that explains everything in the box. We have a call to action sheet that you can give out after presenting the information at your meeting. This one happens to be on the movie about child trafficking. God's Children Are Not for Sale is the theme of it, and how can we protect people who are falling victims of human trafficking and child trafficking. We have an entire workbook on it to help educate people about it. And then we have a PowerPoint presentation. You don't have to memorize all this or get a volunteer who can present it at your meeting. They can quickly go through the slideshow and then at the end do the call to action. And right now the call to action is we've got to have new legislation, but to get new legislation we've got to secure and win. So all of the calls to action right now are recruitment calls to action so we can secure and win.
So the meeting in a box is so good for especially county leaders when you're looking for, everyone's been to meetings every month and you have your elected officials speak and you have maybe your candidates speak, but you don't really have a program to help educate and help, expand that base, allowing those people to become experts in different issues so that they can be leaders in their own precinct. This box helps that. We're going to have different themes every month. This one was based on the movie. We're going to have an election integrity one. We're going to have one on supporting and saving the Supreme Court. We have a bunch of different issues, but they'll basically be one a month for the whole year. And if you want to come by our booth and say, yeah, I want to do that, we will send the stuff out to you every month so you can have it. You can have it part of your meeting. You can make a special meeting for it. You can integrate it into your recruitment stuff. It's wonderful stuff.
We're doing two versions of the PowerPoint slide because you're probably going, well, we have to have elected officials and we have to have candidates and we have so many things on our program every single month. So we have a long one in case you don't have anything else planned for your program. We also have like a 10-minute version or an 8-minute version of the PowerPoint that quickly highlights the problem, the solution, and then urges people to sign up to secure elections or win elections. So we've got both versions available because we know depending on where you are in any given month or with your meeting, you may need one version or the other. Okay, now, as we close out, I want to say this. In December, America celebrated our 250th anniversary of the Boston Tea Party. And Tea Party Patriots Action had this great commemorative video about it. We're so thankful for our founding fathers and for Samuel Adams. We wouldn't be here today as a country without them, and our organization would not be here because we would not have followed their example had they not taken action when they did. So many people are sick and tired and worried. They're worried sick about the future of our country. And who can blame them? The world is practically on fire, open borders, potentially facing a world war, persecution of President Trump, weaponization of government against citizens, indoctrination in schools, on and on and on and on. Some people are comparing where we are right now today in America to where we were in 1776. I don't tend to go there, and here's why. After the Boston Tea Party, and after the Revolutionary War, which is what 1776 is about, our founders wrote the Constitution, and they created a new form of government that empowered people, protected rights, limited government, and respected liberty. When Benjamin Franklin was asked at the end of the Constitutional Convention what kind of government they were giving, his reply, as we all famously know, was a republic if you can keep it. An answer, a republic, a representative democracy or a constitutional republic, not a pure republic, if you can keep it. And the challenge was to the people he was talking to and to every generation of Americans between then and now today. And we've kept it all this time. In 1776, our founders did not have a representative democracy. They were ruled by a king with little means to push back against his tyrannical will, except for military force action. They knew the dangers of consolidated power. They risked everything for liberty. They understood the nature of man, and they lived under tyranny. So after the war, they wrote this Constitution. And the Constitution has checks and balances all in it, up and down, side to side. The three branches of government are what we think of most often. But there are also checks and balances with the local, state, and federal governments. And there is a check and balance that each citizen in the entire country has, because each citizen gets to cast a vote to change how we are ruled in this country. And we can overturn our government every 2 years peacefully through the electoral process, which our founding fathers in 1776 could not do. Now, today's government is absolutely being wielded against us like a nuclear warhead. And this is no time for meaningless action. For meaningless talk. It is time for action. It is time for courage. It is time for tireless dedication to the cause of American greatness. It will take every single one of us who loves this country, from the elected officials to the leaders in the counties, to the average volunteer and the average voter, to understand what is happening and to exercise that check and balance so we can right what is going on in our country today. And take note, all of you who are distressed and worried about this country, we all love this country and cherish it so much. You wouldn't be here if you did not. You are not alone. Liberty will not die on our watch. We will never give in. We will never stop fighting. Our children and our grandchildren are depending on us to dig deep, to be brave, and to trust in God. They are expecting us to protect them from those who wish to corrupt their hearts and minds. They expect us to secure our elections so that they still matter. And we will, and we must for our children, secure the blessings of liberty for their generation. We will succeed and we will win, and you will win in your counties and states as well. And Tea Party Patriots Action is here to help you do that and to do everything we can to save America. Thank you so much. God bless every one of you.
Don't forget to come by and see us at our table. We got plenty of stuff for you. We really want to help. We don't want this to be at the end. We want this to be the beginning of our relationship. We have a lot of people from our team here. Happy to help.
Thank you so much.
How's it going, folks? What a morning, huh? What a morning. My name's Brett Galashewski. I'm the Enterprise Director for the Legacy Field Program at Turning Point Action. Appreciate each and every one of you for being here today. We do have lunch for you guys. It's in the mezzanine, so that same place where we went to check in this morning. So we'll have each and every one of you hop out of here, grab lunch, and come back in here, and we'll have America First Works present to us on the great stuff that they have going on. But before we do that, I want you guys to give yourselves a round of applause. You guys are the difference makers. This is the group that's going to save our republic. There is a difference between those county chairs and those activist leaders who say that they want to change the game and then those who actually do something about it. Thank you guys so much for the effort that you are putting forth in your counties. Remember this when you go back home and you game plan for 2024 and beyond. Thank you guys. Go get lunch and we'll come back in a couple minutes.
Real quick, guys. Real quick. Before everybody goes to lunch, real quick. If you want to grab lunch, eat, we're going to have our great friends at America First Works in here at noon, right? So you can bring your box lunch in here. You can do it, but you've got to know what America First Works is doing. So start the discussion, grab lunch, but we'd love for you to bring it back in here so we can eat and see everything going. Thank you, guys.
champagne, pop. It's my house, come on, turn it up. Hear a knock on the door.
starting to have the conversation throughout the rest of today. We did this with now Tea Party Patriots. We're going to have a series of, again, these outside organizations, and we're going to talk a lot more about outside organizations, outside infrastructure, why it matters, why it's important. Because there are resources in organizations doing so much, and you've just never heard about it. And that's crazy to me. It's crazy. I heard people say, crazy, yeah. Yeah. Down in Arizona, we call it loco. It's loco. Here in Nevada, I think we can call it loco too. I'm really privileged to introduce great friends to the movement. A couple different reasons why. Most people aren't even aware of the great work that America First Works does. And some of us are, because we're in states where they're super present and super actively involved. They have so many resources. This is the C4 arm to America First Policy Institute. And I've had the privilege to get to know Ashley Hayek, who was in charge of the coalition's development. So you may have come across Ashley, if you remember, when she was working for the president's campaign in 2020 and did a tremendous job at starting to build infrastructure. But even the conversations I had with Ashley, she was like, oh my goodness, nothing's been built. No one's done any of this work. You know, we have such a need to build all this. And so taking her expertise and joining in America First Works, I've also been so delighted to get to know who I call the governor of upstate New York, at least he should be, Lee Zeldin, who's done incredible work there. Brooke Rollins, who was in the White House with President Trump, who has been such an advocate. Linda McMahon, so they'll get into it, they'll talk about it. But one other young lady who I've gotten to know for many years now, who was a former student body president in Florida who had intersected with Turning Point at an early time, who's going to be presenting. Her name is Sammy Mims. So give it up for America First Works.
How is everybody? All right, so like Tyler said, my name's Sammy Mims. I'm the former data director for President Trump, and I can honestly say serving the president, especially at a young age, was truly an honor of a lifetime. But one of the things that we learned, especially on the data infrastructure side, that we built something truly incredible. But the one thing that's, kind of the downfall of a lot of campaigns is they have an end date. They eventually end, and all of that hard work that we put in, and not just we on the campaign side, but all of our great staff and volunteers, it kind of goes away. And so here at America First Works and America First Policy Institute, we said, we need something that will outlast a campaign, something that is truly 100 years play. So we're going to talk a little bit about what that looks like today, but here we're going to talk about why that matters. So for so long, the left has dominated the technology, the media, and the data front. Well, I'm here to tell you that those days are over. Those days are over, and as you've heard already today, there are so many organizations coming together truly for the first time, especially on the conservative side of the aisle. Never before have we seen groups like Turning Point Action, like AMAC, like Tea Party Patriots come together and say, you know what, instead of working in our silos, we're going to be working together, because if we all work in silos, we're going to keep seeing the results that we've seen for the past 4 years. And I don't know about you, but back in 2016, I had a lot better life than I do today. So data is important. And one of the things that we found at America First Works is we're dealing with new electoral populations. For example, we're in Clark County, Nevada. So what worked in the past in Clark County, Nevada isn't necessarily going to work today. And why is that? 2 out of every 5 Hispanics in Clark County, Nevada, guess how old they are? They're under the age of 35. 52% of all Hispanics in Clark County registered to vote after the 2016 election. So these are things that you need to know. And Brian will talk about that in here in a second about our Project 19. Do you want to take it away?
Sure. Thank you, Sam. By the way, I just say everyone say thank you to Sam. This is one of my new favorite people on the planet. Thank you, Sam. As the immediate past executive director of the state of Georgia, I've got a couple of friends from Georgia here. I saw a couple of you guys. There you are. We had some very interesting difficulties, and one of the biggest problems that I had, especially at the state party, was just getting good data. And I think having data consistently throughout election cycle after election cycle is one of the main reasons that they kind of stole me from the state of Georgia, because I love Georgia. Unfortunately, I'm in the bigger swamp now. I know the Okefenokee in Georgia's the world's largest swamp. This is some Georgia trivia for you guys, but I think the bigger swamp is actually in D.C. I think you all can agree with that. So one of the coolest things about AFW and AFPI, you see some of our familiar faces here. Ashley Hayek is in the middle there. Brooke Rollins at the front, who's our CEO. She was the domestic policy chief for Mr. Trump during the administration. Linda McMahon, who's the secretary for the SBA, Small Business Administration. And then, as you heard earlier, Lee Zeldin, we brought him on as the chairman for our Project 19, which, how many of you guys know in this room how many counties are in the state, or excuse me, in the nation? And if Brant Frost is in the room, you're not allowed to answer this question. How many? 3,000, it's over 3,100. How many of those do you think will actually make a difference? And I'm not saying that they won't all play a huge critical part, but we've decided, or we've found that there's only 19 of those counties that can swing this next upcoming election. 19. Now, we need those counties in other districts that we still need to get that red meat, those red voters that come out, those hard R's that come out for conservatives. The Democrats do the exact same thing. But if we get just, I think it's 2%. She's a data person. Don't look at me.
0.9%. 0.9% in those 19 counties.
Sorry, thank you. So what this is why I need her. She gives me targets, and I go hit them. I'm the bull. I don't believe in zodiac signs, but I'm definitely a Taurus. I see red, go for it. So thankfully, she helps direct me on which red flags I need to go after.
That's why he's Republican.
We are a nonpartisan now, I think, legally. But anyways. Anyways, so like Sam was saying earlier, we need to have consistency through and through election cycles, whether it be legislative cycles in the state houses. There's a lot of different battlegrounds. A lot of you guys are county chairs, and God bless you. So every time I talk to county chair, I just want to say thank you, thank you, thank you. I know firsthand how much it takes to do this job. It is not a fun job. There's a state party chairman over here, Mr. Josh. Thank you for all you do, and all the other ones from Georgia. And the rest of you guys, I know it's a thankless job. So what we want to do is partner with you guys and other local activists on being able to provide you guys with resources. You heard, we've been talking with Tea Party Patriots earlier. They've got these fantastic meeting boxes. I think that's a fantastic idea. I think you should definitely check those guys out. We've also got what we call, these are some of our counties. I'm kind of messing around. Sorry, there's a 4 a.m. flight this morning, so apologies. And I just got one bite to lunch. We're targeting these 19 counties. You could probably guess what states they're in. Like Sam said, Clark County here in Nevada, Maricopa in Arizona, Pennsylvania, Duval County in Florida. I saw a familiar face from there. Nice to meet you. Georgia, we've got three counties in Georgia. Now, we don't have to necessarily win these counties, but if we do change the vote goals, or sorry, not vote goals, if we change the sentiment by 0.9%, getting better, hopefully there's not too many lawyers here. If we move it by just 0.9%, I think that totals up to 76,000 votes.
Yeah. So, for example, we like to look at, for example, no one really talks about the black vote in Maricopa County. It's not a huge population like white voters or Hispanic voters, but from 2016 to 2020, black Democrats increased by, I think, about 500, where black Democrats increased by, 12,000 votes. How many votes did we lose the state of Arizona by? And so we like to say elections are like football. They're a game of inches. And so every inch matters. So in places like Fulton County will always be Fulton County. But we need to make inroads, and we can't be afraid, because a lot of these people, Lee Zeldin is a perfect example. He went into the Bronx, and guess what? We actually have a non-Democrat city councilman representing the Bronx, because guess what? These people are hungry for the America First promise. They're hungry for the America First agenda, because guess what? As we discovered before, America First works. We've seen it, and these people are hungry. So I encourage you, just because you may be in, a non-super red county, or you may be a little discouraged with registration numbers, go out, talk to people. It's important, because every inch matters.
One of the ways that we do that is by, so AFPI is our parent C3 organization. What they have done is they've found that these A1 policies that you see up on the screen are all 80% policies. My favorite one is the first one, make the greatest economy in the world work for all Americans. Kind of makes sense, doesn't it? Now that sounds like it's very, very one-sided, but it also goes across, it transcends different demographic groups, different political parties. These are all 10 policy pillars that we can use when we're talking to folks that maybe they're independent, maybe they are hardcore one way or the other. It could be left or right, but 80% of Americans actually agree with these 10 policy pillars. So what we're doing is taking these policy pillars and driving them down into talking points that we provide to local grassroots organizations. One of the most surprising ones, and correct me if I'm wrong, I went to the University of Georgia, not a math school, so I apologize. Go Dogs. Got a couple friends here. I think it's 77% of African American females agree with, I think it's on here on one of these points, they agree with banning transgender modification surgeries. Now that's a black demographic that 77% agree with one of our policies that I think everyone in this room should be agreeing with, otherwise I'm in the wrong room. Okay. Now that's something that we can start these conversations with, and we may be a nonpartisan group, but that gives us a great lane to talk to folks, whether they be at the grocery store, whether it be on social media, whether they be just our friends and family. One of the craziest stats I've seen is that over 80% of Americans don't believe the mainstream news. What does that mean? That they actually believe news that comes from their friends and families. Brings me to my next slide. What is a neighborhood activist? So what we're doing is we're providing neighborhood activists with supplemental talking points and messaging that they can actually use while they're door knocking, while they're making phone calls, and while they're going to the grocery store, and while they're on social media, most importantly. Because we've seen, how many of you guys remember the Black Lives Matter boxes that went up in everyone's profile pictures? Okay. That was all paid for and organized by the left. Anybody surprised by that? Okay. It surprised me that it was organized in the sense that it was not organic, even though it looked organic. The left, the extreme left, has been doing a fantastic job of taking over social media and new platforms for years and years. They've been perfecting it. Where's the right been? Where's been America First policies been on social media platforms? Exactly. So correct. Why do we call it neighborhood activists? One, I just said it a few minutes ago, people trust their neighbors and their friends and family when it comes to news. So what do we want to do? We want to be able to provide you guys and your counties and your groups with the right messaging. We've got a whole team, and we've got fantastic rock stars like Sam that can dig into this data and figure out who to target in these areas. We can drill it down to the precinct level as well.
Yeah, so one of the great things that we're building here at AFW and with our partner organizations is our neighborhood activist program. But why does that matter? Has anyone heard of the organization called Greenfly? Probably not. It gets millions and millions of dollars every year by George Soros, by the Democratic National Committee, and guess who sits on the board of it? Former White House Press Secretary Jen Psaki. Weird how those messages turn out on social media. But the real promise is that hope is not lost. So we have a plan. So one of our messaging training program examples is we all want to build a wall, right? Well, build a wall is about a 50-50 issue. I don't think that surprises many of. I hope those numbers improve. But when you say finish the wall, secure the border, and defeat the drug cartels, that is an 80% issue. So it's important about how it's phrased, how you talk about it, and who you talk about it to. Because guess what? That mom in Pennsylvania who, whose child unfortunately died of fentanyl poisoning, she didn't support the wall, but she didn't connect fentanyl and the wall. She didn't connect Joe Biden, getting rid of the Remain in Mexico policy to her child dying of fentanyl poisoning. It's unfortunate. But when you make those connections for people, they start to paint the picture. And, unfortunately, when we welcome 300,000 illegal immigrants every month, people are starting to wake up to that. So finish the wall, secure the border, defeat the drug cartels. That's just one of our examples that we do. We also produce social media posts for people. So every day we have our Telegram channel. We send out talking points so you guys know what to talk about. We'll send out graphics because we don't want our logos on graphics. If you guys want to put your county logo on a graphic, great. That's the importance, is we're sharing the message. It's not America First Works message. It's just an America First message. And so we're trying to spread it far and wide. So if you guys go to americafirstworks.com/neighbor, you can sign up for our program. We'd love to come to your county and talk about it. Whether it's myself, Ryan, Ashley, Lee Zeldin, General Kellogg, you guys probably see him on Fox News. We just have so many great principals here at AFPI and AFW that we'd love to come in our free time, in our personal capacities, to help spread our message. So I'll give it back to Ryan.
You have free time? She's lying.
I do teach at a university sometimes, so just don't hold that against me.
I told you she was really smart. In addition to the Neighborhood Activist Program, we also have, under the Project 19 umbrella, we also have a lot of coalitions that we are also supporting. You heard it this morning, I think as I came in, I heard someone talking about churches. Churches are huge for getting the messaging out. I think it's, again, don't quote me on the numbers, but I think it's very, very small percentage of churchgoers have not, there is a large percentage of churchgoers that have never actually registered to vote. Why haven't we been partnering with those guys in the past? Especially when 80 to 90% of those people who do register to vote at a church continuously vote conservative America First up to 80, 90% of the time for the rest of their life. That's huge. So what we've done is partner with the National Faith Advisory Board, and we've actually tapped into the network and started providing them with messaging, not just talking points that you see on the screen, but also sermons that they can talk about the importance of civic engagement and how they can register to vote as well. So we're partnering with churches and talking to them about how do you talk about these issues, because they face some of the same issues we do about C3, C4 IRS problems, which drive me nuts. But I just like getting it done. Because we got to win next year, or this year, don't we? We got to win. We got to win. We can't keep letting this country go the wrong way. I mean, my grandfather, right before he passed, told me not to have kids because he was that scared of where this country was going. So I think one of the good things about AFW and a lot of our partners, a lot of our friends here in this room, is that we are actually going out to the churches. We're going out to the different grassroots organizations. We're showing up to where the folks are and being able to provide them with resources, but also we have a strong mandate from our organization, and I think a lot of organizations here, to not just be here for this cycle, but through the next 50 to 100 years. So we got to keep it going. We got to keep it going.
So the left has this saying, vote blue no matter who, and guess what? It works. It works for them. I don't think that that's a surprise to anyone here in this room. And I think Republicans are waking up to that. Conservatives are waking up to that. So one of the things that we do in conjunction with our messaging, with our data is great, activism's great, but none of it matters unless you secure your elections. So one of our things we have is our Center for Election Integrity, and we didn't want to wait until November 2024 to test our great plan to secure America's elections. We actually tested it out last November in Bucks County. Do we have any Bucks County people in here? Pennsylvania? Maybe? No. So one of the things that we did in Bucks County is we went in, which is actually a Democrat county now, and we talked with their election officials. So we came up with a checklist, and we did a war game. And we said, are you prepared for elections? If you cannot answer these questions, you are not prepared, and you are doing, malfeasance essentially. You're doing a misjustice to your voters. And so one of the things that we'd ask things like, what do you do when your, precinct runs out of ballots? Basic questions that they're like, I don't know. So it's, how many questions is it? It's about 8?
It's 4 or 5 pages?
Yeah, 4 or 5 pages long. And we went in and we educated the supervisor. Why do you need to have a plan? Okay, a precinct shuts down because a tornado came in. It happened. It's happened before. How do you communicate that to voters? How are voters supposed to know? What happens if a precinct doesn't have ADA access? You know, a lot of conservatives tend to, you know, some of them need that. And so it's questions like that that you need to ask your election officials, especially given your positions, given your responsibility. You know, you have been put in your position. You've been invited here for a reason. It's time to hold your election officials accountable, but we found that building relationships is the right way to do it. And Ryan, do you want to talk about election integrity on a Bucks County?
I think Jenny Beth was mentioning relationships, and you know, I think that's so key. But on the election integrity front, I know a lot of us have been concerned about that over the years. What we're trying to do is talk to other folks that are doing the same thing. Because I think one of the most frustrating things in the work that you guys do especially is when you find out some other group is doing the exact same thing you're doing. And then you feel like you're both doing the exact same thing, and then you start getting confusion. We've got to start talking to everyone and briefing each other on what we're doing and not collaborating, sorry. It's not the legal word. One of the craziest things, back to her checklist, was that one of the things that we found that there's a huge difference between process issues, because it all comes down to process on election integrity. There's a difference between human errors and there's a difference between fraud, and being able to figure out which two of those things are or which one is which. Like, for example, my favorite one from Bucks County is that they didn't think to check the size of the paper. This is the elected officials and the government workers. They didn't check the size of the paper that would fit in the machine. So what did they do? They ended up running out of paper. And they ended up having to use scissors to cut it down so that they could actually count the ballots. That's a little crazy to me. So there's some of these questions, and if you guys need a copy, please find us afterwards or sign up and ask us on our website. There's a lot of questions that you may think, oh, this was easy. Like, of course you should know about this. Not necessarily. So, so there might be a couple of questions about, have you checked the size of the paper? So we're in conjunction with that. We're also going on the legal front. We're talking with other folks on what they're doing. We've got a couple of pending litigation things. One of them is in Georgia. I've got an update for you guys, but not on stage. I'm already going to be in trouble, so, you know. Hopefully I got a job tomorrow.
Yeah. One of the great things is, one of the lessons we learned from 2020, good thing I haven't gone to law school yet. He might be out of a job. I'm just kidding.
Go back home.
We're SEC football rivals, so it's okay. We do this all the time in the office. But we're actively litigating before the election because there's only so much you can do afterwards. Right. I think I heard a couple rights. We know it. You cannot wait until Election Day to start litigating problems. And so one of our missions right now is we're comparing state and local laws because oftentimes they conflict with each other. And guess what? It's not to a certain side's advantage. Let me tell you that. And so that's one of the really key things. You'd be surprised at how often that happens. I'm from the great state of Florida. I know we have a couple Florida people in here. I used to live in Broward County. People who know Broward County. One of the greatest days of my life, I was Governor DeSantis's data director before I worked for President Trump. And the first day of the administration, we sent Brenda Snipes home. We said, you cannot run an election. You do not deserve to hold your office. And we need to hold our election officials accountable. And if you live in a great state and you live in a great county and your election officials are doing a great job, like our friends in Duval County, tell your election officials good job. Because guess what? They don't hear that often. There's not that many of them. So if they're doing a good job, let them know. So Ryan?
Yeah, again, just to point on that, and then I'll close up and open up for any questions. But that's what we found. Just saying thank you to some of the election officials ahead of time made it so much easier for us to gain almost complete access to their entire process. So being nice to these folks, like, again, those of us from the South, You start off with a little bit of sugar, and then you got to use the vinegar later, and you call them bless your heart in between. So I think that is very, very important. But if you guys have any questions, I'll cut this a little bit short. But do we have any questions for anybody in the crowd?
Oh, I see one right here up front. Oh.
So in my county, I'm in Johnson County, Kansas, which is still a targeted county, and our election officer sent out advance ballot applications to all active voters that were completely filled out except for a driver's license number and a signature, and you could opt to have your ballot sent to any location other than where you're registered. So and we went in and asked for their processes. Can we have a copy of your processes so I can make our people feel better about how well you're set up? And they have no written policy and procedure manuals.
That's actually one of the things that we are trying to, I think we're almost done-ish with collecting processes, and I think they call them election process manuals, EPMs in most states. Getting a catalog of all of those so that we have them on hand way ahead of time. And those that don't, putting a little bit of pressure on them to either get one or at least adopt the best practices. Even the federal government shouldn't be doing election processes or telling us as the states how to do that, but they do have a guide as to what some of the best practices are. So if they don't have an EPM, election process manual, then that's kind of the default. But that's what we've got a team of lawyers actually looking at. And Kansas might be something we do later on, especially if you talk to me afterwards.
Is that on? So is that, I should ask the question, is that in your list of 80 questions? Can I have my election integrity team look for that on your website?
It's not public yet because we
can send it to you. Yeah. We'll send it to you. I encourage you to check out our Center for Election Integrity because I know we have some lawyers that would love to talk to you about that. They're quite fantastic. By the way, our lawyers led by the amazing Attorney General Pam Bondi. We love Pam Bondi. She's great. I worked with her when she was the Attorney General of my state, and it's great to work with her again at AFPI. So I see we have another question.
Yes, Bruce Parks, Washoe County, Nevada. You need
Bulldog fans in here.
Well, you need to be aware that elections in the state of Nevada are a soup sandwich, especially when it comes to Washoe County. In the last 2 years, we're on our 4th registrar of voters. Exactly. And this one only has 2 months' time in service in that office. So I expect lots of problems. We have litigated before the elections. We had a judge tell our voter registration office they must provide meaningful observation. But because of the ambiguity of that sentence, meaningful observation meant 90 feet away from where you're standing. So if we can't find the judges that are not jellyfish, no brains, no backbone, if we can't find the judges that will actually litigate meaningfully, how do we change it?
So there's a little something called, and not many people know this, the Civil Rights Act. But under the Civil Rights Act, election officials are required to keep election data for a certain period of time. So we actually embarked on a project, because we were a little curious about some funny things happening at 3 a.m. In November of 2020. So we requested 100 counties. We said, we want your data that you've been required to obtain. 2 counties responded. 1 of them had it. So look it up. Hold your election officials accountable. Let me tell you, in Kansas, it might help you out. The Freedom of Information Act, it's a very useful tool. They get very annoyed, but it can be very effective, especially when you're trying to litigate or investigate possible malfeasance.
Thank you. My name is Gianna Jacks, also from Reno, Washoe County, Nevada. You said you would come and speak with us in person, and as the chairman of the Washoe County Library Board of Trustees, we're fighting a very difficult local fight in our libraries and schools. So to have you come to our local meetings in Reno, you had the invitation, and I would please personally invite you to my library meetings in Reno and what's happening. The other thing I want to say is part of the Mom Coalition and the moms, that Turning Point Action is starting with the mom boards. What's really important and missing, I think, is a lot of the homeschool moms are at these meetings, talk about places to recruit and educate. Is the meetings, the moms, and the homeschool community is generally forgotten about, and we need to reach out to them. So thank you so much for all your work. And I really appreciate you all very much.
As a product of homeschooling, thank you for saying that. Don't tell Sam here, but Washoe is the unofficial 20th county on my list. So.
Yeah, and the other thing on the libraries, we actually, when we were talking with our folks in Bucks County, they had a really big school board meeting talking about women in sports, or men in women's sports. I was a college athlete. I played beach volleyball. I played 2 years for the national team, beach volleyball and indoor volleyball. Never in my life would I imagine that I would have to share a locker room with a man. That is crazy. It's crazy. I had a pleasure of talking with some people who were not from the United States last night, and they could not believe, the pronouns, the gender modification. They could not believe that you don't have to have a photo ID to vote in every state in the United States. Like, what? In the United States? In Pakistan, you have to have a photo ID to vote, but not here, So it's, we're working on it. We're working on it.
David, again, home of we
Hello? Hello? Cutting out.
It's an Auburn fan getting back for that Georgia football game. It's all right. Next year's our year. It's fine.
Okay, let's try this one.
All right. We had volunteers in the 2022 election wanting to call voters who had, Republican voters, we believed, because we don't register that way in Georgia, who had not voted in early voting. We wanted to call them, and we never could get a list of Republicans that had not voted in early voting that we could call and say, get your votes and come to do early voting, or get your absentee ballots in, or come election day. We couldn't get a good list. The Democrats seem to be able to get that list. Can we get that list this year?
So as a 501c4, we can't coordinate directly with parties. However, our neighborhood activist program, who is in your county, who operates in your county, one of the great things about it is we're like a central data hub. So we share data. We'll share data with Turning Point Action. We'll share data with AMAC. We'll share data with Tea Party Patriots. And the great thing about it, I can't believe we didn't mention this, is it lives on. So if we tag, a single mother in Fulton County who's concerned about DEI education in her schools, well, guess what? Guess who's getting a phone call to take action January of 2025 when Georgia's legislative session starts? So because we've already had that data, we tagged her that way in the election in 2024. So this is something that lives on. It's not something just for 2024, but it's something that we can use and we can activate for legislative sessions to actually make change, because elections are great, but we need to hold people accountable, and that starts at the ballot box and that ends in sessions.
My name's Shane Trejo. I'm here with many great patriots from the state of Michigan. Thank you.
What county?
Oakland County.
That's one of the 19.
Right outside of Detroit.
One of the 19.
Yes. But I wanted to bring attention to one of the people who came here today. Her name is Marion Sheridan. She's the Grassroots Vice Chair, elected official in the state of Michigan. She is facing multiple felonies, and they want to throw her in prison for the rest of her life because she was one of the alternate electors who refused to rubber stamp the illegitimate Biden takeover coup regime, whatever you want to call it. So she's facing the rest of her life in prison potentially. And so what are you guys doing to help the victims of weaponized government, like the electors, Can you intervene and help Marion raise money?
Find me after this.
So ironically enough, our office is right next to the J. Edgar Hoover building. For those of you who don't know, that is the formal name for the FBI building. So we love our neighbors across the street. It's a very convenient walk for some people. But we have 6 policy campaigns, and this is talking about on our C3 side. One of them is on the weaponization of government, not just targeting conservatives, but actually we filed lawsuits on behalf of millions of Americans who've been censored. So any sort of government that has been weaponized, I encourage you to check out. It's AmericaFirstPolicyInstitute.com. We have a whole weaponization of government. And then we have our constitutional litigation partnership, which is headed up by Pam Bondi and Attorney General Matt Whitaker. I think he might be familiar. Yeah, he might be familiar with some of you guys. Yeah. We love Iowa. We love our friends out there. But I encourage you to check those out because I think some of the solutions you may be looking for might be there too.
I've got 6 minutes left.
My goodness, that's going to take, I'm going to need to add 1 more minute to that. Look at the sign behind you. It says restoring national confidence. The only way we're going to do that is by fixing these elections. If we can't get the people to believe in the machines and we can't make sure these machines are right, we need to go to hand count paper ballots. If we can't do that, then we absolutely need to take the individuals that we catch cheating out there and have task force to do that, have them switch places with those, our patriots is in Washington jail.
So it's so amazing how some states can count ballots a lot faster than others. So you mentioned worked in Florida in 2018. Florida, as you can quite imagine, it's a very big state. And we knew that we defeated Andrew Gillum by 8:30 p.m. Polls close in that part of Florida by 8. So if a state of Florida can accurately count ballots for millions of people, I don't know what's happening in Georgia. I don't know why Georgia can't get it together.
Ride back.
But I say that because part of our checklist is determining those best practices, because your state may not be, an A+ state now, but it can take lessons from states like Florida. It can take lessons from states like Iowa. There's always lessons to be learned, and so we need to learn them and we need to share them.
Thank you guys for being here, representing Fulton County, Georgia.
God bless.
We could be here a long time just on this alone. My question is, the foundation of the fraud that we continue to see in our elections, one of the primary pieces is the voter rolls. And we are currently facing, we have actually had the chair of our Board of Elections admit to our Board of Commissioners that they don't follow the law and they don't review the list, so they definitely don't ensure that each elector is legitimate. And so how legally can we start to force these people? We need the hammer to put them, in their place so that they actually follow state and federal law.
I'm going to go on a little bit of a limb here, but I'll give you a little bit of insight. There's 2 numbers that we may or may not be looking at right now with some folks from Georgia and some other states. If you look at the U.S. Census Bureau, it says, I'm making up numbers, 100,000 people that live in one county. If you also look at a voter registration roll and it says there's 110,000 people in that county, can you answer that? And that may or may not be what's going on right now.
Yeah, in Fulton County, just because I am the numbers person, it's 108% of the county's population is on the voter roll. That's simply amazing.
That's public data, y'all.
That's simply amazing. And it's not just Fulton County. So under our Center for Election Integrity, we actually have published a list, if you guys are curious about what your county's rates are, or if they're extremely high, like even 97%. I mean, come on, guys. I wish we were at 97%, But I encourage you guys to go check out our Center for Election Integrity because you'll find all of those rates, and we publish them.
So is there a legal means within your policy institute to enforce these laws?
There might be. Okay. There might be. It's our constitutional litigation partnership. So One of the other great people that we stole from the state of Florida is Richard Lawson. And so Ryan can talk to more about the lawsuits going on with our friends in Georgia.
Off the stage.
But there are quite a few.
I got to talk to my friend Sally Grubbs here next.
Hi, my name's Sally Grubbs, and I'm the Cobb GOP chairwoman from Cobb County, Georgia, and the overready chair for the state GOP. And I just want to tell you thank you. Ryan's smiling because he knows how much I love him, and we miss him in Georgia so much. And we're blessed in Georgia to also have Orion and Cooper, so they don't just put words out here for work, they actually put them into action. So Orion is newly elected as an officer in our 7th district. So woo for Orion. So I just want to say to everybody in this room that we owe a great debt of gratitude to Charlie Kirk, to you, to Jenny Beth Martin, and all of those who are speaking today, because we had to learn from 2020. I was elected in 2021 that no one is going to come save us. We're going to have to do this ourselves. And I'd also like to point out that there are, in a lot of places, I see a lot of similarities with Michigan in particular and Arizona with Georgia and the strategy. When you see the tweets that are coming out of Michigan, the same as they are in Georgia about intentional disruptors and things like that. And I just have a message today to everyone in the room. Don't get distracted. These plans are out here and in place for us to use. Let's use these tools to move forward and not get distracted by people that try to get us off the path.
Thank you.
So one thing about our friends in Georgia, real quick, just to highlight the importance of we cannot be complacent. For so long, we thought Georgia was a red state. It was. But of all of the new registered voters since the last election, 57% are Democrat. 57%. 24 Republican. So your work, what you do, everyone you talk to, whether it's your neighbors, a voters, a volunteer, they matter. Because those 57%, I guarantee you, the left's going to be turning them out. So we've got to do our part. And I think we do have one more question.
Last one. So, Catherine James, Lumpkin County, Georgia, we have grown over 250%, and we've rolled out a project called United Saves America, USA for short. With that in mind, my question is this. I am going on my 6th year as chairman when I finish this term. Our Secretary of State has sent our county, along with other counties, a notice that they will come into the county randomly, pick counties random during this election cycle, and remove the machines during the election for testing. And then they're calling it parallel monitoring, and then they will return those machines anytime during that election cycle. Have you guys heard of that? And if so, do you know if it's legal?
So I mentioned I teach at a university. I teach cybersecurity courses at a university, and quite funny enough, the Biden administration's own cybersecurity infrastructure agency, CISA, published a vulnerability list, and guess whose voting machines were on that vulnerability list? So I'm just saying, people are aware, and I think that that's something that our lawyers are working on.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Yes. So we'll close out with this. If you're interested in joining our neighborhood activist program, getting involved with us, americafirstworks.com/neighbor, where you can find us afterwards. And as a wise man once said, the best is yet to come. Thank you.
Hello, hello. Well, give it up again for America First Works. We are grateful for wonderful people who came straight out of the Trump White House to be working so diligently to help us in the States, and that is incredible, incredible stuff. This is the time I think we're going to have the next quite a bit of time here to focus on election integrity, which I know we're also focused on. And I want to just tell two quick stories, and I want to invite them on stage. First, last January when, I don't know if you remember this, Mike Lindell was running for the chair position. And many of us who were on the RNC had conversations with Mike Lindell. And it was really funny to me because there was this conversation that existed because Mike has dedicated his entire life. He's given up all his business, everything, his entire life. And I went to Missouri for their large conference that they had. And if you had a chance to watch that, if you haven't, there's tidbits of it online. They're probably going to talk about how to go back and watch this. It is incredible the amount of research that has been done with some of the most brilliant minds that they brought together for this. And it is infuriating when I see people try to disparage that. What's more infuriating to me is when people pretend to support things like this and then they turn their back on these people. I remember this one thing that happened, and it was not someone that's in this room, but another very important county chair told me, Tyler, I would love to reach out to the Lindell team and spend more time investigating what they have and be able to work on that in my county to do things that I think are going to be effective with my county supervisors, my county executives. But I'm afraid I'm going to lose access to data with the RNC if I do that. I've been semi-threatened. There's no reason to feel that threat. You have every ability and every right to work with outside groups to get the information, to have everything on the table to understand what we're up against, because every county is unique. Every place is unique. And I want to tell you, in the time that I've been able to work with Mike, specifically on, we launched a resolution. We called it a return to excellence. I'm not sure if you've seen this. Some of you in your states have run in your counties and your states a similar resolution that says just what I just said. All of this is okay. Mike was the brains behind that, and he's a great man. But I've been really impressed with getting to know his team. We work really closely together with their entire team, and Sean is incredible, truly a genius. Patrick Colbeck, unbelievable mind. These are the forefront minds. And we deserve to see all of this and work together as closely to lay everything out. So without further ado, please give a warm welcome to our friends from the Lindell team.
All right. Wow. We are in exceptional company today. My name is Sharona Bishop. I'll be bringing the team out in just a moment. But I want to just say it takes a warrior to bring something like this together. I want to thank Turning Point Action and the leadership of Tyler Boyer for doing what wasn't supposedly popular. Only not popular, by the way, to the establishment, not for the people. This is what the people want. This is what they need. And they're going to need every single one of you to take this back and scale it on their behalf to help save this country and ensure there is an election in 2024. On November 16th of 2021, I was making a berry cobbler, just pulled it out of the oven. My kids were homeschooling, and a battering ram was taken to my door at 9:30 in the morning. The FBI raided our home, took all of our stuff, and at the end of the day, when we asked, what is this all about? They said, you connect people. So don't think for one moment any of you sitting in this room think you're safe from the weaponization of a government that does not want you to have the most basic fundamental right, the right to a true and transparent election. The reason that I'm here today is because there are people, as Tyler said, who say a lot, but they do very little. I'm with this team and with Mike Lindell because he has kept every single promise he's ever made. The first person we called was Mike Lindell. And it'll probably be the last one we call when this is all over, to thank him for his steadfastness, his courageous, character rich. Have you ever seen anything like it? Losing everything to gain a country. That's what we're doing right now. And that's what Mike is doing. I want to introduce just a couple of these people to you. First is Cause of America. Nothing gets done without the back-breaking work of Grassroots. The people are what matters here. It is the people that have been disenfranchised, and they were looking for leadership. And because Mike was relentless, as you all know, he has field vision. He does not let anything get in the way of what we are doing. The mission at hand is to save our country and to get rid of electronic voting machines. Well, Cause of America is a foundation of 300,000 great Americans across this country and all 3,143 counties who are desperately working to make sure we will have an election in November 2024, and it will be a real election in 2024. Cause of America is brought together by one of our amazing people who's very quiet, usually in the background. She'll be in the audience, I'm sure, at some point. But I want to say her name. Michelle Rapogel has done an incredible job of uniting all of our grassroots, every county and community, state across this country. She is trusted with the hardest days that they have. And I believe that Tony Shoup is in the room from Pennsylvania. And Tony can testify to that, of her incredible, relentless work. Along with her, of course, is the great Colonel Sean Smith. I don't know if you guys know, but he was actually dubbed the #1 most dangerous election denier in the state of Colorado. I'm sure he deserves that. He deserves that applause. He is relentless. I want to share a little bit about his background with you. He is, in fact, a real retired Air Force colonel with over 25 years of active duty in space and missile operations. Director and test manager for operational testing of weapon systems, UASF fellow to RAND Corporation, installation and squadron commander. He spent 4 years as senior military evaluator for space, intelligence, surveillance, and reconnaissance systems under director, operational test and evaluation, or called DOT&E. He worked for the Office of the Secretary of Defense, exercising oversight of test design, execution, reporting, advising Congress and senior department defense leaders on operational effectiveness and suitability of critical, very complex DoD space programs costing over $45 billion. He's been a consultant on adversarial assessment special projects for the Department of Defense, but somehow in Biden's America, he's not qualified to talk about and assess these electronic voting machines. I mean, it's unbelievable. After 52 years and never being involved in politics, he watched the same 2020 election you all did. And that's what activated him to service in Colorado. He rounded up our people. We had a leader that we could believe in and trust, and we began to follow his direction. I can't wait for you to hear from him. Patrick Kolbeck is our CFO for the Election Crime Bureau. Now, overall, this organization helps to oversee Cause of America, works with us here at the Lindell Offense Fund, and collaborates on behalf of Frank Social and our media also that we put out to make sure your voice is heard and people will know when there are election issues at hand or election crimes happening at hand. Patrick served in the Michigan State Senate. And I mean, you guys, these are some of the smartest people you're ever going to meet. He literally worked for NASA. He is the engineer of all engineers. He's an accomplished aerospace engineer, certified Microsoft small business specialist, and former vice chair of elections and government reform in the Michigan State Senate. He's been a frequent guest on national TV, radio. He continued to work with meddling kids across the nation to expose the truth about what happened in the 2020 elections. But you know what? He hasn't been allowed to talk about what happened in America's elections. These are people who have been sought for their wisdom, for their experience, their expertise, but somehow they're not qualified. They're not qualified to talk about what's going on in America's elections. Well, who is qualified? Who is qualified? Oh, you know what? Sorry, I don't know how to do this. Oh, no. Isn't that going to play? Am I missing something? Okay, shoot. Well, I'll tell you who's qualified. That first line would have told you. Democrat after Democrat after Democrat. Hacking, 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 hacking. Election stolen, 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 stolen. Guess what? Their houses aren't raided. They're not blacklisted. Their businesses aren't destroyed. They aren't terrorized and weaponized against by both the judicial system and the legal system. They don't have Project Democracy going after everything they have and hold dear to them, and every single association they have, every friend they have in this world attacked by these systems. The Democrats can say whatever they want. They can talk about stolen elections all day long. Why can't we? Why can't we? I'll tell you why. Because we're telling the truth. We're telling the truth. Think about it for just a second. Democrat running in her primary, in her own precinct, got 0 votes. At the end of the day, after the election was hand ballot counted, she won. And the predicted winner lost by, he was the last one actually, last man standing. What else is going on? Georgia, I heard you guys talking about it just a little bit. In Georgia, we have Judge Amy Totenberg. She said, this is a Democrat, this is a liberal. And she said, unequivocally, these machines are not safe. So what kind of people stand against us in America? What kind of people tell us that we can't talk about elections? This guy right here. I want you to notice Edward Perez. For whatever reason, he's quoted constantly in your Georgia publications. He's also the same person who thought that every great American who questioned elections and questioned what happened on January 6th should be terminated from all social media big tech platforms. These are the people that don't want us talking. They're the ones that don't want us talking about machines. They don't want us to be working together like we're doing here today. Those are those people. What I've loved so much about the organization, the team that you're going to meet here today, is it is full of extraordinary people and very, very ordinary people as well, who've just been living their life and doing what's right. You ever felt like that? You're just doing the right thing, and then all of a sudden, your opportunity to serve comes along. Linda Rance is that person. Linda Rance works with Cause of America. She actually has written the Return to Hand Counting, the guide, as the tool that you're all going to be taught and shown here at this event for paper ballot counting. It's one of the roadblocks people say to getting rid of the machines. They have forgotten how to count. It's the strangest thing. So she is going to teach you how to count again, multiple races, as many races as you need to count, and do it effectively. She's been featured on Steve Bannon's War Room, the Lindell Report, and the John Gordon Show, many radio shows and programs across the country because she's so extraordinary. But I want you to know this. She also is not allowed to talk about elections. She is facing lawfare right now for being the woman who created the paper ballot hand count system. They're going after her criminally. All right. Last of all, but certainly not least, is a man that I met during COVID, actually, and all of you are going to recognize this man in just a moment. We needed you all. We still need you all. But the work is being done anyway. Mike Lindell has created a system, an organization that covers every single facet that we need. Media, investigations, legislation, litigation. He's done it all through the Election Crime Bureau. All you have to do now is jump on board with us. Dr. Doug Frank has been his feet traveling across this country, spending the last 3 years away from home, telling people what's going on, working with them to find solutions in their own community and their own county. And let me tell you a little bit about Dr. Doug Frank. This guy ain't no dummy. Contrary to CBS, contrary to the Washington Post, and any other publication that tries to paint him as a fraud. When I met him, he was the acting chief of the math and science department at the Schilling School for Gifted Children in Cincinnati. He had spent a lifetime publishing 60 peer-reviewed scientific publications. He was at the feature and cover articles in leading scientific journals. He had done done product development for the CIA. He created multiple tools that people use every single day and don't even know. If you're a bowler, you know. He's one of the most brilliant people in America, period. And yet he is not allowed to talk about elections. Every opportunity that the MSM has had, they have painted him as a phony or a fraud. And he also is facing lawfare and litigation right now. Dr. Frank helped to establish this school that was so vital and important to him. And in the wake of elections, talking about machines, he basically had no choice but to give up this incredible dream and this incredible work of working with extraordinary children who need a great mind like his to teach and educate them, to go full-time on the road to make sure America knows exactly what is going on in this country. Dr. Doug Frank is the Johnny Appleseed of America right now, not only spreading the truth of God's ordaining of this moment in time. This really is our opportunity as the people to stand up and protect what we love the most, defend this country, as we always were supposed to do. But also that they have the obligation and the duty to secure your own backyard, to secure your own election process. And that means getting rid of these machines. He has demonstrated, and he'll talk about it today, he has demonstrated over and over that you can't win against the machines. It's been such an honor the last 2 years to watch Mike Lindell put all of this together in the face of unbelievable odds. You're going to hear from him special today. This is a bit of an intimate group, but you have to understand everything that has been given up. And so many were unwilling to do it. Could have, but are unwilling because they don't want to lose what they've been given in this lifetime right now. They don't want to lose their wealth. They don't want their reputation attacked. They don't want everything they've ever done to be demoralized because they're choosing to speak out about elections. Democrats get book deals. We get canceled. Mike Lindell has put together an extraordinary team, and it is my absolute honor and privilege to bring out our very first speaker today. and that is Colonel Sean Smith. In the next few moments, I encourage you all, take this on as your mission. Get your pens out, get your paper out. We're ready to go to war. Let's go.
Hello, everybody. Let's see, is there a clicker somewhere here? Yeah. Okay. So I'm not a politician. I'm not really a very political person, and I don't mince words. And we have a lot to cover, so I'm just going to move very fast, and I'll just apologize up front. We don't have time in the presentation really to go slower, and honestly, in the country, we don't have time either. So let me tell you, this is what I know. This is a sliver. We could talk for 4 or 5 hours about election systems and just scratch the surface. So everybody should be looking at the election system we have. Can you see that? Okay, so what you're looking at there is the part that we're really not talking about yet. It's all machines. You have to understand that. So you have a centralized statewide voter roll. That's on networked machines, servers. It has a public-facing internet interface. That's it. That's all I need to know that it's blown. That's a centralized statewide voter roll that was mandated by Help America Vote Act. They have these all over the country. And it's not just that you have a public-facing internet interface to it, but multiple organizations have what's called an API, or an application programming interface. In other words, a machine-to-machine interface into that voter roll. And I'm telling you this because when people say, well, we have to clean up the voter rolls, it's true that they're not following the law. It's true that they're not in good faith maintaining them in accordance with Title 52 that requires that the voter rolls be both secure and accurate. That's a requirement imposed on the Secretaries of State who've received the Help America Voting Act and CARES Act funding to maintain those voting systems. What nobody's going to tell you, but I'm going to tell you, is you cannot clean those rolls. You're sweeping a dirt floor. Those things can be changed in microseconds, and they are changed in microseconds, and we've got proof of that happening in multiple states where voters are shifted between counties, they're made active, they're made inactive, they're deleted off the rolls after voting and then brought back in a month later. These things cannot be maintained. They cannot secure them. Then the next thing you're looking at in that slide is HP Industrial page-wide press. This is what vendors like Runbeck are using to print your ballots, 20,000 ballots per hour. But it's not just that they can print ballots. Those aren't just blank ballots that can be printed. They have to have access to the voter rolls, and they do. That means they also have to have access, because they're running the automatic signature verification machines. They have access to the voter rolls, and you can see the quote there from their own documentation. It's two-way. They're not just reading. They have access to insert. So they're scanning signatures. They're reading signatures for signature verification, but they can also insert things into the machines. And you know, I love them. They're public servants in many cases, but they cannot secure these systems that are opened up to these vendors and opened up to these third parties, let alone to public-facing internet. Then you have the Postal Service. There's no two-person or, bipartisan teams at the Postal Service. All the ballots going both ways there are handled multiple times by who knows who. The very same people that internal postal investigators have to investigate 2,000-3,000 times a year for theft of mail. These are the people handling our election materials going out and in some cases back in. Well, those are machines too. Those processing machines are scanning 100% of election-related mail, including the exterior images of those ballots. So now they can associate signatures, if they're not secured within an interior envelope, affidavit signatures with the information of the voter from the voter roll, because that's in the intelligent mail barcode. That's happening all across the country. Then you have, that's an Agilis machine you're looking at. That's a sorting machine, but it also does the scanning of the signatures. So now, remember, this is all happening before the first ballot is counted. So when we talk about things like early voting, this is the process you're submitting that ballot to. You early vote, and there are multiple parties that know that ballot's been returned. They know who it's been returned by. And if they want to replace it, they can do that. That's what this system allows. Then the last thing you're looking at down on the bottom there is, let me see if that's a quote from, oh yeah, ballot tracks. So ballot tracks, was a subsidiary called i3 Ballot of the company i3 Logics that did healthcare data analytics in Colorado. And the person they brought over to help lead the ballot tracks process. Now, these are people, I think, 19 states right now, including 8 of the 10 largest states in the country. They're getting the proxy data, but they have both access to the voter rolls, and they're getting the proxy data from Postal Service IVMTR, which is Inform, View, Mail, Track, and Report. That's who scans the ballot images and the metadata. And so they're getting that data right now. Well, the guy they brought over to do that was a gentleman, maybe, named David Moreno off of the Dominion Voting Systems Uniform Voting System project team in Colorado. So he went from Sequoia with Coomer to Dominion, and then went from Dominion over to i3 Ballot, now Ballot Tracks. So that's all before the first vote is counted. Then you have the voting systems themselves. Wait, did I do that wrong? Let's try this again. See, technology. So these are the 5 largest voting system vendors in the country. ES&S is by far the largest. Dominion is the next largest. Came out of nowhere 2010 through 2012 with a consent agreement enforced by the Department of Justice under President Obama, under which they acquired the premier assets, which had been originally sold to ES&S. So now they've all sharing that technology. And I could talk to you for an hour about the people who've gone back and forth between the companies. But there's no dirty deed done by any one of these that isn't covered by somebody who's gone on to one of the other companies. All of those systems, so you can listen to the CEOs and testimony, or you can read their public affairs statements, but all of those systems are using general purpose computers that are manufactured either entirely or in part outside the United States, like ES&S and Dominion and Unison and Clear Ballot Group all use Dell, and Hart InterCivic uses Hewlett-Packard. It doesn't matter which, because the components are being manufactured by the same people in the same place. It's not the United States. It's over in China. It is China. Now, what difference does that make? Well, so here's a statement. This is from National Counterintelligence Center. I'll just let you read that for a moment. That's right. Oh, wait, I went too far slide. So, okay, so this was, wait, something's wrong there. Oh, okay, I see. So that's how many systems, voting systems in the United States are made entirely in the U.S. of U.S. parts by U.S. workers. And I'll show you exactly where they're being made. So if you hear a CEO say something else, well, they're lying. They're lying, and I know because I've looked up the information from their components. I looked at the motherboards, I looked at the hard drives, I looked at the memory cards. Same thing I would do before when I was looking at the systems that we were supposed to be operationally testing, so I understood what threat was facing them. Same thing. This is the threat explanation from National Counterintelligence Center. Supply chain. So when we talk about hacking, supply chain isn't really hacking. Supply chain is like pre-hacking. This is like the builder of your house builds in a secret entrance for themselves. We're not building our voting systems. Seriously, would you allow the Clinton Global Initiative to manufacture your pacemaker? That's what we're doing. That is what is being done right now. SolarWinds was a supply chain attack. It was a corruption of a software element. They spoofed a certificate, and then they inserted malware. Once they got a foothold, if you don't know what SolarWinds is, look it up. SolarWinds was one of the most significant, severe supply chain compromises in U.S. history. Pretty much every single major department and branch of the federal government, many state governments, many large corporations, they were using this SolarWinds Orion network management appliance and software, and they corrupted it, and the adversary had a foothold. We're going to talk a little bit more about that. The threat statement goes on. So SolarWinds was a supply chain hack. So was the sabotage of the centrifuges that the Iranians were using to refine enriched uranium at Natanz. That was a supply chain attack. Nothing new about supply chain attacks. Insertion of malware, backdoors, hidden functionality, nothing new about it. The statement goes on. Increasing reliance on foreign-owned or controlled hardware. Remember when we had all the problems with the hanging Chad, and we got to get new equipment, by gosh, this is going to secure it. What equipment did they get? Made in China equipment. So this is just 2023 supply chain attacks. Airbus, Norton, the antivirus malware firewall people, Microsoft, Colonial Pipeline. What I like about the Colonial Pipeline example is that's critical infrastructure. It was supposed to be secured by the same people securing election critical infrastructure. That's how well they did. By the way, the people, CISA, under DHS, Chris Krebs people, they were hacked by the SolarWinds supply chain compromise. Their servers were compromised for at least, we don't know how long, at least 10 months, and they had no idea. They never found it. Mandiant FireEye found it and let them know. DOD, Department of Justice, Department of Treasury, Department of State, Department of the Interior, Department of Labor, Department of Defense, all of them affected by that same SolarWinds attack. The best part is that SolarWinds wasn't one attack, it was two. SolarWinds Sunspot is what everybody heard about. SolarWinds Supernova followed it up. Sunspot was the path and the opening it up. Supernova was the payload. You are not cleaning that off any U.S. systems. You're not going to read about that except, if you go looking for it. So this is the rest of this statement. Supply chain attacks can subvert and disrupt critical networks and systems like our elections, like our weapons. But that wasn't the first warning in 2020. In 2015, National Institute for Standards and Technology, which is the statutory advisor to the Election Assistance Commission's Technical Guidelines Development Committee, gave this warning. So 2015, NIST is giving this warning about supply chain compromises. And by the way, can you see those on the side? That first image at the top is a number 2 pencil, and above it is a small power coupler, but it's not a power coupler. It's the fake power coupler that was actually a data relay that was embedded on Supermicro motherboards. Supermicro is an American company, just like Dell and Hewlett-Packard. They manufactured overseas, principally in China. That thing is that small, and it was compromising the server stacks of Amazon, Apple, Google, and Microsoft, among others. It's a Trojan horse, and it's that hard to find. Do you think any election officials are going to notice a component that small on a voting system? They don't even know what's inside them now, and I'm not trying to be pejorative about it or flip. They don't know what's in them, and they can't. Even cyber professionals would not be able to find those kind of things. You have to find them with behavioral. You have to monitor the behavior of the systems and look for things that are out of order. And then below that is an image of just one of those 29 publicly acknowledged Chinese Advanced Persistent Threat Team headquarters. It's 12 stories. They have child care and dental care. That's how many people they have. All they do is try to exploit Western organizations and technology 24 hours a day. They have thousands and thousands and thousands of people in a nation-state led and managed effort. They're working with, research centers and handing information off to them. So these are the people, Ministry of State Security, that have access to the manufacturing facilities in Wuhan district in China where Wistron and Foxconn operate, manufacturing the same components that are going into our voting systems. This is what that looks like. No. Uh-oh. Can we get that? There we go. These are inside our voting systems. Motherboards for the R630 and R640 servers. This is what ES&S and Dominion are using. Those motherboards are made in China. Next to that is a Telit LE910 cellular modem chip that was on a DS200, on thousands of DS200 tabulators that ES&S sent out and sold to be used in our elections. The systems were never tested with the cellular modem, never certified with the cellular modem, and ES&S stuck a sticker on the side that said EAC certified. When the EAC was notified about it, by the way, by a leftist lawfare organization, because they don't like anybody using ES&S, all EAC did was tell them they had to update their marketing materials. I'm serious. ES&S's actual response was, we did not mean to mislead anyone. We'll tell them to take the EAC certified stickers off the side. I have the letters if anybody wants them. Next to that is a Jetway motherboard, also made in China, for another tabulator offered by ES&S. That photo of the workers, that's a Wistron factory in China. They're making the laptops we're using in our elections. It's kind of a factory town, by the way. A lot of times the workers come out of rural areas and never leave the campus. They're basically under government control there. The bottom is a Dell 7440 all-in-one motherboard. Those are used by Dominion as the computer interface to their ImageCast Central scanners. In Colorado, I found 104 of those Dell computers used for our scanner tabulators registered in Australia, according to Dell, and built with embedded Bluetooth and Wi-Fi dual-band modems in a state where you're not allowed to use wireless to connect to anything outside that voting system network. That was curious. And it's not just Dell. The Hewlett-Packard Z4 G4s that Hart InterCivic uses also have Chinese-made motherboards. Don't worry. The computers are secured with trusted platform modules, which is a hardware device that verifies that the hardware hasn't been modified. Those are also made in China, so feel free to worry. This is what the threat looks like. So that first on the left where it says cumulative, that's what the cumulative publicly known common vulnerabilities and exploits that MITRE was publishing were. That was at the end of 2005. Yeah, just under 13,000 vulnerabilities and exploits that were publicly known. This is like to Microsoft operating systems. This is to commonly used hardware, printers, network devices, Adobe Acrobat, etc. Anything commercially sold, you might have these published. Less than 1,000 at that point in time, at the end of 2005, were 9+ or the most critical level of a vulnerability or exploit. By 2023, we were up almost to 30,000 in a year. The total published cumulative vulnerabilities was almost 250,000, and almost 40,000 of those were the most severe critical vulnerability. I just want you to have that picture. Keep in mind, 2005 to 2023. By 2023, we had cumulatively, let's see, almost 3 times as many critical vulnerabilities as any vulnerabilities were known at the end of 2005. But we have defenses. Let's talk about those. Election systems were designated critical infrastructure by Jed Johnson just before President Trump took office. So let's talk about that. The Department of Defense requires trusted suppliers, supply chain security, configuration in accordance with security technical implementation guides. They have some stringent standards for supply for weapon systems and critical systems. Despite that, in 2015, an advanced persistent threat team breached the Joint Staff email system. That seems important. 2020, Department of Defense was one of the agencies breached by the SolarWinds compromise. They never detected it on their own, not once, not with $11 billion a year in cyber spending in the Department of Defense. Department of Homeland Security, on the other hand, regarding election systems, has no standards, no testing, no enforcement whatsoever for voter rolls, poll books, e-poll books, or audits. None. It's not that they haven't found anything. They're not looking. They're not going to look. They do have voting system standards. Those are left by statute to the Election Assistance Commission for standards, certification, and testing. And a lot of your states have statutes on the books that require those testing and certification as a mandatory prerequisite for your chief election officials to certify systems for use in your elections. CISA is responsible for election and cybersecurity, the same people that couldn't protect Colonial Pipeline, same people couldn't protect their own servers. So again, it's the right time to worry. These are the standards: 2002 FEC voting system standards, and then 3 series of voluntary voting system guidelines from the Election Assistance Commission. We have 0 voting systems in the United States certified to a standard newer than 2005. 0. 3,124 counties, and we're using a standard older than iPhones. Remember the threat chart I showed you? The critical vulnerabilities in the commercial products that are on our voting systems are almost 3 times as bad as total known vulnerabilities were in 2005. The landscape is completely changed. In that time period, we are aware of dozens of nation-state level advanced persistent threat capabilities. They are attacking us constantly, literally constantly. No standard from the EAC before 2021 even mentioned supply chain security, despite that 2015 NIST warning, despite the 2020 National Counterintelligence Center warning. It's not that they didn't hold anybody to a standard, they didn't have a standard. There was no testing. So if somebody tells you your voting systems have been secured, I'm telling you they haven't. The VSTLs themselves are like a puppet show. It's a Potemkin village. They've had accreditations expire, and the EAC and the Secretaries of State conspired to hide it from the public. I have all the evidence on it. I have their emails pleading with each other to say they had something. I've got it all. They lied. The fact that those testing labs weren't accredited properly means that every system they tested, not that they test well, but every system they tested that a certification was made on that basis was illegally certified and used illegally in elections. What do you think that means for the results? It should mean that we go back and recount from paper ballots, if we even have them. The election officials have also repeatedly failed to detect and prevent corruption, uncertified components and systems. And I've got a few listed down there at the bottom in the banner. Williamson County, Tennessee, one alert observer caught that the tabulator gave a different count than the ballot count they had kept in their head. That's why they did a hand count and found that it had left off, I want to say it was hundreds in that case, hundreds of ballots that it just didn't count. No warning, no indication, no log. That is happening probably all over the country right now. It happened in DeKalb County, Georgia, where Michelle Long Spears, a Democrat candidate, in her primary realized that their vote count was wrong only because the count in her precinct for her was 0, and she knew she had voted for herself, and her husband, I don't know if this is true, but her husband said he voted for her. Nobody will ever know. But they did a hand count, and instead of not making the runoff, she was the number 1. That's how bad it is. Maricopa County, could talk about that as long as the day is long, but they were using the wrong software on those tabulators. And we think it was on purpose, and we think it had a cause. Mesa County, Colorado, we've had 3 forensic reports by people with 120 years of cyber experience and forensic expertise, and they found that the systems were unsecure, didn't meet certification standards, had the voting system records in the form of log files destroyed off of them, were open to any external computer, and had duplicate databases created on them, and the data did not match from one database to the other, but what it did do was break the chain of evidence that would link the ballot images and records back to the paper ballots. You'll never see that from an election official. They don't even have the access to look at it. They don't know how to look at it. I mean, these are busy people. Even if they're faithful public servants, this is not their expertise. We basically have someone incapable, and we put them in charge of and try to make them our safety check, and they can't be. We also have configuration control. There's a process that's supposed to be followed, but it's completely subverted. So the EAC is supposed to approve engineering change orders to certified systems after an assessment by the same voting system testing labs that couldn't detect the wrong software or equipment changes in Maricopa or Williamson County, or DeKalb County, but they can make a recommendation that a change to a voting system is de minimis and needs no additional testing. So this is happening all the time. 171 engineering change orders were approved in the EAC database, 35 of them, 20% or so, in the last 12 months. And they include changes that swap out entire computers with no additional testing. Central processing units, basic input-output software, firmware, operating systems. They said all of them are de minimis. They're trusting the vendors. They have been captured by the industry. And why not? They're paid by the vendors. That's who pays for that voting system testing. Wrapping up? Okay. Nobody is testing your voting systems, I'll tell you that right now. Even the VSTLs are only testing an example of a version. So the voting systems that people back in your states are using, nobody has ever tested them. Okay, they're deployed under the assumption that they match what was barely tested to begin with. Logic and accuracy testing does nothing. It's a puppet show. It used to make sense with mechanical systems, but a software-driven system you can change in a microsecond, and they are changed in a microsecond. Auditable doesn't mean anything. Auditing means something, but not auditable. Risk-limiting audits have been disavowed by their creator, Philip Stark. These are not a method by which anyone could ever detect fraud. They're not built for that. They're built to detect mechanical inaccuracy, and they can't do it in a system like this. So all those examples prove that hand count of paper ballots is the only way to reliably detect machine error and fraud. And if you have to hand count anyway, you might as well just hand count instead of paying for the machines and then having anyone trust the machines. I could go into this, but we don't have time. These are the people who lied to you. They're not experts. There's only one person on there with any computer expertise whatsoever, and she's not a security expert. The rest of them are politicians, journalists, lawyers. They had no data to make these claims. And the first person to make them was actually Chad Wolf. He was the first person on 3 November to say it was the most secure election. Then Chris Krebs. Then this joint memorandum. This is our election system. Centralized, vulnerable, dirty rolls. We're not going to clean it. Vulnerable ballots and lax ID standards. You know, you can vote with a utility bill. You can vote with a tribal ID card. The government officials cannot verify that those things are accurate or authentic. Black box vote counting, vendor-controlled reporting. We didn't even get into that. Black box election audits. There's no way for you to verify how your vote counted. Our current election system is vulnerable to fake voters, ballots, and counts. These people tried to warn us. If you haven't read their books or their reports, I highly recommend it, and these charts will be available later. This is the truth about our elections. We have foreign-built systems and components. They are not secure. They cannot be secured. Anyone telling you they're secure is either ignorant about it or they are lying about it. The safeguards don't even exist in many cases, and they aren't used in most cases. And there's no solution that is, let's replace these with US-made systems, because most people can't verify those US-made systems are secure either. They're just as opaque as the foreign-made systems. They're just maybe a little bit more secure, but not much. This is the election system we need. Okay, we need clean, locally held voter rolls, not centralized. We need in-person election day voting with voter ID. We need a precinct hand count on video, and they can upload that same hand count to the county and the county to the state, and then we're done. No years-long national nightmare, no experts. I hasten to say it, but you know, everybody over 40, your math is probably good. If you were new math or Common Core, I'm not sure, well, some retraining may be in order, but look, we can do this, and Linda's going to talk about it. This is what the people in the country are doing right now, and Linda will talk more about it. They are begging for leadership and institutions to join them in restoring election integrity. They will not forget if you do, and they will not forget if you don't. Thank you very much.
Help me welcome to the stage Dr. Doug Frank.
I got it. Testing. Good to see you all. I've met a lot of you on the road. I've been traveling the country for 3 years, pretty much continuously. I got started in Pennsylvania, and I'll talk about that in a second. That's why I saw Tony Shoup here earlier. I'm a scientist. I was invited by the Pennsylvania State Legislature to look at the election after the 2020 election, and boy, did we uncover a lot of fraud, and that's how I got started. It's the only full forensic audit we've had as a country. After that, I was introduced to Mike Lindell. He made a movie about me. Sorry, these slides are supposed to be animated, but they're having a little technical problem with that. Mike made a movie called Scientific Proof. It's about an hour long. It's where I showed the statistical evidence. And I was thinking, you know, forgive me for being a scientist, but I thought that if I show you logic and evidence that you would fix the system. You know, that's the way scientists think. But I learned that that's not what happens. Well, I was invited by our president to give the keynote speech at his first rally after being out of office. And my task was to explain to the country how our elections were stolen. And I got to do that for the whole world. It was pretty cool. And it was a good day. But once again, I think it's the wrong strategy. And I'm going to explain to you what the right strategy is. I got to be with Mike at the Cyber Symposium. You'll hear about that. And then the Moment of Truth. All these wonderful pieces of information we've been telling everybody around the country. I've now been in 48 states, 800 counties. I've given over 500 formal events. You can look up the flyers if you want. Yeah, thanks. And the reason why I do that is another mistake I made at the beginning. A lot of us make this mistake. We rely on the evidence. We rely on the information to win this battle. We think that that's good enough, but it's not. And like the most successful movement in the history of the world, when Jesus led this, he went town to town working with the people, and he trained a small team. That's the strategy that works. That's what I've been doing. They call me the Johnny Appleseed of election integrity, because that's what I've been doing, traveling the country. I like it that the media picked that up. And this is an interesting, let me just pause for a second. When I first started going to California, everybody said, why are you going out there, Dr. Frank? That's a waste of time. They're already Marxist. They're already gone. We need you in Wisconsin. We need you in Georgia, and blah, blah, blah. But I was invited, so I went. And I was delighted to discover a state under Marxism. Because of that, the people were already awake. Most of the states I go to, they're asleep. They have no idea what's happening to them. So my first job is to wake them up. And then the next thing is to say what's wrong with their elections and then what to do about it. So the first year I was doing this, I was kind of shotgun all around the country. But now I've been focusing on my beachheads. What are beachheads? It's the county that meant. And so that's what I'm spending my time working on. I'm going around the country teaching everybody. I love, teaching everybody about election fraud. What's the basic problem? The basic problem is that in every state in America, our elections are centrally controlled. Sean mentioned a minute ago, your voter rolls are being centrally controlled from the state. And I like give you just a couple examples so you can see what the problem is, and I'll tell you what the solution is. So here's an example. This is from the state of Wisconsin, and I show since 2009 to present how many people are in the voter rolls in their 3 largest counties in the state. And this just took me about 3 days of work to download all these data. It's a lot of work. But you'll notice that right before the elections, the voter rolls surge, and then they clean up the rolls. And then in between, they surge, and they take the people out again. And then right before 2016, the voter rolls surged again. And then after the election, they remove a quarter of the voters from the rolls. Okay? That's crazy. And then they're all back again in time for the 2020 election. I showed this to Speaker Voss, the Speaker of the House of Wisconsin. I said, how do you explain that, sir? He said, oh, yeah, those 3 counties, they have a lot of turnover. I said, 25% turnover? I said, besides, let's look at all of your counties then. Every single county in the state of Wisconsin. When this graph went public, I testified formally before their legislature. When this graph went public, it generated a shockwave across the state because people were being told, we can't have widespread fraud in our state because every county runs their own election. Does that look to you like every county is running their own election? And my words are, that ain't natural, buddy. Okay, all right? And if you think it's just Wisconsin, let me show you the most conservative state in the country, Wyoming. This is their 3 largest counties. And when I showed this to them a year ago, they were all saying, what are you doing here, Dr. Frank? Our elections are great. We voted 3-1 for Trump. And, we have 8 out of 9 people registered Republicans. We're the good guys. Oh, yeah? Your elections don't look very random to me, county by county. In fact, all of your counties follow the exact same pattern. And you have the same problem as they have in Wisconsin, only twice as bad because it changes 25% every 2 years, not every 4 years. It's a big mess. Now, Sean mentioned that some of the states go up and down, up and down, up and down. I heard the speaker from Turning Point earlier saying, yeah, and some of our states have more people in the voter rolls, that black curve, than they have population. This is an example from Kentucky. So I want you to know this is not a Republican-Democrat issue. This is a we the people versus central control of our elections issue. Here's Kentucky. They're red, right? But they have 105% of their people registered to vote. And their Secretary Adams is saying, oh yeah, we've been cleaning the voter rolls. Oh yeah? Now it's even worse. It's something like 80 of their counties have more people in them, in their voter rolls than they have people. He's not making it better. He's making it worse. And if you think that the lawsuits are going to fix this problem, you're wrong. Judicial Watch sued Kentucky. They had to remove several 100,000 people from the rolls. Another lawsuit, the ACLU countersued them. They put them right back in again. And you're not going to win with lawsuits. Using the same strategy over and over again and expecting a different result, that's called insanity. And Einstein used that phrase. And Judicial Watch has been going around the country suing all over the place, showing that this is the case. And it's sort of futile. It's futile to clean the voter rolls right now, folks. You need to get control of your voter rolls, then clean your voter rolls. It's sort of like, you know, you can spend all day cleaning your kid's room. Okay? You put the kid back in the room, 5 minutes later, it's a mess, okay? You need to get control of the room. The only way you're going to keep your kid's room clean is to lock the door, okay? And so it's the same way with our elections. You need to bring them home, and you can lock the door and you can keep people out if you're running them locally. As long as you're letting the state run your rolls, you're toast. I'll give you one more example. Judicial Watch sued Los Angeles County last year. They won the lawsuit. EIPCA, the Election Integrity Project of California, was on that suit as well. And they had to remove 1.2 million people from their voter rolls. That's about 1 in 3 or 1 in 4 of the voters. That's how illegal they were. And within 2 months, their voter rolls were right full again. So, in other words, it's a waste of time to clean them up if someone else can make them dirty with a mouse click. Okay? So stop doing that. Start working on getting control of your voter rolls, which is what I teach. Of course, how is all this possible? Of course, it's the machine's stupid. And what do we mean by machines? There are all these different things. Sean gave you a great example of a lot of that stuff. I don't have to do that. So I just tell people, forget all the machines. We just need to vote Amish. All paper, no machines. And when your county clerks tell you, that's not possible, you just can remind them that they do it that way in one day with photo ID in Europe, and it's all state of the art. So it's one thing to say we need to do it. It's another thing to implement it. The first year I was doing this, I thought I could save the country from the top down. I met with legislators. I met with leaders. I gave important testimony before important folks hacking into their elections right in front of their faces, etc. And I thought I could fix the country top down. That was 2021. Not going to happen. So I spent all of 2022 learning from people like Tony Shoup, learning from the grassroots what works, and what works is local work. And what's fun, and I got these 7 steps, and the John Birch Society now has joined the effort. They are encouraging all of their chapters across the country to implement the strategy that I've developed, and it's aimed at the local group. You're not trying to go to your legislature. That's a waste of time. We've already learned that. There isn't a single legislature in the country that's passing any legislation that's making our elections more secure. It's kind of like you go to the doctor and he says, you have 20 tumors, but we'll take that one out. You're dead, okay? Our elections have 20 tumors. If you see any legislation, it's just like they're going to clip your fingernails. They're not even getting a tumor out. It's a bad deal. So anyway, and they've been featuring me. They have this interesting thing that JBS called the Freedom Index. And basically it shows that none of our legislatures are actually constitutionally conservative. In Indiana, 84% of the Republican representatives scored 50% or less on a constitution scale. And here's the state of Wyoming, the most conservative in the country. Last year, in last year's session, 2023, they had 26 Republicans that voted along with their most conservative Republican. I call him the King James Republican. And then they have 26 Republicans that vote along with their 6 most liberal Democrats. Who's our enemy? Is the enemy the Democrats? No, it's our own party. It's the Republican Party. They stand more in, the GOP is my largest opposition when I go state to state. It's not a pretty thing. Now, so as I go around, I think of each state, each county as a strategy, and I come up with all these different strategies. I've given up on the legal approach. I've given up on the legislative approach. I've been using a we the people approach, which is a constitutional approach. And I teach people how to do interposition, what noncompliance is like, what nullification is like. I just came from Nebraska. You'll like this, Van Sean. I showed the local people what to do if once they have the fraud in their hands. I give them their voter rolls. I teach them how to find fraud in their own county. And he said, if the sheriff doesn't back you up, the militia's going to arrest him. Whoa. Okay. That's a big deal, right? I mean, if you know the Constitution, you know what's going on. All right. I'm trying to go fast because times are short. By the way, if you want me to come talk to your county, I'm free. People say I'm a grifter. I'm sorry, it's going the wrong way. But people say I'm a grifter, but I'm really bad at it because I don't charge anything. So go ahead and have me out if you'd like. All right. So the strength of the Constitution lies entirely in the determination of every citizen to defend it. Only if every single citizen feels duty-bound to do his share in this defense are our constitutional rights secure. I teach people what their own constitutional rights are, and I show them how to prove that election fraud is disenfranchising them from their constitutional rights, which empowers them to nullify any state law or any state policy that does that. You know, it's like if the governor says, oh, you can't wear open carry of your guns, like they did in New Mexico, wherever you are. Pablo, I saw you earlier. In New Mexico, the governor said, oh, we're going to have a temporary ban on carrying guns. Not only did the sheriffs interpose and say, we're not going to let that, we're not going to enforce that, but the citizens didn't comply, non-compliance. And then they went a step further and nullified it. They wore their guns openly on their belt and did a protest on the Capitol steps, right? Okay, so that is what we need to do with our elections. We cannot let our government steal our ballots from us anymore. They are violating our constitutional rights. So that's what I do. This is a war between good and evil. The Constitution is our best weapon. We need to fight the First Amendment war so that it doesn't become a Second Amendment war. And we need to use our First Amendment rights like they're weapons, okay? When it comes to the Second Amendment, what do we do? If the government says we have to turn in our guns, what do we say? We say, come and take them. That's what we say, come and take them. But when they ask for our ballots, what do? Oh, here you go. Knock it off, okay? But you need to constitutional rights are being violated. Once you've proven that, then you have the constitutional standing to nullify their stupid Chinese-made systems. See where I'm going with this? Okay, I love this. It makes sense because it's timely. We show more due diligence in a football game than we do in our all-important elections. Only in America will we stop a football game, drag out measuring chains, and look at a play 15 times from 6 different angles to make sure the right call was made. But we refuse to verify the integrity of election in the highest office in the land. Right? We have lost sight. We got to quit doing that. We need to take back our own elections because, like Stalin said, it is enough that the people know there's an election. The people who cast the votes decide nothing. The people who count the votes decide everything. You have to count your own ballots. The time for letting somebody else run our government, the time for letting someone else run our elections is over. Has to be you. That's why we're here. That's why the Lindell team is here today. We have put together, are you up here? Sharona's up here giving me the hook. We need you guys to join us. We need you guys to join us. Why? Because we have a fabulous national network. And what we're finding is the biggest enemy are the courts, the media, local election officials, the legislatures, and oh man, they're our biggest blockers to our work. So we need you to join us. Come join us. The precinct strategy is working great. I'm going to just jump really quick. I like this. He says he was elected because he believed in what he called the grassroots politics. Politics from the bottom up, not the top down. Well, he won, didn't he? Okay, so what are you going to do? Are you going to learn from that? Do what works. Doctors call that best practice. You do what works. Trying to fix it from the top down ain't going to do nothing. Join our team.
I think you all understand why. That's a dangerous man right there. Those are dangerous men right there, and the government knows it. Absolutely. All right, our next speaker, former Senator Patrick Colbeck. Excuse me, pause, we're changing that. Our beautiful Linda Rance with the paper ballot hand count system. Get your pens and paper out.
Thank you. Thank you. Hey, thank you for having, I can't tell you how honored I am to be on the stage with the Lindell team. You've heard from some of our best experts. Patrick's coming up, and then Mike Lindell, of course. It's amazing to be here. So, I like to talk about hand counting. I am going to tell you I like to talk in stories. I'm not I'm not a scientist, but I found out too late that some of my slides that kind of tell the story are going to look wonky. Don't worry. We'll put the slides back up on Frank's speech later, so if anything looks weird, don't worry about it. Okay, so one of the first things I get when I talk to anyone, they say, hey, I wanted to talk to my election official, and they had some objections. First thing you have to talk to them about, an objection is based on grounds, either proof or an investigation, and in my experience, that's not happening. They will come to you, and they'll say something, but there's no real data behind it. What it is a myth. And a myth is something that is false or unsupported. But what I'm going to talk to you about today are findings. And findings are the results of an investigation or a fact check. So what fact checks am I using? Well, first of all, when I got involved in looking into hand counting, as a result of Mike Lindell saying, we've got to melt down the machines. And I said, and replace with what? So we started looking into it. I went to the Missouri statutes and found that in the state of Missouri, where I'm now from, that they had statutes in place going back to 1977 that completely laid out a hand count process. So I wrote an e-manual, which is a free download through Cause of America and Frank's speech, outlining a process. 60 pages of process, but the book itself became 300 pages because I wanted to give all the supporting information. I wanted anyone who used it to be able to find the citation or the quote or the reference. The other fact check was this. We put actual election judges in Osage County, Missouri, where I also happen to be from, and in April 4th of 2023, our judges hand counted an official election for the state of Missouri in Osage County. We had, thank you, it was a wonderful thing. We had 100% accuracy, and we put the information out. There was a push to discredit it after the fact. Different story, different day. So what are the common myths? You're going to hear, it costs too much to hand count, it's less accurate. It takes too long, there's not enough people. There's never enough people to hand count, and it only works in small counties. But I will tell you our findings, sorry for the overwrite there, hand counting saves time, saves money, gives you same-day results, is more transparency, better security, works in counties of any size, and continuity of government. I'm going to talk about that again a little bit at the end. I don't know if you know, but we have federal and most states have statutes and laws. If anything should happen, the government must continue to be able to conduct business, and that includes being able to run an election. Whether it's a natural disaster, or an attack, or some pandemic somebody yelled out. It could be just about anything. If that happens, we must be able to carry out an election. And we're going to do that because we will be able to hand count the ballots. So let's go into the first one. Hand counting costs too much. What they won't tell you is how much it costs to use the machines. We can't get that. Cause of America works with teams of people all over the country. Nobody's able to get a comprehensive accounting of what it costs to use the machines. But what they will tell you is that whatever that cost is, hand counting costs more than that. Okay? But here's the thing. I've been asked, and even Mike had asked, can you do an apple-to-apple comparison of the cost of hand counting to the cost of machines? And you can't because you can't get the machine count cost. But what I was able to do in our team by getting some open records requests is what I call a slice to a slice comparison. So we took some very specific cost related to hand counting, and that was just the labor cost of the additional people to hand count. As if nobody else working the poll would help, you had to bring in all the extra people. And on the machine side, using invoices, we pulled out very specific charges for the machines that had to do with programming the machines and printing the ballot a certain way just for that election. So just a really slim part of the machine cost because we had the invoices for it. And here's what we found. The apple slice per ballot cast, and this is based out of Osage, Missouri, Osage County, Missouri, less than 10,000 voters over a 4-year cycle, so it includes every type of election you would have in 4 years, $1.61 per ballot cast to hand count for that extra labor. On the machine side, that cost for programming those machines, $3.84 per ballot cast. Now, I'm going to tell you, even though this is Osage and it's a smaller county, these numbers, I am confident, and we'll do more work on them, that those numbers will translate into any county anywhere. I'm very confident in those numbers. Okay, so what then could we say is the cost of the full apple, and what are the other expenses for machines? Well, like I said, we can't get that information. But here's some of those items that are up there. The cost of the machines. Whether they're leasing them or buying them, imagine the cost. You probably have heard your county saying we need another $500,000 just to upgrade or buy some more machines. The storage of them. Those machines have to be protected 24/7, 365 days a year. What do you think it would take and what the cost would be to keep them there? And the fact of the matter is, I can't tell you what that amount is because we can't get it. So the best I can tell you for the for the machine cost is it's at least $3.84 per ballot cast. Now, what are the additional costs for hand counting? Well, the ballot boxes, and I found a really great metal one, can be sealed and everything. I didn't try to go with something cheap. I found that cost. Because we did it in Osage, I know every single supply that's needed for hand counting because I helped that clerk put that entire election together. The additional cost of a hand count is $1.10 per ballot cast for all the other costs. You combine that with the $1.61, it means that hand counting is going to cost you $2.71 per ballot cast. Comparing back to the machine cost, it's at least $3.84. It's a total of $2.71 for hand counting. That's a difference of $1.13 per ballot cast. So if you're a county or a state that has 1 million ballots cast in election, one election, you stand to save at least $1.13 million. Okay? So don't let them tell you that hand counting costs more. Now, what about that it only works in small counties? You have to ask them what is their source, because they can't answer you. They can't really give you any of that information. But I went to, of course, a great source. I went to AI. And I asked, if you look at the left panel, I asked AI, what is the average number of registered voters per polling place across the United States? And AI, which references, it gives you references, so you can go and check where it's pulling the information. It says it's 600 to 800 registered voters per polling place across the United States. In the center panel, I asked AI, what's the average turnout per polling place across the United States, and it said 60%. We've seen even higher. We've seen over 100% turnout at some polling places, but again, we got to get the data scientists out for that one. But the simple math means that the average polling place has 360 to 480 ballots cast in an election. So I would ask human beings, what is the difference if a team sits in a small county and counts 360 to 480 ballots, or that same team goes to a large county and counts 360 to 480 ballots? There's no difference. It doesn't matter where that polling place is located. So I can do an apple-to-apple comparison on this particular point. In the April 2023 election, I mentioned that Osage County was able to do the hand count, less than 10,000 registered voters. In Missouri, St. Charles County is our third largest county, and they have around 292,000 registered voters. In Osage, the Westphalia polling place brought in 481 ballots in that April election. 481, so one over that average we were just talking about. One team counted those ballots in 5 hours. And that was everything, totaling it. In St. Charles County, they have 115 polling places. 83 of them didn't even get 481 ballots. In a big county like that, 83 places barely needed one team to count it. The other 32 had under 1,000 ballots cast. So I would have put 2 teams in there. They could have counted that county of 292,000 registered voters in 5 hours last April, but they didn't. They used the machines. Now, people are less accurate than machines as the other ones. And you can't really see all the slides go through here, but the first thing you would have seen is that NPR, which is one of our trusted sources, NPR did an interview with an expert about hand counting, and the headline said, "Research shows that hand counting is less accurate." Research. But if you went through the transcript of the interview, even in the transcript it said, well, except that there's very few studies that show that. But people read headlines, right? They read the headlines. So we went to the Washington Post, another great source. And they have an article called Democracy Dies in Darkness, the 3 dreaded Ds. Democracy dies in darkness. And the number 2 item, it, being hand counting, opens the process up to more errors. And yet again, their expert later in the article says, yeah, but there's actually very few studies that show it. And the truth of it is, the study that they linked to in that Washington Post article, it was a study on whether human beings are good at repetitive tasks. It wasn't about hand counting. It was about repetitive tasks. And the study said they're no good. Well, when I was recently in Moline, Illinois, teaching right near the John Deere factory, the guys who work in the factory stood up and said, you have those people come out to the factory and we'll show them repetitive tasks. Okay, this one I hope works out. Voter intent. So this is part of the accuracy. We have a statute, and I'm finding that every state has a statute about voter intent. Our law says that the voter must make a distinguishing mark. That's what it says. Now, this is already going to give the answers away, but on our Secretary of State's website, there are examples, and these are screenshots of the example, and the green arrows show that it's a valid mark. You can see that there's in the top row an X, a check mark, a circle around the box, and down in the bottom they circle the name. In the bottom center they cross it out, or they mark 2 and they said this one, and then there's a thing about a write-in candidate in the bottom corner. Those are all valid. And if you put a counting team of human beings in there and they look at that and you go, I can see that that was the voter's intent. Okay? Now, they use the same examples with bubbles, and I don't want to flip to it yet, but they use it for machine counting. So it's a different section on the Secretary of State's website, and it says if the voter voted this way, so let's assume it's all the same ones, is it valid when the machine counts it? Are those valid votes if the machine is counting? Okay, just let me say it one more time. Is this a valid vote if the machine is counting the election? Okay, here's the answer. It is, because law says that the voter must make a distinguishing mark. We have been trained to fill in bubbles. We have been trained, even on those post-election audits that they try to do, to count like a machine would count it. But that's not what the law says. And these screenshots that I'm showing you are right off our Secretary of State's website. So the question is this: are the machines, when they count the votes, taking into account voter intent? Are they accurately tallying it? Now, this blue slides behind it that you're seeing through our open records, we got a PowerPoint slide deck from the Secretary of State's office that was given to them by one of the major machine companies because they were telling the Secretary of State how great their machines were. The center panel says this: here's what the voter cares about when they look at the ballot. These were screenshots of the ballot. And you can see they're showing the bubble being filled in and they're showing the name. But I put a question mark where the instructions should be. Well, if we look at what the instructions say, if we were to look at them, do not make any marks outside the oval and do not cross out or erase or your vote may not count. Does that follow the law? And we're not saying anything. To Dr. Frank's point, why are we not speaking up? We don't know if they counted our votes because we're not allowed to go and look at those votes after, those ballots after the fact. They lock them up until they destroy them. And they go from being locked up to destroyed with no window of time for we the people to review them. And then this is what they show. This is what the machine sees. It's got the timing marks, and then it's just got the bubbles. The machine doesn't see any of that other information in there. Now, I asked Clay Parikh, who's a cybersecurity expert, could the machine see that and count voter intent? And he said it could be programmed to do that. But is it? We just don't know because they don't tell us. So we don't know if these valid votes are being tallied accurately. Now, this one, there is an overlay here, but it says it's too long to get the results. And what they'll say to you, they have no basis for it, but they'll say, hey, nobody wants to wait that long for the results, and most importantly, the media needs the results right away so they can declare a winner. So, let me tell you, in the book that we wrote, and what we've done and what we did in Osage, that our mile marker, whatever you want to call it, is 50 to 100 ballots counted per hour per team. If it's a big ballot, and if you come out to our table, we'll show you an example of one, 24 races, two-sided ballot, I would go with 50 ballots an hour if I was planning a team. 100 ballots, that's the fast one like we did in April. We call that the Missouri model. So if you're scheduling teams, you want to look at that. You want to look at that and you want to get the teams, the number of teams that you need out there for that part of it. Okay, not enough people to count. If you debunk everything else, their fallback is, we don't have enough people now, we'll never get enough people. Well, we're teaching them. Through Cause of America, these pictures that you're seeing are places that we have traveled around the country, and we're teaching people how to count. And not just teaching them, these people are learning to be trainers so that they can go out in their states and counties and train other people. And that takes us to continuity of government. Colonel Smith, who you heard from earlier, said to me a while back, he feels that hand counting is the victory gardens of our day. If you recall the victory gardens from World War II, right, we had troops overseas and we had everybody at home who had to be fed. The people stood up, they learned how to plant food, and they took care of the troops and the country. But whose responsibility is it to find these people? According to law, at least in Missouri, it's these two parties primarily. These two parties, in order to ensure that we have fair and accurate elections, these two parties are supposed to be out recruiting election judges, the poll workers, the challengers, the watchers, the people who are necessary. So if you walk into a polling place and you see somebody sitting there who says, I'm the Republican judge, you go, yep, I know that person, they are a Republican. But these parties have to step up and do this. So, please, causeofamerica.org to learn more about what we're doing with all the states, because our state partnership team speaks to all the states over the weeks. The download of the e-manual, and then hand counting is easy. We're out at the table, out by the big Frank speech sign. We will show you a quick 2-minute tally demo. You'll see that it's easy, and if we just get that out to all the people, they'll understand we've got to go back to hand counting. Thank you. Thank you, Iowa. Thank you very much.
Is that awesome? We do not just complain. We have solutions. We have the tools that you need. All you have to do is implement them. Talk about more of the tools that Mike Lindell has put together through the Election Crime Bureau is former State Senator Patrick Colbeck.
Thank you very much, Sharona, and thank you for all you who are in attendance. And just to start things off and put things in the right tone and frame of mind, I got a confession to make. I hate talking about election integrity. Literally, I thought my public service was done when I served 8 years in the Michigan Senate, when I ran for governor, only to find out that the election results for my election, for the primary election, were posted on Politico.com the day before the election. I thought it was over. Sharona may have read some of my background. I worked as a design engineer with Boeing on the International Space Station, helped design life support system. I worked with the Department of Defense on virtual reality training systems. I like cool things like that. I like working on state-of-the-art stuff. This is stuff that we used to know how to do 200 years ago. This is not the exciting stuff that I wanted to be doing after I was out of the Senate. But I made a huge, huge mistake. What was that mistake? I decided to serve as a certified poll challenger out in Detroit on November 3rd, 2020. So, if you guys recall, there were those pizza boxes up on the windows to keep us from seeing what the heck was going on while they were counting our military ballots. If you recall, there was a 3:30 a.m. drop of ballots with zero chain of custody associated. We have no idea where those ballots came from out at the back of the TCF Center. Tens of thousands of ballots. And I'm also a certified Microsoft Small Business Specialist, so I was walking around all the tabulators and all the adjudicators, and every single one of them were connected to the internet. Yet all the election officials lied about it. So my mistake was going there because I'll tell you, I hate being lied to. I hate it with a passion. And here we are at Turning Point Action. The people that we are fighting for on these elections are the next generation. I'm supposed to be retired now, right? I'm supposed to be enjoying the golden years. I'm supposed to get my handicap for golf back down to 7. I don't even know if I could swing a club right now. But I'm not going to leave things worse than I found them. And I know a lot of the people that are in this room are in that same way. So I know there's a lot of craziness going on even within the Republican Party, in politics in general in the country. Get over it. Let's focus in on what matters, and that is restoring our constitutional republic and restoring the integrity of our elections. And this is why I'm happy that, let's see here. So Mike pulled me into this, all right? And hopefully we got the plan, the current slide. So back in October, once I saw what I saw in Detroit, I put my professional career on hold for 3 years. I wanted to do some fun stuff. I actually wanted to go back and golf, all that good stuff, right? But back in October, Mike pulled me in and said, you know what? I've been putting together all these different solution components on how we can secure our election for the last 3 years. I need somebody to help knit it all together and make it work and get it executed for this 2024 election. And so back in August, how many people were there out in Springfield, Missouri? Mike had a summit, an election summit, where he revealed what he calls the plan. And it's the plan to secure our election. And really, it's just rolling up all the stuff that he's been working on since day one. I want to go through all the different solution components and kind of get your mindset of what drove Mike to come up with these ideas and why they're so important and how we can engage you in using these tools. Because he's not building them for him. He's building them for everybody in these seats. He's building them for everybody in our country to help restore the integrity of the elections. You just saw Linda Rance talking about everything that she's been doing with Mike's support around hand counts. That's a big deal, guys. There's a lot of effort that goes into it. But that's only one small aspect of everything that we're trying to unveil for everybody to help secure our elections. So we're going to walk through them one by one here. And first of all, I want to start off with, you guys, back at the summit, this made a lot of press, a lot of media associated with it, when Mike revealed what he calls the wireless monitoring devices. Now, why did he do this? And this is a continuous theme of what I want to go over with you in this short segment, is that there was a problem. What was the problem? They said the machines are not connected to the internet. How do you centralize the management of elections? You connect them. You connect all the machines, not just within a county, not just within a state, but across the whole country. When you're connected to the internet, you're actually letting the folks outside of our country plug into what's going on in our elections. All right, so Mike wanted to dispel that myth once and for all, and so he put together this wireless monitoring device. And I'll tell you, it's a heck of a lot faster using this device than it was for me to issue a FOIA request for video that would prove they were connected to the internet. It took me 9 months in a lawsuit to go off and get the video evidence that supported the fact that the elections in Wayne County, which is where I live, all the election results and election machines were connected to the internet. With Mike's WMD, now we're going to go off and provide the ability to share that information real time. And so, guys, I've been at this for a long time, as many of you have been. It's been 3 years. It takes a long time to collect this data, especially when they're playing the FOIA obstruction game. With Mike's going around that with these WMDs. And back in November, he actually did a dry run of this, and we've actually got some results associated with that. If you go to lindellplan.com, there's a donor brief that highlights some of the findings that we had for the WMDs back then. So this is trying to dispel myth number one, where they say that these machines are not connected to the internet. He's going right at it here and saying, oh, yeah? Then explain this. And, oh, by the way, they're not even hiding that myth anymore, and that's partly due to the efforts from Mike, right? Because now in Michigan, if you go to the Michigan Bureau of Elections, they have a recent directive that was issued saying if the election officials are having issues connecting their machines to the internet, please contact Connected Nation, and they'll help you find a connection. So he's already had a success on that. We're exposing the lie about the fact that these machines are not connected to the internet. Now, what else are they lying about? Well, it's difficult to share because what they're doing is censoring us. They won't let us talk about this. We know all about the big tech censorship, right? How many of you guys saw that U.S. House report put out by Jim Jordan's committee on the weaponization of government and highlighted the election integrity partnership and how the federal government was getting rid of our First Amendment rights by using proxies to censor our First Amendment rights? All right, well, there's a way to go around that, right? If big tech, with the folks out at Twitter at the time, now X, thankfully, with the folks out at Facebook, with Zuckbucks and all that kind of stuff, if they want to go off and censor us, Mike went in and said, you know what? We're going to put together a big tech platform that's going to go around that. So when we see, and this is something that he just added back in August, we're going to have the ability to go around that censorship and let people know right away when we see funky business going on in our elections on election night. We're going to use social media as an incident reporting tool. So now, not only do we have real-time monitoring of these internet connections with the WMDs, but through Frank Social, we have real-time monitoring of incidents. And I'm going to show you a tool that's going to roll up all that information and make it actionable going into this upcoming election. So if we have a problem with big tech censorship, Mike came up with Frank Social to go around it. Now, we had a problem with big media censorship. So what did Mike do? He put together the Frank Speech platform. And, you know, he's got 3 live streams. I don't know how many of you guys have gone out there. You can watch live content on a regular basis. He's also got over 200 podcasts out there. You can see it on platforms from Amazon Fire Sticks to Roku, etc. That takes a lot of money, a lot of time, a lot of effort to invest in it. But you know what the problem was? We've been censored by the media. So you have to find a way to go around it and get the word out to people. And so he created the Frank Speech platform. Make sense? All right, so then we get into the struggle with how do you go off and do the bottoms-up strategy that Dr. Frank has been talking about, that is the most effective, and that Linda Rant's a hand count depends upon, because you need people mobilized out in the communities to do these hand counts. How do you do that? Well, that's why Mike sponsored Cause of America. Cause of America is it's more of a federation than a top-down approach. It's trying to provide you with the tools and route you into these solutions that Mike's put together to help you be more effective. They are glorified networkers and fixers, and they're there to make you successful in your endeavors. So I encourage you to check it out, because we're adding new capabilities to Cause of America as we speak. And one of these is around providing legal strategy advice. This is something new we were just able to add on. And also another one for legislation strategy. And we've got some great people who've been working on that for a long time. And just a quick segue, how many of you guys remember Kurt Olson and know who Kurt Olson is? So he's one of Mike's lawyers, he's one of President Trump's lawyers. He's been helping out all across the country. They are now working on a Supreme Court case that will have a writ of certiorari, if I said that correctly, so excuse my Latin. But to take that case directly to the Supreme Court, that's supposed to be something very big coming up here. So remember that name, Kurt Olson. He's been a great friend and a great help. But Cause of America provides a lot of other assistance around policy advocacy, about data analysis, and frankly, just basic education, because we're in the middle of an information war. How do you fight an information war? You get informed, right? And they got a great mechanism for that, including a library that is very useful for a lot of folks. So check them out, and I'll be with them back at the booth as well to get you plugged in. Now, we got an issue with fake voters, right? How do you find out if they're fake voters or not? Well, one of the best ways to do it is canvassing. And how do you do that? Well, the folks out at Turning Point, Mike teamed up with Charlie and Tyler and said, you know what? We need to find a better tool to go off and address that core enabler around mail-in ballot fraud, which is bad voters, fake voters that are out there. And so he's got probably one of the best canvassing apps that I've seen out there. It's called the Courage app. It's available for download right now. All right. Then we ran into another problem. Well, there's lack of education, lack of information in a way that people today like to digest things. So what did Mike do? He single-handedly kept the discussion of election fraud in the public square for the past 3 years, frankly. If it wasn't for him, we would have been shut down by all that censorship from the EIP and crew. So what he did is put together and supported over 7 different documentaries on this topic to get people educated. All right, and something else we're going to be working on very actively in this upcoming election, and that is how to battle the fake polls. So they'll come out and actually try to push a narrative on you and say, look, Donald Trump's going to lose by 50 points, and they'll put out some poll created by somebody who doesn't know what the heck they're doing of their favorite Bernie Sanders supporters or whatever, and there's nothing counterbalancing it at all. Mike's going to be supporting polls that are actually trying to get to the heart of the truth of what voter sentiment is going forward. Like just an example, when's the last time you saw a poll that actually talked about or highlighted election integrity as one of the key things on Americans' mind going into the election? They don't do that. They say, out of these 7 items, border security, et cetera, the economy, what do you think is the most important? They never sit there and let people go off and vote on election integrity. Guys, that's an 80% issue all day long. They don't want to talk about it because that way Politico.com doesn't get to post the results the night before the election. All right, so here's something else that is very, very new, and we're going to be unveiling this a lot over the next couple of weeks, and it's the idea of coming up with a common information portal to help us across the board, and something called Election Nexus. Stay tuned for more information on that. And then we've also got some dedicated discussions around election integrity on one of Mike's live streams called the Election Overwatch channel. So we're going to have dedicated shows on what's the latest status on lawsuits, what's the latest status on NGOs that are undermining our elections, what's the latest good news around what's happening in elections, that and many other things in a very structured programming content on Monday through Friday. And then last but not least, I just want to roll it up, guys. A lot of effort, a lot of money, a lot of time went into the development of all these tools. And the person who helped put this all together, one component at a time, is none other than my friend Mike Lindell, and that's who gets to close us out for this segment here. Mike Lindell.
Thank you all. Can you guys hear me? Thank you all.
Thank you, and what a team I got. And this is just, one of the things is the law that Kurt Olson couldn't be here because he is doing that right now, putting that thing for the Supreme Court, that we're actually taking a case and bringing it to them because remember, they deemed our elections critical infrastructure, and he's bringing that to the Supreme Court, and hopefully they accept it. But that's going to come very soon, within a week or two. I want to just quick put this in here. I want to start with, let's see. I guess I got the clicker. Let's see if we can play this part. February 2016, to change the course we were on. God had been taken out of our schools and lives. A nation had turned its back on God. And I encourage you to use this time at home to get back in the Word, read our Bibles, and spend time with our families. Our president gave us so much hope where just a few short months ago, we had the best economy, the lowest unemployment, and wages going up. It was amazing. Yeah, now remember, that was how many years ago now? Seems like it was yesterday. But people come up to me all the time in the streets and they go, Mike, you remember when I said God gave us grace for such a time as this? And they come up and say, Mike, this doesn't feel like grace. And I said, you know what? It probably wouldn't feel like grace, but just think where we would be if we didn't have all the resource, all the tools we have now. Like you just see the team we have here for this plan. If we didn't have a plan, I would sit here and go, it would be all just praying, God, please give us, provide us with a way to secure our elections. And I want to tell you all of the stuff that you've seen, all the stuff that Patrick was telling about that over the last 3 years that we went through. This team we have is amazing. It's huge. And we have a plan to secure our elections. We've been doing it since August. And one of the things that's added, that things that have happened since August is a few things. God just keeps providing with different things. For example, you had the Argentina. Let's see if I can see here. Is Argentina up there? Whoops. Okay. Okay. Is it there now? Okay. We now, when we go back, let me just tell you the plan real quick. When we do, our plan is to go to every single county in the United States, all 3,143. We've already done that. We have 300,000 people in all 50 states. And we've already approached them over the last 2 years. But every time we got blocked, the biggest blockers were the GOP, the uniparty Republicans, and our own party blocking us to get done what we've had to do on the ground. And now when we go back to around to these counties for the second time, I wanted to be, when I came up with this plan that last August when I announced it to the world, I wanted to be prepared. There's no way they could say no to us now. There's no way that clerk or whatever that's in charge. Most counties in the United States, you can make the decision at the county level, okay? So we're going back to them again. I wanted to make sure I have all the tools. You've seen Patrick go through all the entities I set up and all the things we're doing. But a couple things that we have now is we have the example of Argentina, the ones that say to us, well, this couldn't be done in time. Let me tell you, one judge in Argentina made a decision and said, we're getting rid of these machines once and for all. In 4 months, they switched to hand counting paper ballots, and they saved the country of Argentina. Then you guys, not even, I don't know, 3-4 weeks ago, you had Taiwan. They're the gold standard of hand counting of paper ballots. And they saved their country too. They had the most amazing election. We have part of our team over there, and we witnessed this. Because remember, we've looked at every system in the world. You've got Brazil, or not Brazil, the Netherlands, UK, Germany, France. They all have hand-counted paper ballots. Taiwan is like the gold standard. Lindell's system that you've seen here is better than all of them combined. It's amazing that what we have here. So we have this when they say to us, well, gee, it just seems so overwhelming to go to paper ballots hand counted. Well, that's a lie. That's already been done, and we're going to be able to do it. And then another thing that came up, this is really important. one of the things is to get people to understand, and they to understand. This summer I go, wow, I wish we had a movie or something, a documentary that put out everything you don't understand about our election platform, how complicated the machines are, and how to wrap your head around that all this stuff is really going on by a couple of people pressing buttons. And then Professor David Clemens, who's right here in the front row, you know, remember, he went around like Dr. Frank. He's been everywhere in this country, too. But he put together this movie. I met him at the summit I had, and I go, you already have what I dreamt in my head in this movie, so incredible that anybody that watches it, you watch this film, and you're going to go, now what are we going to do? Now what are we going to do? You're going to go into this panic because it's so easy how he explains it. And it's a great movie, too, by the way. And you can get that at the LindellPlan.com. You can get it right there. And but anyway, he put that in there. We needed that tool because when we go into places to be able to give them this film, or when they get this film and they watch it, they're going to go, oh, now what do we do? Well, the rest easy. It's okay. We already have the plan in place. You just have to embrace it, and it's a relief that'll come over them. And now I'm going to go to the next one here. When I was in Iowa, and I was for the Iowa caucus, I spoke, and then our great real president spoke. And I don't know if you can hear this.
Elections, our goal will be one-day voting with paper ballots and voter ID.
Paper ballots, voter ID. Now let me tell you, he's been just pushing this, you know, same-day voting, paper ballots, voter ID, and he talked, you know, every time we talk, he'll bring it up. He goes, you know, the only way they can do this is if they steal it again. Are we going to have these elections secure enough by then? And I said, yes, we will. We will. I said, I promise you, sir, we'll have them secure enough. I'm going to skip to the last for the sake of time because I speak again in a couple hours where you guys don't miss the thing is going to lay it all out and what the RNC should have been doing and all this. But one of the things the RNC, y'all remember when I ran for chair last year, one of the things that came out of there, which some of you out here probably were part of, a week after the summit in August, the RNC put out this resolution, paper ballots, hand counted, same day voting, precinct level, signature required. What a concept, right? And they put this out. Well, since that time, my team's on the ground. I go, wow, this is going to be easy. We're going to go to these states and these counties and we're not going to get pushback anymore because they voted this in 168-0. Well, that was a lie. We get there, we got to the counties, we got to the states, and we're still getting pushback by them going, you know, we love our machines here. We didn't have any problem. Donald Trump won. I go, whoever said this was a Democrat or about a Republican, this is a people problem. We need to fix our election platform, period. I think everybody is okay with who gets elected if it's a real election. That's why you have elections and not elections. So, I just want to tell you that we have the most amazing plan and we've been moving forward with it. And my team, I need you to all, this is really important. I am tired of getting blocked by the RNC, getting blocked by the GOP, getting blocked by people in our own party. I need, a lot of you here are part of the 168, and I need you in a couple of days, go back to your constituents and you tell them, you need to not just quit blocking my teams and all over the country, the grassroots and everything we're doing. That includes the lawyers, everything we're doing. You need to embrace us. They need to embrace this plan because we need to save our country. And if they do, I promise you, we will secure our elections and save our country. And thank you guys. We'll talk, we'll be back this afternoon. And I want to say one more thing. One more thing I do want to say is that this has all been on God's timing. And all of this stuff, when we get to this great place we're going to look back and everything had to happen just the way it did and on God's timing, because a lot of the stuff that's going on is helping people come to this bucket of common sense. It's opening people's eyes. Now all of your eyes need to be open and tell everybody to embrace this team and embrace this plan. Thank you. God bless you.
Awesome, awesome. Well, so we've gotten to the breakout session portion of the afternoon. So we have 2 breakout sessions that are going to be happening right now. One of them is in the room next door, and one of them is right here. The one that's happening next door is the technology panel. This is an opportunity to learn about what support system and resources exist in that realm. Here in this room, conservative activist Scott Pressler is going to be talking about voter registration efforts and specifically the Early Vote Action app. So one thing I will ask is that if you are going to stay in this room for Scott's breakout session, please download the Early Vote Action app. A lot of this will make more sense if we're able to run through this together. The other breakout session is going to be out those doors to the left, and then our staff will usher you guys into that room. So after that, we'll huddle back in here to finish off the afternoon. Thanks, guys. We'll take a couple minutes here. Again, the app is Early Vote Action if you're going to be staying in here. Download Early Vote Action.
So again, to have a successful presentation, I need y'all to please go and pull out your smartphones. Now, if you're a Democrat, it's a dumb phone. No, I'm just kidding. So, go to your app store, please. If you have an iPhone, download Early Vote Action. And if you have an Android, I won't hold it against you. Also, go to your Google Play Store, Early Vote Action. Is everybody finding it okay? This is going to be me talking to you guys and you talking back. So is everybody finding it okay? That's what I want. Okay, great. So I want you guys to please open your Early Vote Action application. Now what you're going to see is in the top left-hand corner. You're going to see kind of arrows that are pointing to the right. Top left-hand. I want you to click on it. Now, for many of you, if this is the first time you're using the application, it's going to ask you for your phone number. I would like you to please put in your phone number because it's going to authenticate that you're not a robot or a Democrat. And it's going to text you so it will authenticate. Please do that for me. We authenticating? Excellent. Okay, well, that's okay. If you're still looking on with a partner, that's good. That's fine. So authenticate, please. And now, this is unlike Campaign Sidekick or Advantage Mobile. So how many of you, can I get a show of hands, who here is a county chairman? Okay. So the difference between Campaign Sidekick or Advantage Mobile is usually you need like a password, you need a login, you need some sort of information that the party is supposed to give you that access. Once you put in your phone number, you have instant access to all the data. We have L2 data, so this is for all 50 states. So whether you're from Wisconsin, California, Texas, whatever, we have the data for you to help build your county parties or your state parties. So if you have downloaded it successfully, you're going to see a grand old flag. You're going to see a Republican flag, and it's going to say Help Knock Doors. It's going to say Contact Sign Up. I want you to please click on Help Knock Doors. Are some people seeing that on your phone? Excellent. And I want more passion, baby. I know it's been a long day, but do you see it? That's what I want. Excellent. Oh, babe, I just had Kathy. I'm ready to go. Let's go. So you're going to click on Help Knock Doors. Now you're going to see 3 different campaigns on there. The first one's in green and it says Voters Near Me. I want you to click on Voters Near Me. Now what is this? This is every registered Republican based on your current vicinity. So, and if it says it doesn't load, do it again until it loads. Go back in, do it over and over until it loads. You find it? Excellent. So this is registered Republicans based on where you live. Now, if you guys, how many of you are a precinct chair within your party? Excellent. So for you guys, this is going to help you build your precinct where you can knock on a door and you're not talking to Stacey Abrams, you're not talking to Tony Evers, you're talking to Republicans to say, hey, I'm Sandy. I'm your Republican precinct chair. We're going to be doing gun show voter registration and voter registration at farmers markets. How can I stay in touch with you? Can I get your phone number, your email address, etc.? They're registered Republicans. Now, I want you to click on the map at the very top. The map that it says Open Map. I want you to kind of scroll out a little bit like you're making the map larger and you're expanding the map. The light blue dot is you, your current location here in Las Vegas in the Strip. Now, you see the dark blue dots that are indicated with a number? I want you to click on one of those dark blue dots. At the very bottom, a name is going to appear and a phone number. You see how the name is kind of in blue like a hyperlink? Click on the name. This is cool. Now, it says the person's name, their address, their age, and their party. And it even has a script for you where what we're going to do is, how many Republicans have you ever heard say, I've never been polled? Right? We're always complaining. We're saying, I'm not polled. Well, we are going to go poll the voters. And part of it is just a conversation. It's an icebreaker. And so, what I want you to do is that person's name that you clicked as the hyperlink, I want you to click it again. What you're going to see for some of you is it's going to say add phone number. It might even include a phone number. So if it's raining, you can call these people. You can text these people. It even says add email address. Scroll to the very bottom. You see how it has a notes section on there? Let's say that you're walking your dog in the neighborhood and you see that somebody has an American flag. They have an Israeli flag. They have a back the blue. They have a St. Francis of Assisi statue. That is your opportunity to put in the notes section all of those political identifiers. You can even say, has a dog named Molly that yaps at 6 a.m. in the morning. Whatever. And you could say, like, what if there's a Black Lives Matter flag in the yard or a transgender? That's where you're going to say, I'm going to take my dog to go urinate in that person's lawn. No, we would never do that. We are Republicans. So what I want you guys to do is when you're in this app, as you move, I want you to exit out of the map, go back into it, and recalculate. So when you go home to wherever you're from, Wisconsin, Texas, whatever, you will be able to have this for your neighborhood. And as you're going street by street, go out, go back in, and it will recalculate an entirely new group of people for you. Does that make sense? Is that understandable? Excellent. Top right, I know this is kind of cool, isn't it cool? So top right hand corner, I want you to click on the blue X. And then in the top left hand corner, you're going to go out back to the main page. Well, actually, go back to Help Knock Doors. Help Knock Doors. So you have those 3 campaigns over there. I went over the first one with you, that is Voters Near Me. Now again, that is registered Republicans. Now, we're in the great state of Nevada. We are a closed primary state, meaning that people must be registered as a Republican if they want to vote in the Republican presidential, and it's a closed primary state. Next door in the great state 48 is Arizona. How many of y'all are from Arizona? Excellent. So you guys know we have a presidential preference election in that state. 1/3 of the state is NPD, no party designated, which means that 1/3 of Arizona cannot participate in the March 19th PPE. The last day to register as a Republican is February 20th. So, in an effort to make sure that we are increasing the amount of people that can participate in our elections, I want you to click on Arizona Registration Drive. Do you all see that? And remember, do you see it? That's what I want. Excellent. Okay, so now, same thing. Now, for some of you, it may have to load it again, but the same instructions that I provided to you before are what you're going to use for these people. Now, these are all no party designated people, but these are modeled Republicans. So we have layers of data in there. We have something for the L2 data that says favorable to Donald Trump, favorable to a robust economy. So again, you're not just knocking willy-nilly on no party designated doors. You're knocking on people that are more likely and receptive to be a likely Republican voter. And so you're going to do a poll. You're going to say, hey, my name is Sandy. I am doing a presidential poll. If the election were held today, who would you vote for? And if they say President Trump or Nikki Haley or Governor DeSantis, whoever it is, if it's a Republican, you're going to inform them, hey, we're a closed primary state. You must be registered as a Republican. Our records indicate that there are no party designated voters within this home. And that's when you, being the prepared person that you are, you're going to have a clipboard with voter registration forms that you can register that person to vote right then, right there at the door, like our friends in Jacksonville, Florida and Duval County have been doing a great job of. And that's how we're going to grow the party, by using targeted data to then register voters right at their door and grow the party. Now, I want you guys to please go out of the door knocking campaign, top left-hand corner, click out until you get back to the main page with the American flag. Now, I want you to put your finger on the right hand of the screen, and I want you to swipe left like you're swiping left on a Democrat on Tinder. Swipe left on your screen. Because listen, we're not dating no Democrats. Well, you could date one if you're going to convert them to Republican. We will allow that. We will allow you to do so. Now, you're going to see contact sign up. You're going to see register to vote. So yes, if some of you encounter somebody and you don't have forms on you for whatever reason, we have click on register to vote, and we have voter registration online for for the states that allow it. So for example, Texas, you can't register to vote online. North Dakota doesn't have online voter registration. Maine doesn't have online voter registration, but it's data collection regardless. And so I want you guys to please click and scroll over until you see make calls. Does everybody see make calls? Does everybody see it? Okay. So you're going to see two scripts on there, and this shows you how cool this is. So get this. You're like, what the heck is PA 140 special election? Well, get this. On February 13th, there's a special election for Pennsylvania's State House District 140. Why is this important? Because this is Bucks County, which is a swing county, and Pennsylvania, which is a swing state, and Democrats currently control a one-seat majority in the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania at the State House. Did you know that? This is an opportunity. That's beautiful. I love that. Oh, babe, I love Pennsylvania. I love Pennsylvania. So this is our opportunity to flip that seat from blue to red and win it and win the Republican House of Representatives for this doll over here. So Arizona can help Pennsylvania. So what I want you guys to do is let's go ahead and click on Arizona Registration Drive, since I already was discussing that with you. Please click on Arizona Registration Drive. Now, you're going to see a whole bunch of names, and you're going to see a phone icon next to the names. I want you to click. Keep doing it, babe. Keep doing it. Keep going, babe. So you're going to click on the phone icon. Now what you're going to see is a name will pop up, and it will see their age, it will see their gender, it will see the party. Now, even though it says Party Republican, remember, these are modeled Republicans. They are still no party designated, and I have confirmed that with my data guy. This is important. If you're an iPhone, you can press the call button. If you're an Android, when you press call, it gonna call. So don't do it. So, I have learned from experience. So if you're like, Scott, oh my gosh, how am I gonna call this person if I don't have a script? Well, you're gonna go to the door knocking Arizona Registration Drive, which is the same exact script as the phone calling Arizona Registration Drive. Is that clear? Excellent. So you guys are getting good, I'm telling you. So what we're going to do is, for the iPhone users, press call. Android don't, unless you want a phone call. So press call. Now what do you see? You see a survey. It says the person's name, it says answering machine, you have a script, and at the very bottom is the number that you can call. Now, this is from your private cell phone. This is not a Google number. This is not a random number. This is you. Why? Because this is relationship organizing. This is JD Longo is going to call somebody, and then JD Longo is going to call them again and call them again. So it's one person relating to one person. It's not Sandy, then JD, then Scott, then Catherine. No, we want to build rapport and build a relationship with the voter in order to earn their trust and respect. Now I'd like you might say to yourself, but Scott, so for example, you press on Donald Trump, at the bottom, the submit button will light up, and then you are able to submit it. Now you're saying to yourself, how do I know there's no redundancy? When you have submitted information for a person, a check mark will appear next to their name, and they will be taken off the list. There will be no redundancy with phone calls. There will be no redundancy with door knocking, and there will be no redundancy with text messages. So you don't have to worry about blowing up somebody's phone over and over. So I want you guys to now go out of the application, and I want you to go back to the American flag. You're gonna... Babe, I'm getting there. Babe, hold on. Patience, my grasshopper. Patience. But I will address this since you asked. Okay, so you know how usually on here you're probably thinking where's the thing for deceased? Where's the thing for wrong number? In order, because this is Usually the way the Republican Party operates is keep it small, keep it all. They don't want a whole bunch of people coming into the party because then it threatens the control. And so this is instant access to everybody. As you noticed, all you had to do was put in your phone number and you had access. So to mitigate any nefarious actions from people, we do not have in there the ability to say deceased or whatever, but we have the notes section where I want you to take copious notes. So if somebody did move, if somebody has unfortunately deceased, we on the back end from seeing your notes will be able to remove people accordingly from your note taking. Is that clear? That's exactly what I'm saying. Yes. No, well, let me communicate even more clearly. The reason why we do not have anything on here saying bad number is because in an effort to mitigate people sabotaging by just saying bad number, bad number, bad number, we have a beautiful notes section where you're able to put those notes in there so that way on the back end we can remove people as we receive information. Is that more clear? Excellent. Okay, so talk to me. Yeah. So, here's what is this recorded? So I can't give out my cell phone. Well, here's what we're going to do. Okay, well, I love I love that. So here's what we're going to do. If you are a county chairperson, or if you're even, a precinct chair, whatever, I make myself so accessible. If you want to have your own particular campaign for your own county, your own state, your own Washoe, whatever, I will give you whatever campaign you want loaded, babe. I'm telling you. And I say babe endearingly because I don't need the Democrats being like misogynist Scott Pressler, calling these women babe. So let's talk afterwards. If anybody would like to see me, I'm happy to give you my cell phone. I'll talk with my data guy, and we can build whatever campaign that you want. So, for example, your focus, if you're in Florida and you're Laura Collins and you're in Duval County, Jacksonville, and you know that you want to get people to sign up for the vote by mail because it's every 2 years and they have to sign up to renew their application, we can build that for you. If you're Carmen in Hillsborough County, Florida, in Tampa, and you're 15,000 voters away from flipping that blue county from blue to red, and you want to focus on getting independents NPAs to transfer to red, we can build that for you. We can do whatever you guys want, your heart desires. Now, let's continue, please. I know. So, I want you to go back to the page with the American flag. And again, you're going to swipe left like you're swiping left on those Democrats on Tinder. Now, go to send text messages. And this is going to blow your mind. It's so gosh darn cool. Okay, so we only have one at this moment, but this is the PA 140 special election because as we all know, this is critical. Pennsylvania, Arizona, Wisconsin, Georgia, Nevada, those win the White House. So your help to win this would make nationwide news. I want you guys to click on the green button for PA 140 special election. Now what you're going to see is you see the person's name. And just like the phone calling, you see an icon next to the name. I would like y'all to please click on the icon. You're going to see the woman, mine is Karen, she's age 60, she's gender female, and she is a Republican. Now these are all registered Republicans because this is an effort to get out the vote. So this isn't modeled, these aren't no party affiliated, these are registered Republicans. So, this is for Android and iPhone. I want you guys to click on the text icon. What happens? A pre-populated text script appears on your phone that you could send a text message right now from Las Vegas, Nevada into Bucks County, Pennsylvania. And so, isn't it cool? It's really cool. So, what does the script say? The script says special election. Vote for Republican Candace Cabanas for Pennsylvania State House 140 on February 13th. Winning the seat gives Republicans the House, makes nationwide news. Now, let's see. What time is it? It's 3:09, so that means we're 3 hours behind, so it's 6 o'clock. So if you guys want to send a text, you can send a text if you want to. Now, for some of y'all, you may see that if you're an iPhone user, the text message and the phone number have indicated and lit up in blue. Has that happened for anybody? Do you see blue? So some of you, that indicates and at least shows you these are all SMS text messages. These are not landlines, but I will tell you that if you see the blue, you automatically know that's another iPhone to iPhone user. So yes, you are sending that text message. Now, something to consider. Please do not do like 100 at once, or like if you're gonna, well, because here's a couple reasons. Some of the carriers, we don't want them to spam you. So what you're gonna do is change up the language in each text and personalize it a little bit, because I don't want your mobile carriers to spam you or to remove your ability to text. So I'd limit yourself, do like 20 texts at a time. Change them up a little bit. It's kind of like on Facebook. The algorithm, if you send the same thing over and over and over, then it will spam you. And we want to continue the ability to reach out to people. So, as you were asking over here about the campaign, we can also make text messaging available. However, we know as Republicans and county people and state party people that if we give people the most easy functionality, that they're probably going to choose it. What I'm going to very responsibly encourage y'all is first, let's focus on the door knocking, the best way to win over a voter. First, let's focus on the phone calling and the voter registration, the best ways to earn a voter. And for now, let's focus on the PA 140 special election when it comes to texting, because this is something that you can do from the comfort of your home to help PA, and then we can move to texting in your respective states. But again, we want the voters out knocking doors, earning votes, hearts and minds, face to face, as opposed to just cell phone technology. Now, go back to the main page, please. Oh, and by the way, same thing, a little check mark will appear. And again, you will not be texting the same person as your other fellow teammates that are sending out text messages. There is no redundancy, and that is across the board. So go out. And I want you to go to the main page, please. And you're going to see something that says send postcards. Now, we have a special woman here. Her name is Chairwoman Sandy, and she's in Kenosha, Wisconsin. And when we were doing the special election for, Justice Kelly? Was it Justice Kelly? We did postcard writing. And so, you know how we have the name and it has a phone icon or it has a text icon? The postcards is not loaded right now, but it will be something similar. Well, we'll literally tell you what to write on a postcard, who to address it to, and then what we ask people is if you do 20 postcards, just donate 20 stamps. Donate a book of stamps, and that is your contribution. Now, we did postcard writing. Have you guys heard of Governor Jeff Landry in Louisiana, where we flipped that election from blue to red this last November? Well, we did a postcard writing into Louisiana, and we did this to new movers. What I would like you as county chair people and state precinct chairs, etc., is I want you to contact your state party, or maybe the county chairman, you may have access to this. Ask for a list of new movers into your respective counties. Now, these are people, of course, that may not be registered to vote because they have moved into your area. And what we found doing this in Louisiana is we had unregistered voters that we wrote to, and we saw in some instances, Nicole, a 25% return on investment from postcard writing. Now, it wasn't just voter registration. It wasn't just them registering. They not only registered because on the postcard we said, "Dear voter, welcome to your new home in Louisiana. We hope you're enjoying it." Did you know that Louisiana is a closed presidential primary state? So you need to register as a Republican if you want to vote in the Republican presidential primary. And then what we did is we included the link that they could register online for the great state of Louisiana. And so people not only registered, but I went back back and I checked their information. I went to the Secretary of State, I put in their information, and after seeing that they weren't registered, 2 weeks later, they were registered and as a Republican. So this works. This methodology works. We're going to be getting people 4 different ways: at the doors, texting, phone calling, and postcards. You cannot beat that. And that's so important because it takes something like 13 touches to get a voter out to the polls. You guys alone, by doing this, will be doing at least 4 touches. And then they'll see something on TV. And then they'll get a radio ad. And then they'll, another touch will happen. They'll see a crazy guy like me with my car with bumper stickers everywhere. And then they'll also see that. So, this application, like I said, if you would like to talk to me afterwards, but give me like a little break, but I will be happy to give my cell phone to all of y'all and work with all of y'all. Now, we're kind of running a little close, but I want to teach you guys something super fun on, is it live? Okay, there we go. So, some places that you can register voters. And I know that many of you might already be doing this, so please forgive my ignorance and just bear with me. In 2022, we started something called gas station voter registration. Because Joe Biden, bless his heart, he canceled the Keystone Pipeline. And so therefore, our gas, I was just here at the Strip and it was like $4. Lord have mercy, we can't, and California people, what is it, $5, $6, $7? And so, if you look at the bottom right-hand corner, you see those 2 ladies in the car? That was in Long Island, Nassau County, of formerly Blue County. We did what I believe is the first ever unprecedented drive-through gas station voter registration. And we flipped them from Democrat to Republican from the comfort of their car. You can't beat it. They come to you. You cannot beat it. And you know what we did? In 2022, leading into the midterm, we registered 15,000 new Republican voters on Long Island, flipping New York's 3rd and 4th congressional districts from blue to red. No, I'm just kidding. I'm just teasing. I'm teasing. So, where else can you register voters? Okay, top left-hand corner. This was outside of former Governor Cuomo's mansion in New York. We were at an anti-vaccine mandate rally. The woman in the hat, I had formists with me. We transformed her to a Republican right then and right there because I was prepared at the right place at the right time. Top right-hand corner, that's on Big Island in Hawaii. We did voter registration outside of a Home Depot, and they gave us permission to have a table there, a Republican table in Hawaii. Who goes to Home Depot? Construction workers, blue collar, homeowners. You can find a husband there. 2-for-1 combo. The ladies just got so happy. Some of y'all, you're going to Home Depot. I know you are. Flea markets. Oh my gosh, my buddy, his name is Ryan Sexton. He's in Lancaster, Pennsylvania. Lancaster is the home of the Amish. Okay, so get this. Joe Biden, and I use this word loosely, won Pennsylvania by 80,000 votes in 2020. Do you know how many Amish there are in Pennsylvania? 80,000. Did you know that the Amish get married on Tuesdays in November? Did you hear me? Tuesdays in November, they get married. So we have to talk to the Amish. We have to make sure that they have a plan to vote because otherwise they're going to get married. And I know that they're going to be baby-making machines and all of us should have 10 babies so we can outbreed the Democrats. I'm not joking. You guys need to get to work. More baby making. More baby making. Bottom right-hand corner, I want you guys to write this down or make a mental note in your head. Gunshowtrader.com. Gunshowtrader. Trader like you're trading something, not trader like Joe Biden. Gunshowtrader.com. It has all gun shows for the entire United States for all 50 states. So, next weekend on the 3rd, the reason why I'm a little neurotic is because we're doing a gun show in Monroeville, Pittsburgh, Harrisburg, the Great American Outdoor Show where President Trump will be there on the 9th. We're also doing the Philly Expo Center outside of Philadelphia, and we're doing Fountain Hills, Arizona. I mean, imagine if we did 10 to 15 to 20 voter registration gun show drives every single weekend. Did you know that 40% of I told you that 40% of Wisconsin hunters are not registered to vote. So imagine if we simply got all of our Second Amendment and our gun owner enthusiasts and hunters registered to vote and out to vote. Oh my gosh, we would win every single election. 33% of evangelicals are not registered to vote. I want you to contact, so on thegunshowtrader.com, on your churches, you're going to reach out to them. And you're going to ask for permission to set up a nonpartisan and non-political voter registration table. You're not going in there pushing a candidate. Say that overtly. You're not pushing a party. Say that overtly. This is just voter registration with a smile. Now, 99 out of 100 different gun show vendors will say yes to you. Churches are a little wonky. They're afraid of the government coming after them, which I get it. But I just saw this woman. She's running for office in California. Her name is Aguilar. I think it is Denise Aguilar. She just registered 200 Republicans at a church in California. You can do better than that. So let's do something fun because I've got about, oh no, I'm still good on time. But yeah, these are some voter registration things you can do. Ryan Sexton, the guy in Lancaster, he was registering voters outside of the Green Dragon Farmers Market. So go to your flea markets, go to your farmers markets, gun shows, gun shops. Go where? Huh? Rodeo! Reno Rodeo. Babes, my Nevada people, we must get into the Reno Rodeo this year. And not only that, but it's like 10 days. But 10 days prior is like the cattle drive or whatever. So basically, you're going to be seeing a lot of me in Reno, Nevada, and Washoe County. Just saying. Just saying. Oh, Cabela's. Bass Pro Shop. Now, you're probably thinking to yourself, Scott, how the heck are you doing gas station voter registration? Here's what I want. The gas stations may not allow you to be on the premises, so I want you to find a gas station where there's public sidewalk adjacent to the pumps. You have every right to be on public sidewalk, as we know in Florida. They even do it outside of the tax assessor's office, which is brilliant. So you can go on the sidewalk and nobody can say anything to you. And you can talk to people at the pump. Same thing for Home Depot. Same thing for Cabela's. Same thing for gun shops and gun shows. Let's do... how many of you are on Twitter or X? How many of you are not on Twitter? How many of you are banned on Twitter? Excellent job. Excellent job. I need y'all to return to Twitter. Here's why. It changed my life. It really did. I would not be here on this stage if it weren't for Twitter. And I really mean that. Let's do something fun. On the search magnifying glass on Twitter, it's basically a query system. Whatever you put in is what you get out. So, in my spare time in 2022, I would type into the search magnifying glass, I moved to Florida. I know. And then what I would do is I would click on latest, because latest is going to give me the most recent tweets of anybody in the history of X that has ever typed in, I moved to Florida. Because when somebody moves, what do they need to do? What do they need to do? Excellent job. So here's an example. This kid, he posted, so I moved with my grandma to Florida, and she takes 1 trillion pills a day. We've been arguing. And I thought, bless his heart, well, this could be so fun to read. So I go to his profile. At the very top of his profile, it says COVID-19 is nothing more than a robbery in progress. At that moment, my heart fluttered. And I thought to myself, okay, it's probably a Republican, but let's make sure. So I'm going through his tweets, I'm going through his posts, and he has a picture of a t-shirt that says, know your parasites. It has a picture of a tick, it says deer tick. It has a picture of a tick, it says dog tick. It has a picture of Bill Gates, it says lunatic. And I thought to myself, this is a Republican. So, you know what I did? Is I replied to his initial tweet about his grandma, and I said, thanks for being a good grandson. Are you registered to vote at your current address? And then I included the link that he could register online for the state of Florida. You guys can build your county parties, your state parties. You can welcome new people into your state and get them registered from the comfort of your home or a hot tub. That is unbeatable. There are no excuses. Next. So, when I was in Wisconsin with Sandy and Brett and Hilario and Alex and all of our wonderful people, one thing that I did is I thought, how can I get more people to vote in the election? So I went to Wisconsin Right to Life, Wisconsin gun owners. Those are people based on place and value. Place and value. So for example, if I wanted to focus on Reno and Washoe County, Reno gun owners, Washoe gun owners, Nevada gun owners, whatever, you get the idea. And I would instruct all of my volunteers to reply to people, reply to every single post. If you value right to life, then make a plan to vote for Justice Kelly on April 4th. If you value gun rights, go to myvote.wi.gov and make a plan to vote for our gun rights by electing Justice Kelly to the Supreme Court. This is creepy, but it works. So in my spare time, I join private Facebook groups. I don't live in Tampa. This one's called New to Tampa, right? And they foolishly allow me entrance. And I march in like a Trojan horse. Oh, it's so fun. So once I'm in. And I have access to thousands of people. Because when you move, what do you have to do? Excellent job. So go to their profile. You know how some people have like a theme, or they have like something around their photo. It says like, I stand for the flag, I kneel for the cross, or it has like 9/11, or it's like America, or it's like Trump 2024, blah, blah, blah. So those are all Republican things. Let's do an example. Meet Dan. Dan was in the New to Tampa group. Bottom left-hand corner, I sleuthed through his profile, and I found that he worked. Oh yeah, it's super creepy, but it's fun. I found he worked at the Leadership Institute. My RNC committeeman, the 168, is Morton Blackwell. He founded, yeah, you can cheers for him. He's great. I love Patty Lyman and Morton Blackwell, who are RNC people for my Commonwealth of Virginia. Don't judge me, I know. And so, Leadership Institute is a great conservative organization. So immediately, like a bat, I swooped into his DMs. And I said, in the most wholesome of manner, and I said, hi, Dan, I saw you're in the New to Tampa group, and I just wanted to make sure you're registered to vote at your current address. Now, this is sometimes hit or miss. Why? Because when you message someone and you're not connected to them, it doesn't necessarily go into their inbox. It goes into their outbox, or it goes into their spam box. So what I want you to do is I want you to add the person in addition to messaging them. And you may say, Scott, I don't want to add all of these random strangers on my Facebook account. This is my private account. Create a catfish account that is dedicated to just getting people registered to vote. And then your catfish Republican account, all of your friends are going to be people that you have cultivated, that you have registered to vote, and that you can push out to vote. Hey, the PPE is coming up in Arizona on March 18th. Hey, did you know that in Arizona you get to vote 3 times this year in the PPE and the primary in August and the November election? They get 3 votes in Arizona. That is power. This is super fun. And it works. Every day I visit Joe Biden's White House Facebook page because I am a glutton for punishment. Now, when Joe Biden posts something on social media, we know it's going to be a lie. And so, I swoop in like a ninja. When you didn't realize it's so funny. And so, when Joe Biden posts something, I immediately reply to him. If you're unhappy with Joe Biden, then please register to vote at your current address. I'm happy to assist any and all of you in registering to vote. Remember, in states like Florida, Pennsylvania, New York, Arizona, you must be a registered Republican if you want to vote in Republican primaries. Y'all, my reply to the Joe Biden got 480 likes and hearts. So clearly, there are some dissidents. There are some people that don't agree with him, right? And now you may say to yourself, Scott, how do you know this works? How do you know that you're actually translating all of this tedious, laborious work into actual, tangible results? Well, see the woman? She replied to my reply to Joe Biden, and she says, where do I register? So I go to her profile. She lives in Florida. I reply back to her, you can register online for Florida here, and I include the link. She replied back to me, thanks. I used Joe Biden's White House Facebook page to register a new Republican voter. So you must understand, I'm not just cute, I'm smart. And this is something, this is something that y'all can do every single day. Do it for 5 people. Now, I know that this isn't just Arizona specific or Nevada specific, but you're helping the entire country. Imagine if every single one of us replied to one negative Joe Biden post once a day and just simply said, are you registered to vote at your current address? We could make a real big impact. Now, there's one thing that I neglected to say earlier because I know this is my election integrity crowd, and I want to teach you something very important. We have a lot of refugees that are moving to Arizona and Nevada. Any California refugees in here? Yes. Now, for my California refugees, have y'all canceled your old voter registration? You need to sign a paper in order to do it for California. This is very important. I need everybody to share this information with everyone. For California, they have a California voter registration cancellation form. You can't just call the recorder and be like, hey, I moved. You got to sign a written paper that you mail into your county recorder. Do you know that? Now, the reason why this is so important is thus. There are 4 states with universal mail-in voting. California, Nevada, Oregon, Washington. So, if you meet anybody that has moved to another state from those states, it is imperative that they cancel their old voter registration. Why? Because if they don't cancel it and they have moved, they will receive a mail-in ballot whether or not they have requested one. You guys, by simply encouraging this knowledge, by sharing this power, are going to help stop and mitigate election fraud by simply getting people to cancel their old voter registration address. Next, Joe Biden, bless his heart. He posted, well, actually, I don't think he posted because he caps his day at like 9 a.m. Yes, ma'am. I'm so sorry, I don't mean to laugh. Huh? Say it again. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Yes, yes. Now, some states, yes, please do report that and get them, and I'm so sorry for the loss. But make sure that you report that because some people do actually require a death certificate. Some states, they do it automatically. They go through the obituaries. Like Florida's a really good state on it. Other states like require a death certificate from the family. So make sure that you're going on and typing in California, or call the county recorder, Orange County recorder. But again, I'm so sorry for your loss. And so, Joe Biden, when he posted on social media, he said, thanks to the American Rescue Plan, 14.5 million Americans signed on for less expensive health care coverage. And so I knew it was baloney. And notice the reactions on here. A reaction is like a heart, a smiley face, yada, yada. Notice out of 9.5 thousand reactions, 6,500 were laughing, crying emojis, meaning that people think it's malarkey. So I swooped in like a bat. And I replied to Joe Biden, we're paying more for gas and food because of your reckless policies. You didn't save us any money, you're taxing us more. If anyone needs help registering to vote at your current address, I will happily help you. I am shameless, and I love every second of it. Now, my reply to the Joe Biden, he got 1.8 thousand likes. I got 1.5 thousand likes and 200 hearts, meaning I got tantamount support to the president with his millions and millions of followers. Now, it's so cool because it's not just the optics. It's not just showing that people don't believe what he's saying. That 1.5 thousand number See how I blocked out people? Those are people. I now have a list of 1.5 thousand people that agree with me, that I can add, that I can message, that I can have a conversation with, that I can add to a group. That is political power, being able to grow with those people. So again, my organization is Early Vote Action, earlyvoteaction.com. Again, that application that I just went through with you, this is open to everybody. You tell me what you want, I will give it back to you. And I also have a data sharing agreement that whatever data that you guys accrue, I'm not like the RNC or GOP. I'm not going to keep it small, keep it all. I'm going to give it back to you because we are partners in this together. With that being said, I have 53 seconds. I will take a question from Laura Collins from Jacksonville, Duval County, Florida. Whatever your mobile plan is. So like it's peer-to-peer texting. So normally they have like rules and regulations when you do like a blast. Because this is peer-to-peer, this is you talking to a person from your own phone, not me as an organization sending it out to everybody. So whatever your plan is. So it's like it's you. Huh? No, I don't charge you. I do not charge you. This is free. This is gratis. This is me with love, extending my arms to all of you. So with that being said, I want you to know, I know that each of you are here because you are a part of the party, but I ask you in these 10 months that we have left to save our country, I ask you to go out of your comfort zone. I ask you to do things that you haven't done in the past. I ask you to work harder than you've ever worked before. And just know that we're in this together. I just spent the day talking to Jenny Beth Martin with Tea Party Patriots. I spent the day talking with Tyler Boyer with Turning Point Action. We have mayors here. We have Turning Point USA. We have all of the staff members. We have the college Republicans like Will Donahue with the College Republicans of America. Just know that this isn't anybody's show. This is we work together as a family to save the country that we love. And with that being said, thank you so much for having me. I want to thank Charlie Kirk. I want to thank Tyler Boyer. I want to thank Turning Point Action. I want to thank Charlotte Perez. And I want to thank every single one of you that is the blood, sweat, and tears. And we are going to defeat the Joe Biden this November. Bye, y'all.
Simon belt on me and she tryna get it unfastened. That's my type of distraction. That's my type of
how the left built a permanent infrastructure and what we can do about it. So we're gonna whip through this thing real fast. Hopefully it'll give us some time for some Q&A before we have our speakers later this afternoon. But if you have questions, please, my ask to you is write them down. We have people all next door in the breakouts next door as well. We do have this already online, and we will be sending this specific presentation with your specific questions to you in video format so you can review it later. Cool? Shall we get going? All right, I'm missing Sun Tzu. This quote: know the enemy and know yourself in 100 battles, and you'll never be in peril. If ignorant both of your enemy and of yourself, you are certain in every battle to be in peril. Take ourselves back to 2004. What happened in 2004? Who here remembers 2004? Who can think back that far? Yeah. Hilario was 4 years old, he says. So we have the county chairman of Milwaukee County was 4 years old. Do not tell me the left is younger than us, okay? But what happened? George W. Bush wins Colorado. And what did the left say? Never again. We are not going to allow this to ever happen again. So what was the Colorado miracle that they called after that? Has anybody here read this book, The Colorado Blueprint? If you do not have the Colorado Blueprint in your library, I will personally buy you a copy of it. I don't like funding these people, but unfortunately we have to. We should figure out some way to just like bootleg it so we don't actually give these people money. But you should read it because it tells you exactly what their response to this was. And it's really simple. They determined in Colorado that the Colorado Democrat Party was completely inept. Completely inept. It was irresponsible of liberals in Colorado to leave it to the Democrat apparatus in order to beat George W. Bush. And I'll harken back. I know it's hard to reach this far back, 2004. But remember how the left treated George W. Bush. They treated him like he was this podunk, idiot, whatever. Nobody should listen to him. There's no way we're going to lose to him this year in Colorado. And of course, they did. So they decided we got to replace the party in every possible functional way. Why did they replace the party, the Democrat Party? Well, one, the party has what? There's fundraising and spending caps and limits for candidates, right? Two, inefficient or ineffective leadership. Has anybody ever seen an inefficient GOP leader before? You've never come across one? Okay. We've never had that challenge before, right, in our states. Three, personal agendas. Has anybody ever seen a personal agenda in a Republican meeting before? No. Four, and the most important part, is the absence of an actual permanent infrastructure. Well, why is this important? Why is a permanent infrastructure development important for a state? Well, let me ask you all here while you're here. How long is your term as chair? The most common term is 2 years. Who here has ever run a business? Who here owns a business or run a business? Did you build your business in 2 years? Did you rebuild it every 2 years? No great money-making operation ever in American history came and went in 2 years. Right? No effective business model ever came and went in 2 years. And so it's even worse than that. Do you know what the average tenure of the average state party chair is? It's less than 18 months. Oh, yeah. And we have some states that have had 5 in the last 18 months. No, I'm just kidding. It's pretty close. Hawaii's been really come close to that. We all have our challenges, trust me. I'm from Arizona, remember? So we've well gone through this. But can you possibly think of building your business in 18 months or less? That's effectively, you become chair, it takes you 3 to 6 months to get your feet underneath you in some cases. Sometimes tying up loose ends of the previous chair. It may take you 3 to 6 months to hire an effective ED, right? Now you have a situation where it's like you're not just talking 2 years, you're talking a year to build your entire infrastructure. How could you possibly think that in any sane reality, it makes sense to give the party all of the responsibility for every bit of voter registration, every bit of get out the vote, every bit of legal inquiry, every bit of every facet that's necessary for us to be successful? So what they did was they laid the foundation. This was the quote. Winning elections was the sole focus. Activist leaders agreed to set aside opinions on specific issues in order to prioritize winning in Colorado. Quote, all the participants checked their political agendas at the door. There was never any policy discussed. There were never any issues discussed. This was simply a group of people who believed all our issues, and regardless of what they were better represented by a Democratic majority, unquote, Jared Polis, who never thought he would become governor. He was just a pencil-necked, nerdy tech guy who was pseudo-communist, who probably at this time never thought he would become governor of the state. But they did this so well, he became governor. And now he wants to be president from our Coloradans. That's straight from the source. So what did they create? They laid the foundation for what we call Democracy Alliance. It was the Colorado Democracy Alliance. Now it's Democracy Alliance that has invaded all of our states, particularly the key target states. Democracy Alliance, a secret group that is not so secret because they reported it in Vox in 2014. I guess all of us just were not paying attention to what this actual danger was, but a secretive group that helps the progressive agenda. What does Democracy Alliance do? Well, they immediately jumped in and helped, at the time, Obama win election and re-election, but specifically re-election. This quote from our side, J. Christian Adams, Public Interest Legal Foundation. Obama won re-election because he drove deeper into his ideological base than any Democrat ever have. His campaign ignored the middle and instead used Catalyst data, which is one of their data companies that they use for identifying their target voters, to wring out nearly every possible far-left vote that they could. While Romney pivoted to the middle after the primaries, which we hear all the time, right? Move to the middle, move to the middle, move to the middle, right? While Romney did this, Obama used Catalyst data to create a bigger base. Obama's message was a leftist message. Even during the debates, the idea was to drive turnout on the far left, x-axis, and identify Americans on the far left who would usually be unmotivated to vote. Repeat this. This is from right here. To identify Americans on the far left who usually would be unmotivated to vote. The far left campaign messaging of Obama was not a mistake. It was part of the plan, unquote. Who is Barbara Freed? Have you ever seen this beauty? She hasn't won any beauty competitions in recent years. Not trying to be mean, but she is really nasty. Mostly what crawled out of her. Who do you know who's her son? You know that guy? You think it's any kind of mistake that Sam Bankman-Fried? His mom, a tenured professor at Stanford, runs the largest brain trust for the left. It's called Mind the Gap. And what Mind the Gap does is basically sets this very public, very open agenda amongst all the leftist groups on what they need to do to target which races and specifically which states in order to be successful. Quote, our efforts will target all 4 of the races with the greatest weight given to the presidency. Okay, so they're targeting the presidency. Hence, we are prioritizing presidential battleground states, in particular the 5 most likely tipping point states, Wisconsin, Michigan, Pennsylvania, Florida, and Arizona. Within the battleground states, we're prioritizing geographic areas with additional Democratic vote. So basically what they've done is they've prioritized the right states while identifying groups to target, starting from the C3 elements that she's mentioned all the way through winning. Let's focus on Michigan. Michigan, 2022 case study. Nationally, Democrats outspent the GOP 2 to 1. 2 to 1. We have a great friend that's here, Kevin Laracy, who's in the back. He's been right behind Kevin right there. He's turned around. He and a group of patriots have identified every dollar that's been organized in the state of Michigan from 2022. This is everything from C3 dollars on the left or right, all the way through campaigns and party spending. This takes into account every political or semi-political dollar that's in the state. And what we realize there, if you look to the right, and if you can see that, those graphs on the right, look at the blue graph. The dark blue is out-of-state money spending, and the light blue is in-state. Look at our graph. The dark red is out-of-state, and the light red's in-state. Republicans spent almost the exact same amount. We were competitive on in-state spending, right? But the Democrats have this advantage. They're spending all sorts of out-of-state money in our states in order to flip our states. Let's look at this. In the governor's race specifically, 3 to 1. Folks, I'm going to tell you something right now. You are not going to win very many races being outspent 3 to 1. You're just not. What's again in the dark blue and dark red, you can see the same thing. Out-of-state spending on behalf of one of the most evil governors in America is significantly greater than even the total spending, it looks like, of what happened on our side, but certainly that out-of-state dollars on our side. What's the result? Whitmer achieved 86% of 2020 turnout. Tudor-Dixon only received 73% of that total turnout. Well, what does this mean in cost per dollars, or cost per vote? The Democrats were prepared and ready to spend almost 3 times per vote. 3 times per vote in the state. Again, is it any kind of, crazy idea that we got outspent 3 to 1 and that we lost? How do they do this? Well, they build a permanent infrastructure of all these outside groups that we talked about earlier. These are them. So instead of relying on just 1 or 2 or 3 groups with dozens of people, full-time people, there was 34 America Votes Alliance organizations. So have you ever heard of America Votes? This is their 990. If you're not familiar as a chair or as an active member of the activist space, you should become very familiar with reading 990s. They tell you just about everything you need to know in order to really hone in on organizations that are doing a lot of damage to our movement. And these are what is filed by nonprofit organizations. So C3s and C4s, you can see exactly how much money they're bringing in, exactly how much they're spending, and in fact, you can see where this money's going. In the prior year to 2020, America Votes only brought in $30 million. In 2020, they brought in $245 million. Now, these are delayed about 2 years because effectively, and you can actually delay releasing these publicly by paying a relatively small fee every month. And a lot of groups do this on the Soros dole. We'll get into that in just a second. But guys, we believe they're at least at $500 million now in spending that's happening in states like Michigan and Wisconsin. So what do? There's a collaborative effort between all these different organizations to identify legal help, data help, tech help, get out the vote help, including ballot chasing, voter registration help, even fundraising help. Arabella is largely the financier of most of everything that we see. And so when you look at Arabella and how it works, Arabella advisors, commonly referred to just as Arabella, is the philanthropic consulting group that guides strategy, advocacy, and impact for investment and management of high-dollar left-leaning nonprofits and individuals. This is a network, a for-profit network of C3, a for-profit organization helping influence a network of C3s. Eric Kessler is the brains behind it. He is Clinton alum. If you don't know him, it's no surprise. Nobody knows him. Nobody knows these guys. Wow. We for sure are never educating ourselves about these people. But he ran effectively the largest C4 operation during the Clinton and post-Clinton era, the League of Conservation Voters. So remember that time period when everyone was all focused on the environment and environmentalism? It was this guy that was running the messaging for almost all of that. That was where all that messaging came from. He founded Arabella in 2005. He became the president of the Windward Fund, New Venture Fund. Have you ever heard of the Windward Fund or the New Venture Fund? Have you ever heard of them? Most haven't. Most haven't. These are the now billion-dollar operations that are what Soros funnels his money. So when we talk about Soros's impact and funding, he runs it through all these funds. Well, these funds are C3s. They're 501c3s. And the New Venture Fund, Windward Fund, North Fund, Hopewell Fund, 1630 Fund. You probably heard of 1630 Fund. You might have heard of that. These are all groups that do very specific, very special projects. So I brought up Colin Kaepernick earlier. When that happened way back when, I believe it was the 1630 Fund, but don't quote me if I'm wrong because I took out this slide out of it in order to save time. Instead of creating a whole nonprofit just to support Colin Kaepernick, what did they do? They created a website. And the website was run by the fund. And so they were able to influence millions of Americans, really tens of millions of Americans, but millions of Americans, and certainly a bunch of young Americans, on the issues with basically a website. And guess what? A nonprofit can just pop open a website on any issue. They're able to keep that going. So this is probably the most important slide of the day. It's in your folder. You have it within your folders. But how Arabella functionally works, and probably the most dastardly thing that they've done that's really impacted us in this country and their hijacking of this country, is organizing what are family foundations with families who do not have them set up. So all day long, you have Arabella advisors managing these funds, but they're also aiding families that have wealth, significant wealth, that do not have a family foundation to set that up. Well, why is that important? Does anyone know? Does anyone know why a family foundation is important to have rather than just giving your money? Maybe a lawyer that's in here. Maintaining control. Maintaining control. So when you die, you could just leave all your money to groups, right? And that's a wonderful thing. Many people have done this with the Heritage Foundation, right? They've left all of their wealth behind to the Heritage Foundation. Wonderful, right? Wrong. Awful. Terrible strategy. And the left would tell you this. Because it's much better to leave behind that wealth to a child or a family member you trust to manage a family foundation. Why? Well, the control of that money, then money makes money, right? So your investments, everything else, that money that may be $10 million today could end up actually being worth $100 million over its lifetime or greater, right? Based off of the money that it makes every year. Or even bigger than that if you're a big family, right? So Arabella's smart. They said, we're going to help set up as many of these family foundations and stop this insane project of just leaving behind willed money to organizations on our side because we can make their money last much longer. So the question that always comes up is like, well, I don't want to set up a family foundation because I don't know what my kids will do or whatever. Well, isn't it so much easier if you can just tell them that they can just give all their money to a fund every year? Don't worry. You can just join our best friend George Soros and giving to the 1630 Fund every year. You don't even have to think about it. You just write the check. That's what they do. And they operate special projects, which funds for-profit entities. And you can see all the way down at the bottom of this screen here, the Democrat Party is the low man on the totem pole. The Democrat Party and campaigns are not the ones calling the shots. The ones calling the shots are Arabella and Democracy Alliance. Now, what functionally keeps all this going is the Democrat Party making sure that data stays open and that a bank remains operable for them to operate. This is critical. This is key. If you do not have open data, then none of this is possible. If you close off your data, you can't do any of this. So this is the issue that we have within our own element, right? Data is not as accessible as it should be. On the left, that's not how it operates. On the left, it's basically open source data with Democracy Alliance making sure that it's only going to the right people that are on their side. So it's very smart in how they've constructed all of this. Small dollar donors, I'll kind of go back here. This is probably a good point here. Small dollar donors that are at the bottom here almost exclusively only give to campaigns in the party, right? Act blue, right? They do not, and I'm overgeneralizing a little bit here, but mostly not. The Democrat Party does not allow major PAC giving without the specific purpose of driving votes to the polls. That's it. If you're a big donor in the Democrat Party, they will lop your head off and cut off your data access if you try to give to some vanity campaign. Because if you try to do that, then you're actually hurting their get out the vote operation. It's very smart. It's very, very smart. Very well constructed and crafted. So what's our goal from here? Well, we've got to rebuild that entire thing. We have to have an answer to this. This is infrastructure like you would build a road or a bridge. This is smart. We can appreciate that. But we've got to have our own answer on our own side to eliminate as much waste as possible. That's effectively what this flowchart on their side has done. I know this seems complicated, but it's really not. You open up the data, you have Democracy Alliance, your own version of Democracy Alliance, which tells people who should get the data and who shouldn't, who should get money and who shouldn't, so they don't get too much money or too little money. You have Arabella Advisors, your own version of that, making sure that money isn't spent wastefully, that big money is being set up with family foundations so you get more of it, and boom, there you go. I'm going to leave this screen up, open us up for questions, because we have about, I think, 10 minutes left here, so we don't get too far over time, because we're already running just a little bit behind. We don't want to get too far behind. We have the mic that's back here, so if you want to jump up, and we'll have some mic runners, I think, if we have mics left over, but come on up. I want to leave you with this before you ask your question.
Good.
A lot of people listen to this and they go, wow, this is the first time I'm seeing this all put together. I know a lot of this information, but I haven't seen it put together in this way. It's really critical for us to understand what the to-dos are next. One, we have to make sure our data is available. That is probably the most important thing. That is like one of my biggest critiques of our movement. The Republican Party as a whole, the RNC as a whole, this is not happening to the level it should. Number two is the bank thing. I didn't cover this in detail, but the left has amalgamated bank. Have you ever heard of it? Who here has ever been part of a union? It's the Union Bank. They basically have their own piggy bank that George Soros can call up and make sure transfers happen within seconds. Meanwhile, what's happening to us right now? They're literally shutting down conservatives' bank accounts. They're laughing at us because that would never happen to them in their organizations. We had literally an attack from Obama on Lois Lerner, remember, on shutting down our C3s and C4s. They wanted it. They tried to do that, right, in the midst of setting all this up. They also are laughing at us as they're shutting down our bank accounts because they don't have that problem. They don't have to worry about that. They're never going to get shut down. So anyways, I'll leave it to you. We'll answer questions and try to get through as much as possible. I want you to really spend time pondering this, thinking about this, sharing this information, this conversation with every donor that you come in contact with. Because every large donor that has really no understanding simply of Arabella and Democracy Alliance is potentially wasting their dollars on, again, vanity campaigns, things that do not matter and are not going to help us win. Every conversation should start with, this is how I'm going to help get more Republican votes in the box. Right? This is how I, as a party leader, am going to help get more Republican votes into the box. And the converse of that, and talking with donors, should be your question to every person that you work with and give money to is, how is this going to get more Republican votes in the box? If we do that, we're going to be well on our way to be able to create this. If we do not do that, we will continue to live in this insanity where we waste money. Yes, sir.
Okay, Sean Parker, Delaware County, Ohio Chairman. And first and foremost, thank you for that, and thank you for touching on things that we are not touching on as a party. You're talking about nonprofits. There are so many pieces the Democrats have structurally and infrastructure built that are playing together. The nonprofit sector, and I'm just going to say, guys, we in Central Ohio are putting nonprofits together. The amount of dollars that are flowing through nonprofits back to the Democrats is astounding. We have to be playing in that game. This is something that we've been picking up on. Also, there's a piece that I haven't seen here yet, and that is the campaign management side in the big cities that the Democrats have, where you have to use their campaign companies, their campaign strategies, if you are a candidate. There's no choice, and we're getting their funding models in, so we see how it's being paid for.
Can we throw back up that, so instead of going to video? Here, let's keep that up, guys, in the back. If we can keep that up real quick. To answer your question just on that, I'm sorry, go ahead.
But my real question is, are you putting together, what are the critical mass points dollar-wise to set these up? Are you all at Turning Point building the infrastructure so that we can plug and play with this type of thing? Or are you interested, or do you have people that are interested? Because that's something we're trying to put together along with so many other things you're doing. So I'm so glad to be here, and thanks for inviting me.
Look, first question. So bravo for doing what you're doing in Ohio, specifically with outside groups. That is the absolute necessity. Some of this is building the rocket ship as it's taking off, which is exactly how the left has perfected this over the last 2 decades, right? They didn't have all of this constructed in this way. This is the simplest way. It's a little bit even more complex than this, but they didn't build all this overnight.
Started with Acorn.
But it started with a little bit here and there, and they figured this out, and Arabella was able to develop correctly and become trusted. But it started with opening the data. Really, if you don't do that piece, none of this is possible. So my admonition would be is we've got to come out of here with a staunch focus, because I think all of you would agree that have been in the party for some time that it's just a little bit ridiculous how late and delayed and how hard it is to access these things, right? And people will blame, hurdles in signing paperwork and and transition and all of that. That's out of line. And I'll tell you, all the outside groups right now do not receive essentially free or next to free data from those private entities. Guess how that operates on the left? They're able to do it. To your point on the campaign infrastructure, see that line of for-profits, all the consulting groups and everything else? They're benefactors of that entire ecosystem. So what ends up happening is all these consultants and these groups and these campaign management, they're really campaign, I hate using the term consulting even with it because it's campaign management setups, right? They're able to benefit from all of the funding from all of those different outside entities that enables them to be able to take on the Democrat Party and campaign type work. And that's everything from data to campaign management to legal to every little for-profit element that exists within their party are there, but they're kept in line basically by Democracy Alliance and Arabella advisors. Because if someone gets out of line, they cut you off, you're dead, you're out, right? Because once you lose access to data in the banks, you're dead. You're out.
That's the magic slide.
That's it. Next up.
Hey, Tyler. Everybody's talking about Taylor Swift, right?
I'm not.
I'm not either, but, some
Not
are.
after I got blown up on Charlie's show by talking about it. You do not want to piss off Swifties, trust me.
Exactly. So my question is, are they doing it now? Like with Turning Point being experts with the youth vote, is there a website that they're using now or something similar or that they're planning to use, right, to pull in that data for 2024?
Yes.
Because if anybody follows Travis from Flint, Michigan, He just posted, and I don't know what the data source is.
Love Travis from Flint.
Yes.
Follow him on Twitter.
He says 1/5 of voters in the United States say they will back whichever candidate Taylor Swift endorses.
And this isn't new, right? Remember the Oprah situation, right? Yeah. Remember Oprah? We had the same Oprah problem, right? With Obama. This isn't a new trick. This is an old trick. However, what is new is the way that they're harvesting data. So your question that's pertinent to the data collection, which is not addressed on this slide, by the way, but it is very specific on that right-hand side under the C3, C4 element. There are two organizations that you're probably familiar with, but not really, not enough. Vote.org and Rock the Vote. They have instituted tools that basically are put on for-profit websites, a lot of corporations and a lot of outside organizations, so they can start IDing and identifying the left-leaning or right-leaning of every voter the moment that they decide they want to register to vote. Mm-hmm. So this is their new trick. They're trying to implement vote.org now in by public entities. Yep. You're going to see this in California. It's already started, and they're running into roadblocks here a little bit, but I think they're going to overcome them. Where vote.org is now going to become the embedded tools that are even in public institutions, including the DMV. Well, when they're able to do that, what they're able to do is slide in little things that seem innocuous, but what they're really are ways to identify if a voter is on the left or the right side of the spectrum. Mm-hmm. Once they're able to do that, it saves them millions of dollars having to ID those voters later, and they know whether or not they can go chase that new voter.
Yep. And then second part of that question is there a way to counter?
We have to build all these things. We have to build all these things. The scary, sad part of all this is, the $40 or $50 million that was spent on Tim Scott's presidential run could build that, right? And I know this is tough because I know some people like Tim Scott, but he never was going to win, right? And so donors, again, this is going back to the conversation with donors. When you sit down with donors, the conversation has to be, this is how we're going to get more votes in the box, right? Unfortunately, we have donors that have been trained by Karl Rove to think that, a candidate's going to get more votes in the box. Mm-hmm. A candidate gets some votes in the box, and we'll use Trump as the example. He has certainly done that. But ultimately, we are losing key target states because the only way to get more votes in the box with low propensity voters in particular is if you have the bodies to go chase those votes. You have to ID these votes. And so if you're smarter and you get the data earlier and then you chase more on the latter half, you are now in a place of a power, right? Where you can actually win and say, I can flex and win every school board race, every race that's, up ballot from there, right, in the county level. And you can control the processes, what they specifically have done. So,
last part, and I'll stop, is, could there simply be a website that opposes and kind of exposes, like, why would you trust Taylor for your vote? And I like what Rand Paul did with the nevernikki.com. Very, similar concept.
Yeah, I mean, look, we got to start on this, by the way. Taylor Swift is, with this whole thing and how she's being used, this is a dastardly thing. But the underlying tool that's there, you're always going to have your Taylor Swifts. You're always going to have your Oprahs, right? We have our own versions of this, albeit maybe a little bit more fractionalized, right? We have people on our side that could help us if we had the tools in place in order to drive our own voter registration projects. I wouldn't spend so much time, and I know Jack Posobiec will disagree with me tomorrow because he hates Taylor Swift and he's been really obsessed with this. But you're always going to have that, right? You're not going to stop it. But what we can do on our side is do the same thing. And this is back to the same argument that people are making. They're like, well, I don't want to get out the vote because, I don't believe in early voting. Well, it's happening, right? Taylor Swift is happening. So are we going to win, or are we just going to let her run roughshod over this entire thing, right? Because I'm sick and tired of seeing Taylor's face on my NFL screen, okay? No more. Weston, and we're down to our last 45 seconds.
I got you. Laurel asked me to step in and ask this. With the rise of AFP trying to infiltrate the RNC delegate process, this is kind of related to this and what you talked about earlier. What is the plan to counteract AFP's push to put never Trump or, pot-stirring delegates into the RNC convention?
This is really dangerous. This is dangerous for a reason that you may not have heard prior to today. What Nikki Haley and Americans for Prosperity, and I don't like to target Americans for Prosperity, we've seen some evidence of this. They might come out and say, well, no, we're not doing this, but we know there are groups doing this, right? We know groups are trying to flip Democrat votes to vote for Nikki Haley in these presidential preference elections, which are, by the way, also not real elections. They're just preference elections, right? So we're spending all this time registering Democrats as Republicans. Why do you think that this is a problem come November?
Going to have different delegates.
If they don't flip back, we now have to spend money figuring out if that person's a Republican or Democrat. So this is why I am like, this show's over. And you know what? Go to this page. If you try to do that in the Democrat Party, they would cut you off, which is exactly what they did to RFK. By the way, this is how it happened with RFK. This is part of the process. Why? Because they don't want RFK screwing up all their data. RFK is a liability to Democrat data. Nikki Haley, I would argue, in the same context, is now become a liability to our Republican data. I would not allow someone to come in and screw up our data so badly in New Hampshire. New Hampshire is now unwinnable. And guys, there's not that many people live in New Hampshire, right? Our New Hampshireites that are here. I think that's stupid. You could disagree with me. The chairman from New Hampshire is with us here today, so he could totally disagree with me. I didn't run this by him before I said it. But I think that's stupid because you naturally have to spend more money IDing those. Now you don't know. Maybe that 5,000 or 10,000 bodies that they converted, I mean, that's just a waste of energy. Anything that's a waste of energy is a no-go. That's a hard pass. That's a no, bro. No way, Jose. Right? Get out of here with that. Not going to happen. Guess what? I'm so glad that Nikki Haley didn't run a real campaign here in Nevada. Personally. Because had she done that here in Nevada, it makes Nevada harder to win. And I don't know if you saw the outcome of this last senatorial race. Is maybe within the margin of what Nikki Haley would have converted and screwed up our data. You're not going to hear this from anyone else. Should we be talking about this at the RNC? Abso-freaking-lutely. And it is wrong in Virginia. It's going to make it harder to win Virginia. It is wrong in New Hampshire. Makes it almost impossible to win New Hampshire. It is wrong in Texas. It's going to make it harder to win in Houston. All these places, it is wrong, and it shouldn't be allowed to happen. That is a debate that we should be having at the RNC. That is a debate that you should be having in your states, in my opinion. That is a cognizant, well-crafted conversation that has nothing to do with Nikki's personality or ability to win. That has everything to do with our ability to win in November.
Well, and just to follow up on that, is there going to be a directed plan to counter this effort from her?
There's nothing you can do, Weston. Once she screws up the data, she screws up the data. And guess what? Now that we're aware of it, now we're realizing, oh my gosh, this maybe has been happening cycle after cycle after cycle after cycle. No wonder our data is screwed up in some of these places, right? No wonder why in some of these marginal loss states that we're losing, and we are like, we can't figure it out. Because our data is so jacked up because we allow this to happen. I wouldn't let it. When Trump's gone, Trump's the Iowa man, right? We're lucky that he came in. It's gonna screw us later. I'm just telling you, and I hate to use that language, but it is what it is. So thank you. We'll take this last one.
Marlon Medina, Las Vegas business owner here. And when I'm looking at this system, man, it's devilish, but it's devilishly good. There's a lot of structure in there. So what are we doing to put this in front of our youth? Because we know that our youth are being taught woke ideology and wasting their brain cells when they could be reverse engineering this, because I believe in our youth.
Well, a lot of this comes down to, unfortunately, the donor class. So, there's no reason to villainize donors. There's no reason to villainize, what some would call the establishment, right? But the consultants are probably what's hindering us the most. And I'll say this very simply. This is a top-heavy activist solution and at the bottom there, all those for-profit entities, the campaigns and everything else, less focused on consultants, right? And if I told you, you should just ask your state party chair, ask members of the RNC, are you willing in leadership to turn over your tax returns so we can see who pays you? If you get pushback, there's probably a problem there.
Thank you.
And here's the greater point to this. The left doesn't allow this, right? That's the most important critical piece. The left does not allow for their infrastructure to be messed with. We have to teach our people this, build this, because donors are going to be like, oh my gosh, you are brilliant. When I sit down with a donor, a big donor, a billionaire, and show them this, which I have many times now, they go, why has Consultant X never told me this? I go, because Consultant X makes money off of your media buys, and this is going to screw up his entire life, right? And then bingo, they hate me, right? Because they're like, Joel Tyler told me this. And this is undeniable truth that exists within their side. We know this exists. It is now up to us to be able to poignantly and pertinently give this information to donors, to everyone that's involved, every major stakeholder, anyone that's potentially running for the RNC, anyone that's potentially running your state party, anyone that's really running a county party, to understand this so effectively. Yes, Mr. Steele, Dr. Steele from Michigan.
Yeah, Michigan. As you know, I'm deep into this stuff, and what Tyler showed here for the Democrat Party in the governor's races was true and clear and accurate. But what he didn't have time to go into is that what they really did was they used ballot proposals over 2 election cycles to drive the vote in Michigan. And in fact, on the ballot, including the ballot proposal money, 92% of the money on the yes vote for the ballot proposals came from out of state, 92%. And the ballot proposal, the yeses on the ballot proposals all got more votes than the governor election in each cycle. So it's a multi-pronged thing. And in the case of Michigan, they literally in 2016 at their Democrat National Convention actually, by quote, said, we're going after Michigan. Number 1, we're using ballot proposals, House, Senate, and the executive branch. And Tyler's done a great job of laying it out here. It's real. Your state could be next. Michigan is done, unfortunately, for the near term with these ballot proposals having crushed a lot of, everybody wants same-day elections, voter ID, paper ballots. Yeah, well, we now have a constitutional amendment via ballot proposal that takes all that away. And so just be careful and pay attention to this stuff because it's real, and they're going state by state, and when they turn all their guns on one place, it's very hard to defend.
It's over.
Thanks,
and to your point, Dr. Steele, is this. The ballot proposals, they're educating via C3 and C4 constructs, right? So there's an educational side to these things. Then there's the PAC and C4 deliverance of these things, of getting people to turn out specifically to support these things. So the infrastructure that's here fits right in with the ballot proposal elements here, which they actually are going through, and these funds are crossing, and it shows this graph, but it doesn't really show how these funds also help fund these C3s and C4s in addition to the large donors, which they do. But they do that work every single day, again, to turn out more voters. Everything that they do, voter turnout. That's all they care about. How is X going to get more ballots in the box for us? That's the only question that this pertinent.
And one of the things they did on these ballot proposals, they used volunteers to collect the signatures. There were no paid people to get signatures, and so they used volunteers to collect these signatures, and every one of those volunteers collecting those signatures were then turned into activists for the actual proposal itself.
Yep.
And then in the implementation of the proposal, not just for the vote, but for example in redistricting and all that sort of thing, because they identified people who had never been involved in politics before, and that was a big part of our redistricting, is that you could not, if you were a precinct delegate, if you were married to a precinct delegate, you were not allowed to participate on the redistricting thing. So they recruited an army to tip the pool of potential people, all via the ballot proposals.
No, absolutely. And those ballot proposals, just to add to that too, again, this is all identifying activists and voters at their base. How do you think it's helpful? The same way we talked about the Kaepernick issue. Isn't it so much easier to go to someone about an issue that's on a ballot? So much easier to go instead of a candidate that may be detestable. You know, nobody likes Biden on their side right now, right? We know that. We see the numbers. They're like trying to figure out a way to get him out. But if I can go talk to them about abortion, then they're going to open the door. This goes back to the conversation that we had earlier, right? So if they can get a ballot initiative like what we have in Arizona, they're trying to get an initiative for an abortion initiative. That enables them to ID voters and activists in the exact same way that we described earlier. All right, guys, that is it. I guess I'm back. Okay. We have 3 speakers in a row here that are going to hopefully invigorate you as kind of a nice little cherry on the cake for this session today that we've had. And again, I appreciate your attentiveness throughout everything. I think we've been able to develop in 8 short hours hopefully more helpful and useful information and more relationships than maybe that you've received maybe in any ever conference before, or maybe in years before. So I hope that that's happened today. I hope afterwards too you spend some time together and get to know one another, because I think the power in this room is something special. I just want to say this. I am so grateful for guys that are out willing to do something. And I've known guys that have had nothing. I've known guys that have had a lot of things, that have had B's next to their wealth, personal wealth. I think what's most interesting about Mike Lindell is that he's a guy that's been in both those camps before in his life. And I think there's a uniqueness to that. I won't take away from his story, but a uniqueness, because I know most of you know his story on that front, that when a person is passionate and they stick to their guns, they're a special person. And I have been able to watch closely not only Mike, but his team, and how they work together, and how their gold-heartedness and wanting to help save this country are really important. And nothing speaks more volumes to that than a guy that's willing to go out and take the punches, to be the man in the arena when nobody else is willing to do that. So with no further ado, I wanted to welcome to the stage our good friend, Mike Lindell.
Thank you all. Yeah. Well, I'm going to get right into this, and I'm going to take you back to 2020, in November of 2020, and when I seen it, remember, I was never in politics before. I was an ex-crack addict. I had never voted in my life. The summer of 2016, though, I met in a private meeting. I met Donald Trump, and we talked about he says, Mike, how does it work making your pillows here and all this stuff? I said, absolutely great. And he said, and then I told him I was an ex-crack addict, and he said, I said, I'm going to have this network, it's called the Lindell Recovery Network for Addicts. He goes, and I'm going to shut down the border and those drugs from pouring in. And anyway, at that point, I thought he's going to be the greatest president ever if he does all these things. And I walked out of his room, talked to his employees and stuff, and they all said the same thing. Great man, great leader. And interestingly enough, they had all done something for him personally. He had done something for them personally. And that meant a lot to me. So I'm going, you know what? I'm going to go back. And I did a press release in Minnesota. I was the media's darling then, everybody. I mean, I couldn't do, how many people are you hiring today, Mike? Could there be 25 outlets there, you know? And I did this press release just saying I met him, and it was something I had never seen before. I got attacked like you wouldn't believe. They called, by my drugs came up. I said I was pretty transparent about being an ex-crack addict. I go, what do you got now, but they attacked my company. They attacked me. That was the start of it then. But that just, and I'm going to take you then so that's how I originally got in. It was this divine meeting with just the real president and myself before in the August 15th of 2016. And I had to learn a lot about, I didn't know a Democrat from a Republican. I didn't know a filibuster from a millibuster. I knew nothing, right? And, but little did I know, and I thought my life, when I got set free of drugs and everything by the grace of God and found our Lord Jesus Christ, I thought, by the way, that was February 18, 2017, I did the full surrender. But I had been freed of addiction back on January 16, 2009. And I thought that was the day I got saved, but it was actually February 18, 2017. And then it became, at that point, I could never talk in front of crowds, by the way. From that point on, when I got saved, it was like, God has a sense of humor, right? I'm going, I didn't think I would end up having a voice, but God blessed me with a voice that's all your voices. It was a platform for such a time as this. And we owe it to God on that. But I want to tell you, so we get into November of 2020 and the election happened, and I'm going, there's something wrong. You got to realize that my company, I look at deviations every single day. I took calculus when I was in the 9th grade. I look at numbers. I was right here in Las Vegas at one time. I was a professional card counter. I mean, these are things that I had. If you ever read my book, it's like other lives I can't even think back to. But I look at deviations every day. And if I see a radio station that does better than it would normally do, you check into it because you need a different input to get a different output, okay? And we do that every day. If we see something to go bad or good in numbers, I look at it all day long with my pillow. And we check into it. We just don't say, oh, we had a good day or we had a bad day. You better find out why, okay? Well, in the 2020 election, I started my own, looking at numbers right after the election. Of course, I looked at Arizona going, this is weird. Why is it taking a week to count? And there was 98% in, and Donald Trump would have overran it by, 80,000 votes because of what was still left to be counted. So I started digging in. But one of the things that bothered me the most, and that I knew could not be true, was every county. And right here in Nevada is one of the first places I looked at where there are people that voted in their state or a county that didn't live there. And all I could think in my head, and this was every single county in the United States, by the way, okay? So I could not imagine in Nevada, 4,800 and some people go, hey, let's go commit a crime and jump into Nevada and vote for Biden. What do you say? Who's with me? Come on, And I'm going, it didn't make sense. And then, of course, November became December, and I'm going, why isn't anybody listening or looking at all this stuff? It was I couldn't believe it. And on January 9th, 3 days after January 6th, I'm gonna add this to it because I didn't put it in here, but I'm gonna put this in there. On January 7th and 8th, everybody, those 2 days get overlooked, and those 2 days are historical for one reason. That's the days 1.2 million Americans were deplatformed. Anybody that talked about Donald Trump or whatever, they were deplatformed on Vimeo, YouTube, Suckerbucks, Facebook. Churches were deplatformed if you said anything about the elections or Donald Trump. And that's the day. And the rest of the people on January 7th, if you weren't deplatformed, you were put into fear because of January 6th, the setup there. So what they did, I always do this, I compare it to my growing up. There was black and white TVs. We'd turn them off as kids and it'd go down to this little tiny blue dot. And we'd turn it back on, it would come back to life. Well, that dot on those days was our voice. They wanted to silence us forever, okay? Just like Nazi Germany, they wanted to silence us forever. And you would have fear of even bringing something up. Well, then a divine thing happened for me, and was on January 9th. I was handed evidence, machine evidence, computer evidence, that remember, and I looked into this, I'm going, this explains all these people you put my, when I fed with all those people, I go, people are generally good people. You couldn't have millions of people jumping across. Let's go do this. And it restored my confidence and wow, I'm right. It wasn't the people. It was done with computers, okay? And And I never let up on that, okay? So I never let up on that, and it got to be this spring. And once I knew this, everybody, it wasn't about, if you look back then, from that point on, they canceled my pill, they canceled the box stores, everything I used to get my voice out. I was very surprised that your outlets, like your Foxes of the world, would not talk about the election stuff. But that was very significant. That was on February 4th of 2021, another date that will live out there historically. That was the day that Smartmatic sued Fox News. When they did that, it started lawfare. So we lost all conservative media that was out there. And the only way to get the word out was to get attacked. I got attacked every day. And I'm going, and they go, Mike, you lost 6 more retailers. How do you feel? Did you hear about our machines and our elections? And you hear about China? You hear about our attack? And it was the way I could get the word out. And I'm going, doesn't anybody care? I'm going, and I'm thinking, it doesn't matter what I've seen. I can't undo what I've seen. I can't take it back. And I'm going, so at that point, it wasn't about overturning the 2020 election. It got deeper than that. I went on Jimmy Kimmel in the spring. Everyone said, don't go on. I went on the spring of 21. I got on there and Jimmy asked me, he was set for attack, ABC, they're owned by ABC and Disney and all the things up there, and they're said they're going to finally silence my voice. And they're going, he asked me this question. He said, Mike, if your friend Donald Trump had been selected, like you say, would you still be sounding the alarm? And I said, absolutely I would. This isn't about Democrats or Republicans. This is about saving our country. This is our election platforms. And so I go all in on that. And as you know, and then our voice from that point on January 7th and 8th, our voice was never put out completely. And it got bigger and bigger and bigger and bigger and bigger and bigger. And courage is contagious. We had different events. I had one in the summer. It was called the Cyber Symposium. The seeds that were planted at the time it went on, I thought, well, what did it do? Nobody listened. I figured it'd be so easy just to go into, especially red states, to be able to go into red states. And I started doing that summer. I'm going in there, and you know where we got blocked? Was the Republicans. I couldn't believe it. These are probably my biggest surprise. The media, I get it. They'd use lawfare. I get that part. But it was the Republicans. I went into, I'll give an example. I went into Alabama and met with their Secretary of State, a guy named John Merrill. And I get in there, and I was with, you've seen earlier, Dr. Doug Frank, and we had all their voter rolls. Remember, I got every voter roll in the country. Who voted, I paid for it all, who registered, who voted, and then who was taken off. So I'm sitting with John and his team down in Alabama, and I go, John, look at this. Your own data says 4,684 people voted here in Alabama over 110 years old. And he looked at me, he says, well, Mike, we live pretty good here in Alabama. I'm going, he was trying to be funny. I go, wow, he's going to listen, right? He's going to listen because you got to explain this, right? You have to explain this anomaly, And once again, he just shut it down. It's like, are you kidding me? I thought, or I go up to Ohio, there was a candidate run up there. Well, we don't have a problem here with our election platforms because Donald Trump won. You're out. I'm not endorsing you. You have no idea what you're talking about. There was so much, they just didn't want to look at it. It's one of these things, if you don't want to believe that it happened, that they could do this to our country. Nobody wants to believe it. And, during that fight back there, but then things started happening. You got examples that are mathematically impossibilities. I always like using the Georgia one. This gal ran in Georgia. She was in a primary it was over a year and a half ago now. 3 Democrats ran. And this gal and her husband got 0 votes in her own precinct. Now, I always joke and say if they'd have gave her 2 votes, they would have said, I'm sorry, ma'am, the only one that loves you is your husband. But they gave her 0. So they had to look into it, okay? And miraculously, they opened up the machine. They look at, it was a programming error. You really got 3,760 votes, which put her from 3rd to 1st place. Okay. In another county, 4 counties over, 3 more Democrats ran. This lady got 4,800 votes. Okay. The problem was she wasn't on the ballot. And she wasn't a write-in. She was thinking about running or had run and dropped out 2 months prior. So they had set the algorithms of the machine to pull from this candidate to her because they wanted this one to win. That's the way it went down until somebody brought it up. The media, you didn't hear about it, the media. My group did. Our people did that are on the ground in all 50 states. And we brought it up to Crooked Brad Rassenberger down in Georgia. And Crooked Brad, you know what he did? They looked into it. How do you explain it? You know what he said? It was a programming error. Why are elections being programmed? But here's the key, everybody. Someone physically had to type that lady's name into the program. Okay? And you know what? If this should be the #1 story in the world, these things, right? It should be all over the place. We've been looking for, how long? Just last week. I'll get a little ahead of myself and I'll backtrack, but just a week and a half ago, 2 weeks ago, at that lawsuit going down that we've been waiting 5 years for down in Georgia, Professor Halderman hacked in with a ballpoint pen and flipped votes right in front of the judge. But I'm going to backtrack now. We went to every county, I think, in the United States 2 years ago. I spent time flying around to Secretary of State, Attorney Generals, and everything relentlessly. And it was blocking. The GOP blocking. The RNC blocking. Okay? All this, and it was unbelievable. I couldn't believe it. But they'd always have these arguments. Well, it's going to cost too much money to do this, to switch over. We don't have a problem with our machines. We don't have a problem with our system. Well, like Wisconsin, you got 7,100,000 people on the voter rolls. If every single eligible voter in Wisconsin voted, it's 4,200,000. And Crooked Robin Vos doesn't want to do anything there. Oh, did I say that? Okay. There's another blocker, the Speaker of the House of Wisconsin. By the way, in 2 weeks, I'm going to speak there to recall him. We've got to get rid of people like that. We've got to get rid of him. He is blocked. Remember, he's the same guy. As this happened over the last 2 years, he ordered an investigation in Wisconsin, an ex-Supreme Court judge, Justice Gableman. So he did this big investigation for 9 months. And he's finding all this stuff. And he puts out his report, says you need to decertify Wisconsin. Robin Vos shut the thing down. Be careful what you find, Vos. He didn't think Gableman was going to be so relentless, right? So Robin Vos shuts it down. She shuts it down and put what's on the table. He said to me, Mike, my hands are tied unless a court, and he said it to the public too, unless a court would rule that there was fraud here. He goes, and he did say, I know there was massive fraud, but I can't do anything unless the court rules on it. A couple of weeks later, the Supreme Court of Wisconsin ruled there was widespread fraud in Wisconsin, and Robin Vos went into hiding. This is what I've been up against, or what my teams have been up against, and we the people have been up against, right? Now I'm going to go up to, I was so frustrated with the pushback that I ran for RNC chair. You all know when I ran? Okay. And when I ran for RNC chair, I get in there and I got to meet a lot of the 168, a lot of you all. And I was really surprised because I met the ones over here that I figure are uniparty, Rhino, and establishment. Then there was like this middle group. Then there's a group over here that I really believe have all our backs, right? It's probably you that are here. And anyway, so I go to run. And interestingly enough, the Rasmussen poll comes out the night before the election. And the people voted Mike Lindell. I doubled both Harmeet and Rana. Okay? But that was strategically, it came out the night before the election. The next day, I get 4 votes, right? Now, the media couldn't attack me. They came up and they attacked me. They go, Mike, you only got 4 votes. I go, well, they didn't listen to the people. I mean, that's common, right? I was on Jimmy Kimmel again inside of a claw machine because the only way I could get on his show. And Jimmy asked me, he goes, well, Mike, you only got 4 votes. And I go, well, the people wanted me, not those 2. And Jimmy goes, well, did you trust that election? I said, absolutely. There weren't any machines involved. And anyway, one of the things that came out of that election was she got on TV and said, I look forward to working with Mike Lindell. Now hold that thought, okay? You work with me, what do you think you're going to be working on? You're going to be securing these elections. But I did a speech at the RNC at that convention. I mean, at that election, we had 3 days, and I did my speech to the 168. And they sat there, and they're going, 5 elections have been lost in a row. And they're all going, oh, we should have raised more money. They were under the gun. They spend money frivolously and waste money here and all this. And I'm going, that's not the problem. Donald Trump ran the biggest campaign and probably in the history of the world. Okay? And it wasn't, and I said, you guys, for 5 elections, you guys haven't even bothered to look into these election platforms. In 2020, they gathered all this money to look into the elections and never did it. I was so upset with Ronna back then. I'm going, you never did anything. You didn't use that money like it should have been used. Find out why. You had a weird output. You need to find out what happened to get those numbers, those crazy numbers of people that voted in every county that didn't live there. You know, you needed to pay some of that money you got from the big donors and stuff to investigate this. It's like playing a football game and you're like this and you're going uphill when you're on offense. It's the craziest thing. Why didn't any of you, do this? And I've told them that. I said, if I'm RNC chair, the first thing I would do is I would have said, we got everything we've been doing, which at that time I said, everything I've been doing, and tens of thousands of people that quit their jobs and everything because they love their country, have been fighting for this country. That's what the RNC should have been doing. And I told them that. Okay, well, Ronna, after the RNC, of course, she's the winner, and she kept calling me, and she's going, Mike, what can I do? What do you need? What do you need? Because she wanted me to embrace her, for whatever, and I said, I don't want anything from the RNC. I just don't want to get blocked anymore. I don't want to get blocked anymore. I said, there's a resolution that I knew some of the RNC people, this third, had been working on, right? And that resolution, okay, I'm going to backtrack a little. So Ronna promised me, I said, there's going to be a resolution. I just don't want you to oppose it. And I said, and that was it. Okay. Now, in August, I announced the plan. I said, you know what? We've got a plan now to go around back to every single county in the country. But I needed a few key things, and one of them I was praying we would get that resolution, because if you got a resolution that says, paper ballots hand counted, no machines, it's pretty hard to be a Republican over here and stand out and go, I really like these machines. I'm attached to them, Well, they did. A week after the plan, I announced the plan to save our country with secure our election. The RNC did pass that. And let me tell you, everybody, it was 168-0 because the other cowards within it said, they said, okay, we'll pass it. But let me tell you, over the last 6 months, when my teams have went out there revisiting all these counties again with everything we know now that we have now that we didn't have then, we're still getting blocked. And we're still getting blocked by our own party and by a lot of the GOP. Well, this just came out. I'm going to put it right here. This came out when Ronna responds because they wanted her to resign. Okay. Now let me tell you, this is what upset me. I just read this. I read this. It was sent to me by one of you in the crowd here. I added this to my speech. I was so upset because of this next thing, her response to this. Now I'm going to read this. If you all read this, this is her response of why the RNC lost those 5 elections, and now there's even more, 6 elections, whatever. This is a Republican infighting. It's not running for president, so I'm not in this primary. Isn't helping our party, she answered. We lost races in 2022 because of betrayal within our party. We need now here's it. This is the part that really upset me. We need every Republican and then some to win elections. Well, duh. Okay. And the Republican voters want to hear or talk about our border, fentanyl, Israel, our kids, crime, inflation, and they want us to see us take on Joe Biden. What did she leave out of there, everybody? Election platforms. I am so upset with her. I call on her to resign. What she's done, she lied to me. She lied to our country. She lied. Okay, yep, I got it. Yep. And now I'm going to tell you. So what I'm saying is, I'm going to play. Let's see if I got it here. Okay.
And we're going to turn it around.
Yeah,
we
let's play
have
this.
to win in 2024. We cannot allow anybody else. They don't have the votes. The only way they can win is to cheat. If we don't win the election in 2024, I really believe that America is finished. If we do, I think we can bring it back to a level greater than ever before. Nation, and we're going to turn it around. We have to win in 2024. We cannot allow anybody else. They don't have the votes. The only way they can win is to cheat. If we don't.
Right. And, you know, I talk to our great real president, and almost every time we talk, he brings it up. He goes, Mike, do you think these platforms are going to be secure enough in time? I said, absolutely. And I said, we've got to stop. So all of you, we have one thing blocking us yet, and that is our own party. They're blocking this. I say to all of you, I need you to not block. I need you to go back to your constituents of any of you 2 days from now, and any of the 168, go back to your states or your counties and say, hey, when Mike Lindell's team comes in with this plan, because we're going to go to every county in the United States at the end of February, please embrace them and don't block them. We need to be embraced. This is the plan that saves our country. And I want to say that that's the help we need. We've got the plan. You know, they say, I said it this morning in my speech, I said, God gave us grace for such a time as this back at the Rose Garden. And people ask me all the time, well, Mike, this doesn't feel like grace. And I said, oh, but it is. We not only have a beautiful plan to save our country that's already here. If I didn't have all these pieces and all this, I just need one thing. I need to be embraced. The plan needs to be embraced. And you can all learn about it there. Learn at the lindellplan.com. But there's things that have happened. I'm going to leave you with this voice of hope. There's a bucket here, and this bucket is a common sense bucket. I tell our real president all the time, with all the bad things that are going on out there, people are jumping into this bucket from both sides. And once they're in that bucket, they never leave. So you can sit there and say, this is the bucket of common sense, but there's also another bucket that's going on. All these bad things are going on. It's the biggest revival for Jesus Christ in history. People jump into this bucket and get saved. They look to God when things are going bad, not when things are going so good, right? When things are going bad, they're praying and everything. Well, my prayer to all of you is, please, go back and get them on board when we come back, because we're going back to every county with the biggest sales pitch this world has ever seen. We're giving a sales pitch to save our country, and we need all of your help. And it's going to be amazing. We're going to get way out here, everybody, to this beautiful place we're going, and we're going to look back and say, everything had to happen, even the bad and the good. God uses all things for good. And we'll say everything that happened was on God's timing. And it's going to be awesome. And thank you all. God bless. And keep the faith. Keep the faith.
Hey, everybody. How we doing? What a great group of grassroots warriors here. Let's give it up for the great Mike Lindell again. Is he not terrific? I just love Mike Lindell. Only in America can you get someone like Mike Lindell. Only in America. And he loves Jesus. He loves his country. And, they raided him on a pheasant hunt or something, right, Mike? And he just has such joy and happiness. And you know what I love most about him? Is he put up all the millions of dollars that the Lord blessed him with to fight for election integrity. That is an American hero right there, Mike Lindell. So we're putting this together. I can't wait to speak to all of you in just a second, but we have a really special speaker next. Someone who has literally traveled 10 hours just to be here with you. And I said, hey man, can you make some time for this? This is one of the most important grassroots gatherings in 2024. And he said, I was just in Vegas for other things. He said, but Charlie, tell me more about the event. I said, well, we have county chairs from all across the country, state party chairs, state committeemen for the RNC, and we're really trying to put together forces so that we can win to come into November. And Don says, I'm there. And I've got to know Don very, very well. It's been almost 8 or 9 years now, and we've traveled the country and done a lot of fun things together. Ever since Donald Trump went down that golden escalator, all of our lives have changed, right? And I could tell you that Don Jr. is one of the hardest working, one of the most honest, people of high integrity in the entire movement. He always is there for our events. He spends extra time with the grassroots. He cares deeply about these ideas. Far too often we see people in politics that are just there about getting a better title or prestige or ascending to some position. This is a true patriot. This is someone who I believe is the best surrogate for Donald J. Trump. And I could tell you, we'll see what might be in Don Jr.'s future. So join me in welcoming Donald Trump Jr., everybody.
Whoa! Charlie's right. We've been at this for quite some time. When I met Charlie, I was introduced by a couple friends of mine, and it was 2016, right? This is around the time that we were supposedly colluding with Russia. It's like we couldn't collude to order a cheeseburger. That's how little we knew. It was like, I show up to Iowa, I'm like, what exactly is a caucus? Now we know. Now we know. We figured it out. But I'm introduced to Charlie, and no, you got to meet this guy. He's forgotten more about politics than anyone on the team knows, which was almost zero, so that wasn't exactly a strong selling point, right? I'm like, I know nothing, so it's nice. Anything's accretive, that's wonderful. But they say, no, he's doing this, he's doing that, I'm doing that. I was like, okay, give me some more. Well, he's 19 years old. I'm saying, wait. We have enough people that don't know anything. I don't need to waste my time with it. Like, please, for the love of, I'm just trying to figure this out. Like, they were quite persuasive. So I was like, okay, you got 5 minutes. And in 5 minutes, I was a believer. No, he got it. And, from that point forward, traveled with me for, 6, 7, 8 months of the campaign, every stop. And again, this was not like, today we had no infrastructure. Like, we were our own security. We did an event. It was me, Charlie, Tommy Hicks, and another friend of mine. And we get to a college campus up in Michigan. And they were, of course, it was one of those where we sold out a huge arena and they gave us something about 1/10 the size because they were never going to give us an actual platform. And then they let in all the leftists, and it was getting kind of rough. And the Michigan State Police were there, and there was like 30 of them, and they said, sir, if you go out, we can't actually guarantee your safety. It's getting that bad. I was like, at this point, I would rather get my ass kicked than take the loss, which is, give them what they want. So Charlie's been there for all of it, and what he's done is absolutely incredible. But I was literally here most of last week. I was here for SHOT Show in Vegas. I went home on Friday night because I had my kids. Charlie called me up. I was like, okay, I will do the round trip back to Las Vegas. Yeah. I left my house at 4:30 this morning, and I am on a red eye home tonight. Well, I got to go elsewhere first before circling back to home, because what you guys are doing matters. We have to build that grassroots movement. The America First movement is because of people like you, not because of the establishment, not because of a couple people in power, not because of the billionaires, but from you. We need to build this back up from the ground up. It's not just, and this is, I'll get in trouble from the big guy. My big guy, he doesn't get 10% from foreign nations. It's different, but he's still the big guy. You know, it's not just about that and a couple, Senate seats and House seats. We got to play in every seat imaginable. That's how the left has commandeered every aspect of our government, the military, federal law enforcement. Oh, I'll get to education in a minute. Yeah, education. I can assure you that with the average parent learning the 4,976 genders, but not math, is not popular. Parents could care less. We're graduating kids that can't add or read, but they are incredibly well-versed in gender ideology. That is not popular with parents, but it's happening anyway because our education system has been subverted and commandeered. Because those people are saying, you know what, I will run for school board. I'll run for city council. I'll run for school board even though I've got, purple hair and couldn't care less about children. Probably won't even have them anyway because their gender affirming care made that slightly difficult. Didn't matter, right? But, man, they're in there indoctrinating our children. They're more than happy to go after us. You're watching every day now. And again, it's not just happening now in California. I read an article today. In Montana, a young child was taken from their parents by the state because they didn't just sign off that a 4-year-old, influenced by a teacher or whatever it was, could agree to manipulate their body, mutilate themselves, to never be able to recover. I'd say that's a major decision, right? This is not a little one. That kid couldn't go to a movie. Couldn't buy a pack of cigarettes for 15 years, but, we can do this. That's not because it's popular with people. It's because the other side has taken over every position across the board, right? We see that everywhere. You see it from the Biden administration. Afghan withdrawal, the adults are back in charge, totally botched it. Obviously, it'd be wonderful to leave $86 billion worth of equipment to the Taliban. What could possibly go wrong? The adults are back in charge, we're told, folks. Then the disaster happens and our Secretary of State gets up on the stage. Brilliant man. The only thing he ever really did in terms of that was sign off on 51 intelligence agencies lying to you, operatives, telling you the Hunter Biden laptop was Russian disinformation. Now, that was a lie. They still have their clearances. That wasn't, nothing was revoked because there's no consequence to doing the bidding of the other side. But the Secretary of State gets on stage before Congress and with a straight face said that he was shocked and dismayed that the Taliban did not install a more diverse and inclusive government in Afghanistan. I'm saying, I was so confused, I felt like Joe Biden getting off a stage. I was like, where am I? I'm waiting for Ashton Kutcher to jump out of a cake and be like, you're being punked, because of course you're being punked. You have to be. Cameras must be falling out of the ceiling. I swear, I wake up every day, I'm like, I'm the star of the Truman Show. I have to be. Because there's no way this can be real. If you want to be dismayed, fine, I understand that. Be dismayed. That's wonderful. Shocked? It was like 7 minutes before that where they were still throwing homosexuals off buildings because they didn't like them. I'm like, you're going to have a trans coalition in the Taliban government? Are you serious? Leah Thomas is going to be in charge. Well, I could say that because she's, I guess, a esteemed graduate from my alma mater, which no longer seems to be such an esteemed place to graduate from, the University of Pennsylvania. And I think back, I was like, I didn't graduate all that long ago. I'm probably dating myself, but I graduated in 2000. It's like, I could only imagine what me and my friends, what would have happened at Penn 20 years ago, 23 years ago, 24 years ago. If that was, we would have brought kegs to the swim meets. It would have been the most popular sport in the world. Everyone would have had a good time. No one would have taken it seriously. Now, you'd get thrown off campus, you'd get thrown out of school for hate speech or something like that. Now, you're also allowed to go denounce, and cheer for the murder and rape of innocent women and children in the streets of Israel. That's fine. That's different. You know, making fun of someone who would have been clinically diagnosed as insane or some level of insanity medically just a few short years ago, well, that's obviously grounds for punishment. I mean, this is the world we live in. It's like opposite day, right? It's in total insanity. The only thing missing from Washington, D.C. is common sense. That goes beyond the pale. But what's nice is, and just like I'm here, I go around the country and I speak to people. I understand what they're talking about, and the amazing thing I see really is people are now finally understanding exactly what's going on, right? The people who sat on the sidelines, the people who are like, and I get it. Hey, it ain't easy to feed your family under Bidenomics. Contrary to what the media will tell you, contrary to what big tech will tell you, like, I get it, guys. I don't make any illusions about where I come from. I understand that I'm the son of a billionaire. I'm very self-aware. If I take my kids out to eat and I have sticker shock, everyone has sticker shock. No, seriously, I use the example. I took my two of my sons this summer. I took them up to Alaska to go fishing, and we were like, the Anchorage airport on the way home, and my one kid's 11, the other's 14. It's not like we got McDonald's and it was like $39 for a quick and I'm like, what? Again, it's not going to change my spending habits. I get it, but if I understood that it's crazy, you're not hiding that from anyone. There's no amount of big tech, there's no amount of lies fed to you by CNN that's going to get you to believe otherwise. You see it. You feel it. You can't hide from it anymore. And so I go around the country and I see this from people. Honestly, it's been interesting. It's not just people like yourselves who are attendees that are there to hear me speak, so they probably agree with what I say, or they're a hater to yell something and whatever. We're used to it. They're like the people working the venues. And they come up to you and be like, you know what? You guys were right. That to me is the most promising in the world. They're not there to hear me speak. They're just working hard. They get it. Every walk of life, every demographic, everything imaginable. Honestly, sometimes I'm just like, this one's going to go wrong. And they're like, hey, Mr. Can I say something to you? I'm like, oh boy, here we go. It's amazing, actually. People are figuring that out. And that's so important. That's critical right now. We can win because our message actually makes sense. The notion, you saw the Ilhan Omar stuff today. It's like, oh yeah, well, I'm Somali first, Muslim next. We're going to make sure that Somalia is heard. I'm like, wait, you were in the United States Congress. We don't even get a mention anymore in America. We're not even top 3. We're just forgotten entirely. And yet, that feels like it's coming from so much of Congress. By the way, including our own side. All right, well, we'll do the survey here, and I'll maybe get myself in trouble, but I've done this now numerous times. We talk about the war in Ukraine a lot. I hear Mitch McConnell, he's out there. It's the #1 priority of Americans. I'm like, it's not for me. And I can assure you, just by speaking to this room alone today, I have been in front of more real Americans than Mitch McConnell has probably in his... in his entire 279-year career. But I'll do this again. Now, I've been doing this now for a couple months. I did it at multiple Trump rallies. I did it in Hialeah, Florida, in front of, I think it was like 17-something thousand people. So I've covered well over 35,000 people. Grassroots people in a room, Republicans in a room, or in some cases, an auditorium, a stadium. Is Ukraine funding, rather than maybe our own border? Is it a top 3 priority for anyone in the room? No! Is it a top 10 priority for anyone in the room? No! Any hands, please? No, it's not. I got one person. Of the 35,000, one person raised their hand. It wasn't even top 3. It was top 10 for him. And I said, sir, it's top 10 for you. I asked, where are you from? He goes, Kiev. I go, okay, well, you know, fine. But it wasn't even top 3. Think about that. No, but like, you know what I'd like? I'd like representation in Washington that actually represents us. Like, this is not rocket science, folks. You know, people have said, you know, this is a 1776 type of moment because you understand you're not getting that, including from our side. They're sitting there, they'll fund that, you know, 160 billion, they want another 60 billion, they recently raised that to, there is no amount of money. They will bankrupt this country for Ukraine. You know what they won't do? They won't spend 1% of it on our southern border. Now I'm watching, you know, Senator Langford of Oklahoma, amazingly enough, this is going to work out great for his gubernatorial campaign, working out a deal where they allow 5,000 a day. That's going to be the baseline, guaranteed. A Republican's agreeing this because he's getting steamrolled, because they're morons. Our people, you know, Trump was effective in negotiation because he's actually been in a negotiation before. It wasn't like, hey, trillions of dollars are on the line. Let me take a crack at this. Let's see what happens. Right? Theory, practice, like it's different. 5,000. Obama's own Homeland Security person said 1,000 would be like an invasion. 1,000 was far too much. It was an unsustainable level. A few short years later, after having it all under control, after reaping the benefits of that, you know, lower income, wages going up, et cetera, you know, minor things like that. You know, the things that we promise our people but never actually deliver on except for Trump. A few short years later, we're going to take the Obama number, which was probably much higher than it should be, but the disaster number, and go times 5, and the Republicans are fine with this. Not all of them. Guys like J.D. Vance fight for it, but like, that's it, basically, in the Senate. There's probably 1 or 2 others, but we can't name them. This is what's going on right now. It's lunacy. It's lunacy. And we also see something different. Beyond sort of the sticker shock of seeing what's happening in our grocery stores, we have wars breaking out all over. Today, they announced Joe Biden may be announcing taking action tonight against Iran. Oh, great, you know. Joe Biden's going to be at the helm. You wouldn't get in an Uber if it was driven by Joe Biden. Unless you're suicidal. I have to disclaim that, because if I don't, the fake news will tell you that I lied, because someone who has a death wish would probably get in that Uber. No, would you let Joe Biden drive you in a car? No, you wouldn't even think about it. You wouldn't even think about it. You certainly wouldn't let your kids get in the car, but he's going to be the guy calling the shots? But he's not, because we saw what happened 2 weeks ago, right? Lloyd Austin, our Secretary of Defense, goes MIA, but he's under the knife in surgery or whatever he was doing. Did you notify the White House? Nah. Those idiots? Because they see it too, just like our enemies. Our enemies are attacking because they see weakness. That's the nature of predation. This is not new. This is a story as old as time. Predators prey on the weak. Our enemies attack their neighbors because they know America's not in a position to do anything about it. We're neutered. And it's obvious. And beyond that, we see that we want to get in every other war. Our Secretary of Defense doesn't feel obligated because they don't report to the civilian chain of command anymore. They'll do what they want. And what they want is more war, because their retirement plan is to get on the board of Boeing and Raytheon. Same with Nikki Haley. And the only way to keep that job and or to get the good position or the good salary that comes with it is spend billions of dollars on missiles so that you can make a couple $100,000. You know, again, you're playing with the House money. It's easy to spend billions and trillions with these idiots. You tell her, I'm a general, we should do this. Oh, okay, we can't go against the general. They've done a great job losing wars for the last few decades, but, you know, minor details. Let's keep trusting them. They are beyond reproach until you realize that not all that competent, haven't exactly done all that well. And yet it continues. So again, this is across the board. When Trump started, my father, he's talking about his father in the third person. Yeah. He forgot that it's his father. I have to disclaim this stuff only because I know what happens. Literally, I have seen the soundbite so many times. It's sort of amazing, When they found cocaine in the White House, like 2 months ago. I haven't been there in like 3.5 years, right? It's Don Jr. So I'm like, really? Like, you literally have the world's most famous crackhead in residence. I'm just saying, folks. Doesn't take a rocket scientist to figure this out. But again, they'll sell you the story. Leftist Twitter will blame me. Still trying to figure that one out. But then they find it on his gun case, and the DOJ magic. I mean, these guys are brilliant. They're brilliant. 4 years later, they acknowledge, the laptop is real. Oh, no shit. I had no idea. Because of course it was real. But it was amazing. It was like, imagine that was the Don Jr. laptop. I have a feeling it'd be a little bit more relevant. I have a feeling that kids wouldn't be off limits. Kids, 50-year-old baby. Am I wrong? Again, so it all adds up. People get it. I did 50 hours of testimony for Russia. It turns out to be 100% of a lie. Like, there's wire transfers to Hunter. He's sending it to the father. The address is the father's house. The kids and the grandchildren are getting checks from the CCP. They're wonderful business people at the age of 4. They're great international businessmen, because we're not morons. They think it's insane. I promise you this. China does not invest $1 billion with a crackhead. Their due diligence process is more thorough than that. They're not like us. It's like, you know what? We need more diversity. We need crackhead representation with... No, we would do that because we're insane. At least the Democrats would do that. Right? We would do that. So they're probably like, that's probably legit. Like, really? They give $1 billion to a crackhead? No, you only do that if you're buying them, which of course they were. There's no other fundamental reason for him to have any of that money or invest in there or whatever it may be. We know that, but it doesn't matter. Again, it would matter if it was me. So I take this one a little bit personally. He's not going to do testimony because it'd be unfair. It's like, where's the evidence? Remember this one. I don't know. How about the wire transfers, the emails, Joe Biden sending 85,000? I don't think I've ever sent 85,000 emails in my life, let alone 85,000 under an alias name. Totally legit. Please explain to me why you would do it. Where's the evidence? It's like, well, right here. That doesn't matter. Again, I do this, I try to have some fun with it, but it's not funny because it's actually happening. The humor sort of drives home the point. But again, people understand exactly what's going on. They get it, right? There's no way you can hide that level of stupidity. And they're going to try, and they'll come up with something else and, start another war. But think about it. Ending wars like peace deals in the Middle East, that was the holy grail of geopolitical politics. Prior to my father getting it done. After that, it didn't matter. And then, no, he's doing it all wrong in North Korea. Why is that? Well, because I led the delegation for 40 years dealing with North Korea. It's like, well, what exactly did you accomplish? Have you had a meeting? No, but I know because I have, the experts in Washington, D.C., they don't have to actually be right about anything. They just sort of attain expert status because they get invited to speak at some think tank. No one actually knows what's going on. They can be wrong for 40 years straight. They retain their expert status because that's the way it works in Washington, D.C., and their friends take care of each other. And it's one big scam paid for by you. They spend your money like we've never seen before. But now it's awesome. Like I said, it truly feels good because I was doing this in 16, in 20, probably more than anyone. I mean, I think, for example, I did 120 events 104 events like this in October of 2020 in the middle of COVID. So I get it. I get around, I see the people, I spend the time. If I could ever point to a level of enthusiasm for what's going on, right now, And right now. You see, I mean, even like, you saw yesterday, like, Snoop Dogg flipped. I mean, it was only a couple years ago that he was doing a video, like where he was kind of shooting my father in like a drive-by. It's like, yeah, now you know. No, but I get it. But again, it's a media creation, right? They do that because they know they're going to get clicks, they're going to get free PR, they're going to get interviewed. It's part of the hustle. Like I get that. But now it's so bad. He's not reversing because the trend doesn't exist. He's reversing because he speaks to people in the community. He understands where they're at. He understands their lives are significantly worse off under the failed policies, I don't want to say of Joe Biden, of Democrats. Because this focus isn't like Kennedy's Democrat Party, right? This is like, these people are lunatics. And everyone sees it. So, you know, really what you guys are doing is so fundamental. You know, we have to make the time to do this. If I can do it, everyone can do it. We have to take the time to speak to our friends. We have to take the time to register that next voter. We have to take the time to speak truth to power, actually. We saw that even in 2020, Well, the Republicans folded. It was like, oh yeah, because there was like 90 people in their front yard with a pitchfork. And, they weren't exactly known for being fighters. We got to actually employ the tactics of the left and fight accordingly. We've been playing T-ball while they've been playing fast-pitch hardball. You've seen it. There's not a lie they're not willing to tell, not a rule they're not willing to break. There's no decorum. They talk about democracy like it's like a soundbite. It's democracy. No, seriously, right? I mean, they scream about dictators and they scream about fascism. They're the ones trying to lock up people. You could burn down an entire mall in Portland or Kenosha or Seattle. You could take over a city building. That's not an insurrection. That was social justice or something. Right? But you get that. That's nonsense. You shook a gate. He shook a gate at January 6th. Put him away for 17 years. It's like, then we won't give you the video because that would be exculpatory. The bombs at the DNC and the RNC, that just went away. You'd think that'd be a big deal. That's an actual threat to democracy, but it turns out like it's not a big deal. They're not even looking at it. You know why? Because that was just the backup plan if they didn't instigate what they wanted. We can't really, what was this? Chris Ray, I guess, right? We can't release the video because we had far too many agents in the crowd. I'm like, wait a second, what? I'm like, I know this, of course, but I'm like, they're saying it out loud and not even pretending. I'm like, wait. So I have a question for you. Why didn't they do anything? Unless, of course, they were instigating it and they had a purpose. It's literally the only plausible solution at this point. Just like the Wuhan lab leak was the only plausible solution. But if you said something about it, and you were in medicine, you lost tenure. If you were in governmental medicine, you lost your funding. Like, the Wuhan lab leak, it's right here, we're in the Wuhan lab leak. No. It did not come from the lab that studies the exact virus in question. How dare you? You're a heretic. You must trust the science. It came from 3 feet outside of the lab. Magic, it just appeared. It's so ridiculous. But that's where we are. But again, if I can see it, everyone can see it. You guys are seeing it. They've lied to us too much. The people who've been agnostic, the people who sat on the sidelines, the people that were just busy trying to live what's left of their American dream that hasn't been shipped off to China, exported by the consultant class, like the Pete Buttigieg's of the world. He's doing a wonderful job as transportation secretary. Not because he's actually doing a wonderful job, but because he's gay, you have to say that. Otherwise, you're a homophobe. So you can fail miserably. You can just ignore when stuff happens in East Palestine, Ohio. It doesn't matter. That's just Trump voters. Be gone. We really need to take care of Hamas. Or whatever other group around the world hates us. Let's fund them, not take care of our own people. So, I just appreciate what you guys are all doing. I get that it's not easy. I promise you. Other than perhaps my father, there's very few people that probably understand it quite as much as me. And then there's a lot of people that, are getting the unequal justice under the law. January 6th, I guess they had it worse than me. They did want to try me for treason, a crime punishable by death. That's like my average Tuesday at this point. So it's like, they're like, they want to kill you again. At this point, they're probably doing me a favor. Yeah, it's a little funny, come on. We can't have fun with this, what can we have fun with, guys? But, in all seriousness, I came out here just to thank you guys. You guys are the people that are going to make it happen. Guys like... I appreciate. Listen, Trump was like giving other people compliments. This does not happen often. You should embrace this. This is an unusual thing, okay? But it's because of you guys. It's because of like Turning Point Action. Honestly, yeah. What Charlie is doing, they are stepping up to fill a void that needs to be filled. The information, the knowledge. When I'm on my podcast talking about these, well, what do we do? This is what we do. We got to support that. We got to grow that. Hopefully the other institutions eventually catch up, but we have to take the bull by our horns ourselves. That's happening right here. You guys are the tip of the spear of that, as led by Turning Point, Charlie, that whole team. They're doing it because they've been a tip of the spear for a long period of time. They've just learned and they've grown. They've created their own movement in their own right. So just you guys being a part of it, again, it's why I literally got on a plane at 4 o'clock this morning to come out here to go home tonight at midnight, just to thank you guys, because that is how we actually win, okay? And what we're fighting for is worth it. What we're fighting for is worth it, so don't ever forget that, because you see what's going on. You see how quickly it's devolved. You've seen where they're willing to go. And I promise you, folks, that doesn't just end at Trump. It doesn't go back to normal after this. They've said that. They're saying it out loud each and every day. They're emboldened like they've never been before. That ends here because of people like yourselves. So thank you so much for being here. Just really awesome talking to all of you. You guys are the best. Just truly thank you. Not even from me, but just as an American. Thank you, guys. Get out of here.
One more time for Donald Trump Jr., everybody. All right. Well, have you guys been having a great day? Have you been learning a lot? I'm honored that all of you are here. I've just loved saying hello to so many of you, and I'm just going to share a little bit of why we're here, and then let's do some questions. That's the most fun, right? And I'm so impressed by the focus and the energy that I see here. One of the main reasons that we decided to do this, and as many of you know, it takes a fair amount of chutzpah to put on an event that says restoring national confidence. Do you get it? But look, it's nothing I mean this. It's not anything personal. It's not about any individual. This is, I'm sick of losing. I'm sick of losing, and I'm sick of an attitude that doesn't adjust. I'm sick of excuses, and we need to win in November. This is not just a football game. This is not just some sort of a, thing this is the civilization. And we were a year out from the election in November, and I was sitting down with Tyler. And Tyler does a great job, doesn't he? Tyler Boyer does a great job. And I said, Tyler, what's going on? Do you think that we're making the necessary investments? Is the establishment doing what they need to do? He said, honestly, I don't see it happening. I said, what can we do to kind of draw attention to this in a positive way? We're not here to mock or to condemn, or we're here to try to raise the level of excellence, because we think competition drives excellence. We believe that if something isn't getting done, I do 3 hours of radio and I complain a lot, but I'm allowed to complain because we also do a lot. So it's not just because we have high school chapters, college chapters, we have TPUSA Faith, we have all sorts of amazing stuff. So I asked Tyler, I said, is there really that kind of grassroots infrastructure? Had the grassroots been listened to? Did the county chairs been empowered? And he said no. And he said, look, there's this winter meeting that comes up in Vegas, and I said, well, what usually happens? And he said, honestly, you know, great people, nice people, but it's just kind of a lot of resolutions and it doesn't have a lot of teeth and it could be so much better. And I said, well, why don't we just host our own meeting? And I said, why don't we just, and he said, well, you know, I said, look, we can go to some donors and raise some money and, you know, scholarship some of the county chairs, and Turning Point Action is really starting to grow. And we have a lot to offer because, you know, we've organized in the hardest possible environments on college campuses. And I said, why don't we try to do this? He said, you know, Charlie, they're going to try to put out a hit on us. I said, I understand. You think I'm kidding. And this is Vegas after all, right? So, and I said, look, we have to do this because we have to win. And I don't think that we're seeing the urgency, the improvement, the adjustments, and we keep on seeing the same sort of track record of failure. And I said, this at the very least will draw attention. At the very least, we'll try to raise that standard of excellence because we need to become a grassroots party. We need to be a people-centered party. And if there's one lasting legacy of Donald Trump, it's that he gave you a seat at the table. He gave you a seat at the table to be in the room. And I don't feel as if the Republican Party is always embracing that. It feels as if the Republican Party is a lagging indicator of where the grassroots actually is. And somebody said, Charlie, what's your ultimate, you know, what does success look like? I said, look, first we have to win. We have to win, number one. I said, but a longer term goal is I'd love for the Republican Party to be as conservative as its voters. That's not a big ask. Shouldn't the Republican Party be a mirror or symmetrical to you? Not a tough ask, not something that is that outrageous. I said, okay, so let's host this meeting, and the response has been amazing. And honestly, just so much credit to Don Jr. He didn't have to do this. He wanted to be here. He knows how important all of you are. I just have such respect for him. I said, so let's do this thing. And, you know, it's obviously on the heels of the other meeting, and our hope is this, is that it's met with a response of maybe we could do better. Maybe we haven't done everything we should be doing. Not, you know, overly defensive, because that's always how things are met in D.C., because they've never done anything wrong. But the grassroots, they have a 99% disapproval rating right now of the machine. 99% disapproval rating of the RNC. That's bad for everyone. We need a healthy RNC. I want to say this on the record. We want the best RNC. We want it to be well-funded, trusted, active. We want an RNC that can help us win in November. We need that. You know, some people say, are you trying to... I said, what we're trying to do is to be an electroshock to the system. In my lifetime, there's never been a competitor to the RNC. In the sense of, not an outside, but just, maybe you could do this better. Maybe, I was so blown away on our show today. We had the state party chair of Arizona to my right and the state party chair of Georgia to my left. By the way, two states that you need to win back the White House. And, you know, I'm asking them, I say, you know, do you think this work is getting done? They said, honestly, it's not being done at the rate it should be at the national RNC level. And then I'm blown away. On our show today, we have a county chair from Waukesha, Wisconsin. He's here somewhere, Terry. He did such a great job. And he knows these numbers, and he's like, well, if we lose by 100,000 here, we have to make up 140,000 votes here. And it's like, man, you should just be warmly embraced by the RNC and be given grants and funding. By the way, if you win Arizona, Wisconsin, Georgia, Donald J. Trump is the next president of the United States, everybody. I mean, it's right in front of us. And we could do so much better. So what does that actually look like? No more excuses, no more culture of losing. We need to, first and foremost, the grassroots needs to know that the RNC is going to stand and fight with them. None of these backroom deals or this, you know, kind of double speak of oligarchs, the stuff that we're so used to. And embrace Donald Trump. Don't fight Donald Trump. Embrace what he has brought to the party, which is a populist, people-centered movement. And this is what the oligarchs fear the most. And this is why Nikki Haley's doing this ridiculous thing, and she's extending her primary much longer than she should, is they fear that the Democrat Party is increasingly becoming the party of the oligarchs. They're becoming the party of Wall Street, Silicon Valley, Hollywood, and they're losing the middle part of the country. Hey, if you have the middle part of the country, you win everything. And the middle part of the country is gravitating towards the center right. And so why aren't we doing everything we possibly can to embrace them? So, you know, I ask, and they say, okay, well, what does that mean? Well, number one is this. And this is partially on the RNC, but it's broader. It's that when we send people to D.C., We want them to fight as much as we care. We don't want them to say, another continuing resolution and more money to Ukraine. Meanwhile, the border remains completely wide open. Get your priorities right. One of the ways, and one of my fears, and we have to try, and Donald Trump is the only reason we're going to have good base turnout, is there are a lot of people out there that will not show up to vote for Republicans because when they show up to vote for Republicans, they are consistently underwhelmed by what they get in Washington, D.C. Now, thankfully, Donald Trump will solve a lot of that. I hope you understand what I'm saying. If it wasn't for Trump on the ticket, you would have a 10 to 15% undervote problem in many of your states. That he will heal a lot of the distrust of the Washington, and by the way, that's a longer term problem because there's only so many times Trump can be on the top of the ticket where the base of our party says, I'm not going to go vote for this, I'm not going to go vote for that because they don't trust the politicians there. And so, big takeaways here. I want you to feel empowered and equipped with the data, with the technology, with the marching orders, with the networking. I'm sure you're meeting other county chairs from across the country that are dealing with other stuff that you're dealing with. Best practices, legal strategies. But also, I want you to leave knowing you're not alone. Looking around and you're saying that this room right here represents these are the counties that will save the whole civilization. We have, how many, Josh? 16 from Georgia, right? Huh? We have 17 county chairs from the state of Georgia. We need to win Georgia, everybody. These are the people that are going to be waking up at 4 a.m. for 30 days straight and seeing the early voting numbers. And the county chairs make this work. And they've been largely ignored by the national party infrastructure. Arizona, we have county chairs. I saw like 7 or 8 people from Arizona. We have Wisconsin. I saw some people from Iowa. These are the states that are really going to make it happen. And I also want you to know that you're ignored no longer because it is thankless work to be a county chair. It is, right? You can applaud for that. It is thankless. You got to deal with constant party revolts and this and Facebook. By the way, I think you would all acknowledge if there was no Facebook, your job would be a lot easier as a county chair. Would you agree? A lot easier. And it's a tough thing, right? Because you're always hurting people and trying to keep people happy and all this. And I want to just say on behalf of the millions of people that are watching, thank you guys for doing what you do. Because it's not thankless. It might seem thankless. And Don Jr. appreciates that. President Trump himself, I was just speaking to him, he just loves, what is happening across the country. And he loves to see this kind of grassroots fire and energy. And by the way, he works so hard as a candidate, and what they're throwing against him, this $83 million judgment, they're taking his business empire away from him, it makes me want to fight even harder for him. It makes me want to fight even harder for him. So that's part of the takeaways that we really want to encourage you guys here. But also, we want you to think creatively. And that's part of why we're doing this summit. One of the reasons why Turning Point USA has now grown into the largest grassroots, Turning Point USA and Turning Point Action, into the largest grassroots organization on the right, is we asked the question and then we didn't like the answer and then we just did the thing you weren't supposed to do. 11 years ago, I asked the question, which is, why is all the youth outreach like so pathetic and boring and stodgy and not interesting? And the answer was, young people are a waste of time, and we'll do some campus lectures and just don't waste your time. This work has already been done. I don't like that answer. It could be interesting and exciting, and new voices could be lifted up, and social media is becoming more popular and powerful, and we didn't like the answer, and we went to work. And a lot of national DC groups attacked us, and they didn't believe in our vision. And we worked super hard, and I traveled 3,000 days over 10 years across the country to all of your states many, many times. And we kept relentlessly building, and now we have more high school chapters than college chapters. We're on thousands of campuses across the country. Every single one of you have Turning Point USA chapters in your neighborhoods, in your communities. And the data shows it's some good, some, not so good. But the good part is young men are the most conservative they've been in 50 years. So that's the good thing. And the young ladies are not as conservative. So we have a big opportunity there. So we got to work on that. But the young men are in a much better spot. So we're seeing that there's all this good movement. And I could tell you time and time again, we ask the question. If we don't like the answer, we go do it ourselves. Because at the core, Tyler, myself, the whole team, we're entrepreneurs. We are entrepreneurs in a very bureaucratic, dare I say, ossified political system where people get upset if you show up and do things differently. And you're like, oh, it's tradition. Yeah, okay, if the tradition is to lose, then I think your tradition sucks, honestly. It's like, well, we always do it this way. Well, maybe you shouldn't. And what makes us different, and what makes us Americans and not French, is that we're entrepreneurs. And we create new things. And so what I want to empower you is to think creatively in a line of work that is so often just kind of brainless, inherited, this is the way it's always been done. Now, for some of you, if you're winning by, I mean, if you're the state party in Florida, there's not much you have to fix, right? You just have nothing but right-wingers move into your state. Fine, okay? But honestly, in Georgia, it's time to think a little bit differently here, because I'm not happy with 2 Democrat senators in Georgia. I'm not happy with the electoral votes going to Joe Biden. It's time to mix it up a little bit and do things a little differently. And then you take a risk and you say, does this work and does this not work? And so I want to empower you to think creatively and to challenge pre-existing dogmas that might not make sense. And some dogmas might make sense. But some dogmas are like, well, that doesn't work and that's not working for us and we should do things differently. And you're on the front lines because challenging those pre-existing power structures in a way that's analytical and fair and is prudent is going to create this amazing ripple effect when all of you go home to your counties and to your state party chairs, and all of a sudden we have hundreds of you be these entrepreneur change makers full of energy, full of spirit, full of gusto in 2024 to move forward what is necessary to be a grassroots win. And that's my final point, then we'll do some questions here, which is that in 2024, this year, and I see my friend Rich Porter here from the great state of Illinois, which is the good thing about being from Illinois is that there's term limits in Illinois. 1 term in office, 1 term in jail. And that's my only Illinois joke. I have a lot of respect for Illinois patriots. They have a tough job there. I've known some good folks there for a while. Every single one of your states matter. Every part of you, I know there's a big focus on Arizona, Wisconsin, Georgia. We could talk about the grassroots network. We could talk about the infrastructure that's being built. And we just want to try to bring a positive vision to the table because it would be a shame and a tragedy. And here's what I'll say. If we kept on doing what we're doing and we kept on being given assurances and we end up the day after, how long it takes to find out the election results in this third world counting system we have, and we fall 5,000 votes short. And all of a sudden, we'll have to live with whatever regime that is. And here's my one thing for you is there's no guarantee we're going to win. There's no guarantee we're going to lose. But there is a guarantee that you can collapse at the finish line, that you could give everything you can, that when you watch those election results come in, you can live with yourself and say, you know what? I gave 10 out of 10. Every ounce of effort. And that's part of why we're here, because if we fell 5,000 votes short in one state in Wisconsin, by the way, this thing is looking like it's going to be on the margins. Anyone who tells you what's going to happen, this is going to be the goofiest. By the way, I bet they have something planned for us. We can go into that later, right? I don't even want to speculate what that is, but brace for impact, everybody, because, it's just the whole thing is awfully suspicious, right? Anyway, yeah, well, that's an interesting take. So she says stock up on toilet paper. I didn't go there immediately, but that's unique. We all got to do our part, and when we do our live stream on election night, and it's very popular and all this, and I'll know this when I'm sitting in my chair on election night, I'll be able to look into the camera and I'll say, you know what? It was the hardest I've ever worked in my 11-year career. It was 2024. And I gave everything I could. And I want all of you to be able to say that too. Is that when those of you in Georgia, you say, oh my goodness, I'm tired, and the Bulldog, Georgia football's on. Do I really have to go drive all the way across the state for a 9-person, breakfast, to make sure they get their stuff organized? Yes, you do, actually. You have to go do that. Because it might come down to 900 votes in Georgia. And to make sure that one of your 159 counties, right? Did I get that right? It's ridiculous. That's way too many counties. It's just that, yeah, it's just not good. It breeds corruption. That's a separate issue for a different time. You got to make sure they're organized. When you all of a sudden you are dead tired in Iowa, and you got to drive all the way across your beautiful state in a blizzard, right, to make sure that the bickering in one of your counties ends, and you are the facilitator of peace, yes, you have to go do that. And all of that, you're combined, that extra mile, that extra effort. When all of a sudden you get that little voice in your head, nah, just sleep in, take the nap. What difference does it make? You have to reject that voice and go do the thing that your flesh doesn't want to do. Go knock on the extra door. Attend the extra meeting. Make the phone call. You're like, oh my. Hello, sir. Yep. I know you think it's rigged. Yep. I know. But let's do, you guys know Pascal's wager, right? It's better. Pascal's wager, by the way, is that the belief in God has no downside, but not believing in God has a lot of downside, so you might as well believe in God. It's the same thing with voting, right? So if you can use this, by the way. No, I call this the election integrity wager, which is not voting is a guarantee the bad guys win, but voting at least gives you a chance that we can win, right? That's right, it's biblical. And so you say, yes, sir, I know you think that way. And after 20 minutes, you convince him. He's going to get there and go organize and do those things. That call matters, even though you might be exhausted on no sleep and your kids might be crying, but you know that you're going to have to do that work. And I want to make sure you understand that we understand that that sort of work feels so unappreciated. The day-to-day kind of drama juggling you have to deal with. But my goodness, is that important? It's a lot. It's a lot. But we would not have a functioning party at all if you did not do that. And we need to heal the party. We need to bring the party together. And then we need to march forward to a decisive victory in November. Let's do some questions, everybody, okay? We'll line up here. Yes, sir.
Yes, sir. I just wanted to thank you for that great example. I've used Pascal's wager on young men, urging them to abandon the hedonism of the world and accept Jesus Christ. So I appreciate you using that on the election.
Thank you.
And I just wanted to say thank you on a separate topic. I just wanted to say thank you for being willing to blaze new ground. And this month, talking about one of the, shall we say, the secular saints of the left, and talking about the real history of the last 50 years of the United States. I know a lot of boomer donors may have given you a text like, man, you're attacking one of my heroes. We can't beat the left if we're not willing to attack their
Thank
totems.
you. I will
So
say
God
this, though.
you.
He's talking about a segment I did on Martin Luther King, which went very viral, and I stand by. I will say this. Outside of one donor, it was very, very well received, which tells me we have the best donors ever at Turning Point USA and Turning Point Action. It was really great. And so thank you for that. And by the way, we have 300,000 donors now at Turning Point USA, and one of the greatest grassroots armies of small dollar donors in the entire country. Second to none, almost. I mean, I don't know the exact numbers, but it's definitely up there. Yes, ma'am. I know you.
Hello, Charlie. Britta Horn from Colorado.
Love it.
Please, somebody? Okay.
No, those were sympathy.
Sympathy votes. Okay.
You got a tough job there.
Oh, thank you. Oh, yes, we do. So I'm seeing on Twitter a little bit of chatter, and so I want to know if you heard that Ronna might resign this week.
I have no idea.
Yeah, okay.
And I don't want to personalize it. If she does, that's terrific. Okay. It's great. But hold on. The question is the checklist getting done, right? Is the things necessary? And the checklist is, are we bringing together other groups that might have otherwise been adversarial? You know, Turning Point being included in trying to bring together kind of a powwow session. Are we investing into the grassroots, or prioritizing the right data? There's a checklist there. I have no idea. By the way, I'm not part of the 168, so somebody else could tell you there. But okay. I did see that news, and I have no idea if that's
I just
true
hope
or
that
not.
there's a plan. That's all I ask.
That is a good question. And hey, good thing we're all here to put together a plan. So you guys can figure that out. So, and I want to say, I've always gotten along with Ronna. This is not personal. She's a sweet person. She's a nice person. And I've said it very clearly. I believe that it's time for a new leader and someone that has a different attitude and one that will put winning above all. I've said that for quite some time. Next.
Hey, Charlie, Bruce Parks, Washoe County, Nevada.
Super important county, by the way, that's up in Reno.
Want to thank you for all you do. Want to thank you for doing this. But I also want to thank you for sending Shaden Gorey to Washoe County. My question is, can I get a couple dozen more just like him?
Oh, thank you. Well, you know, you're half kidding. Those are the type of leaders that we try to produce at Turning Point. And I just hope you leave with some hope, everybody. If you see the staff at Turning Point Action, how great are these, by the way? 20 and 30 something, right? And they're energetic and they're excited. Multiply that by 10, 15, 20,000. We are producing, thanks to the glory and generosity of the Lord, an unbelievable army of people that are going to just be pushing forward in every community across the country. Yes, sir.
Good afternoon, good evening, Charlie. Leo Blendo, Nye County, Nevada. We're well represented here in Nevada today. We're very often called the tip of the spear, and I believe that the rules is the mechanic. We need to get turnout from 65% to 70, 80, 90% in the rules. There is no excuse, no reason to have people sitting at home on the sidelines. We need every single able-bodied voting in this next election cycle. If you don't get it, our lives are on the line. So I'm personally inviting you to help us come out there. We need you to be a standard bearer. We need you to be bringing the heat, bringing the rain, bringing the lightning in the bottle. So that's my invitation. We need you to come out there.
If we can work it, we'll do it. We're filling up a really ambitious schedule, but you're correct. So let's take Arizona, for example. The conventional wisdom is that in Arizona, we are losing the kind of suburban soccer moms, and that's the easiest that we need to deploy funding. We are losing them, but the low-hanging fruit is we're actually underperforming in the outskirts of Maricopa County, in Wickenburg, in Buckeye, in Queen Creek, in traditional Republican strongholds that don't get canvassed and they don't get worked because people think they're hard R. This is turning more and more into a turnout election and less like a persuasion election. And that is different than the consensus. The consensus will tell you it's all about winning the middle. That's not unimportant. However, what if I told you you're not actually solidifying and maxing out your base? And the Democrats have done this very, very well by embracing radical positions on abortion, trans, and climate and guns. They're able to micro-target through relational organizing that I know you guys learned about today, through an early voting period, right, voting month, the ability to target, micro-target, canvass, and chase the ballots of these low-propensity Democrat-type voters. If we embrace that even a little bit, our hypothesis is that for people that are low-propensity potential Republican voters, people that have hunting permits, they own firearms, plumbers, electricians, welders, people of faith, it's very well worth a robust attempt to try to max out these traditional Republican areas that the turnout is not even close to what it should be. In fact, you go to the Democrat strongholds. What is the turnout in Clark County? What is it?
They're in their 70%.
Yeah, so there's no reason why Clark County, which by the way, I don't believe, that goes to show the crookedness of the state, that Clark County has a higher turnout than the rurals, right? The rurals, if the rurals turned out, or your own thing, 5% more, Adam Laxalt would be the U.S. Senator for Nevada.
Amen.
Is that correct?
Amen.
Yeah.
100%.
Thank you very much. No, you're spot on. Thank you.
Hi, Charlie. Sue Gaston, Boise, Idaho. So my question to you is something we're doing, and I want to encourage you and others to do it. We're holding church at our Capitol building. We're having biblical citizenship at our Capitol building. We're having prayer meetings at our Capitol building. And this is where we're meeting people and have the organizational outreaches, because all of a sudden we're a friendly face. So you and others, would you be willing to do some grassroots, on the ground movements in the Capitol, right, in the people's house? We're there for free. It's our house. Do you have anything like that?
If we get a permit, yes.
No, we don't need a permit.
Okay, well, let's think about that. So.
Okay, no, so I guess I should say in Idaho.
I have 1,300 political prisoners I'd like to introduce you to. So,
okay, so in Idaho, we come with the people's house.
No,
so if there's other ones.
I'm being like half facetious, half deathly serious. Happy to chat with you. I love your heart, and you're thinking correctly. Okay. But let's do it the right way. So thank you.
Hi, Charlie. Hilario De Leon, Chairman of the Republican Party of Milwaukee County in
wow,
Wisconsin.
is that important? That's amazing.
One, I want to say as a Generation Z Republican, thank you for the work that you're doing with what was put on here today. I was blown away, and I was very impressed. Can't wait to get home and introduce everything that I've learned here today. The question I have is, one, the Democrats are very well at using influencers to get out momentum and volunteers for their local organizations, and I don't think that the RNC is utilizing our conservative influencers to the best of their ability, especially when it comes to the amount of chairs that we have from across the country that are doing phenomenal work, and the issues that we keep running into, that there are people who have no idea we exist as organizations, or people who are frustrated with the national party or our members in Congress or even our state parties. Is there any way that we can utilize our influencers to bring awareness to our county parties so that they can get involved with us, so as chairman we can do a better job at building that volunteer army that is needed to win in 24?
Yeah, and by the way, I just want, what was your name again? I'm sorry.
Hilario De Leon.
So what you are doing in Milwaukee might actually end up saving the entire civilization. If we lose by less in Milwaukee, we could win the entire White House. I hope you understand that every door, every precinct in Milwaukee, if we lose less, where's my numbers guy? In Wisconsin, right? If we lose less by 2%, what would that mean? 100,000 votes, which could make the entire difference, right? And so I just want to encourage you. You got to be like a dog with the bone. Milwaukee County is ignored sometimes because it's considered to be Democrat. By the way, we need to lose by less. We need to acknowledge we're not going to win certain counties. Lose by less in Dane. Lose by less in Milwaukee. Lose by less in Pima. Lose by less in Fulton. Lose by less in Cobb. You get the point, right? And by the way, the Democrats have done this to us, where they say we're going to lose by less in Pinal. We're going to lose by less in Yavapai or whatever. To the influencer question, happy to chat about that. Yeah, we have a whole influencer division that is very viral and does a great job. But you're a great example. We need more where, especially in these urban areas where it's like a job that nobody wants. I can't encourage you enough as a Gen Z county chair in one of the most important counties in the important states. I mean, to have your energy, and by the way, it's a great gig for you because you have nowhere to go but up. It's Milwaukee County, right? You got what a great starting job, right?
Yeah.
You got to love it. It's like, hey, my first gig is the Democrat stronghold. And if you do 5 votes better, you'll be able to say, I did 5 votes better. And so what a great way to launch your career. And the upside could potentially be, you save Western civilization. So God bless you, man.
Thank you so much, Charlie. And if you guys are in Milwaukee for the RNC convention, we look forward to having you guys there. And let's go kick ass. Thank you.
And I want to compliment the RNC. Having the convention in Milwaukee is strategically worthy of praise. That's very smart. I'm glad they did that. Again, I'm very fair, and I'm glad. That's really great. Yes.
Hello, thank you. I'm Gianna Jax from Reno, Nevada, Washoe County. What a great event. Thank you for having us. I'm also the board chair of the Moms Coalition of Turning Point Action, thanks to our northern representative, Shaden. So as a mom coalition chair, part of Turning Point Action, and a chair of our library board in Washoe County, I just want to encourage and don't forget the moms, the homeschool moms, and what's happening in our libraries and our schools. If we could keep an eye, could we get attention to what's happening in our libraries and our schools? Great recruiting opportunities, great work of the moms happening at those local boards. So thank you for your support in Reno. Thank you so much.
Yeah, and I just want to encourage you. I think that this is a micro-target issue, everybody, that you as county chairs, I mean, I really want to encourage you to lean in on. There are some people that say, oh, don't talk about the trans book issue. It is a thermonuclear weapon against the left. I'm telling you.
Yes.
It is a wedge issue that can flip 5,000 votes here, 10,000 votes here. So
yes.
I just want to encourage you. God bless you. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
We'll take a couple more, everybody. Yeah, we'll try to get through the line. Okay.
Hello, Charlie. I'm Howell Shaw. I'm a pastor in Clark County, Nevada.
Right here.
Yep, we're right here. Yeah, I'm in Henderson, by the way. And let's see. I may have the opportunity to sit across the table from Ronna McDaniel tomorrow. What should I say to her?
Yeah, look, I think you should just ask questions and say, hey, what's the plan? What has changed? and then ask her opinion of this event, if that has invigorated the spirit or the ethos to try to change it. Because obviously, based on, unless you guys are all pulling my leg, which I don't think you are, every single one of you has said this is valuable, this is great, right? And so if that is true, then ask her if that is something that she would acknowledge needs to continue and amplify, or are we the problem? Because the RNC attacked this event saying we're only here for internet clicks and popularity. I don't think you guys probably got that impression, right? Yeah. So that was the RNC communication director who issued an official statement in the Washington Times who attacked us, and that's too bad because we've been very positive, overly magnanimous, as you guys can tell. We're not here to create acrimony. We want to heal. We want to raise the level. So I would just be, I would just be who you are. You're a pastor, and that's what I would say. Thank you.
Okay, well, I'll pray for her for sure.
Thank you.
Hi, Charlie. This is Nicholas Fiorello up from Boston, Massachusetts, behind enemy lines.
That is a lose by less program there.
No question. I'm here to basically carry a message that's been resonating, but it's in the comic relief of the anarchists or the far left, and they're willing to do anything and everything, stop at nothing to defeat just what we're trying to do here to control a civilization that you talk about saving such. President Trump is now being challenged up in Massachusetts.
Yeah, no, that's a great point.
Yeah, I'm on the front lines. I'm filing an amicus brief alongside of him.
Praise God. Thank you.
What can we do with your wonderful organization to bring attention to what is actually happening, where I believe the most corrupt state in the union is actually trying to upend our democracy?
Yeah.
With you and supporting what the battle is on February 8th up there in Boston, Massachusetts.
So I will say, though, it's not even a speculation. Maine and Colorado have taken those steps. And Colorado has been one of the most outrageous things that I've seen, and I have a whole theory as to why. Massachusetts and Colorado have something in common. Do you know what they have in common? They're the two most college-educated states in the country.
Yes.
And so it makes you think, the most diplomas is, the most insanity.
Well, the most corrupt, actually.
And lack of wisdom, right?
Let's call it what it is.
You get a degree in ingratitude and lack of wisdom. I don't know exactly how to answer that question, except we must draw attention to it, and you must all have worst-case scenario plans. This is a very small percentage chance, everybody. If they kick Donald Trump off the primary ballot, you need to go to a caucus system immediately, and you have to still appropriate your delegates outside of a primary system. Credit to Colorado. You guys were ahead of the curve there. I have hope the Supreme Court is going to rule decisively, but my goodness, I've been let down. I've been let down. So if there's something to pray for the Holy Spirit to move in the Supreme Court in that decision.
Charlie,
yes, I need to get really quick, yes.
Within that statement, it's obvious that Massachusetts is the most corrupt state in the union, and they're probably going to bring a battleground and not allow them on the ballot. Can we do anything in anticipation of that to get us to support that fight?
It's really the Supreme Court at this point. I mean, the best thing you can do is, if the primary is in jeopardy, you need to demand caucus system outside of because the caucus system is not administered through an official Secretary of State process.
Yep.
Therefore, you can administer it however you want. It can be done. Nevada, you guys in Nevada have the goofiest thing. By the way, I love that you guys are doing the caucus system, but people are asking me, what is it? Is it a primary? Is it a caucus? I'm so glad you guys are still doing the caucus. Keep the tradition alive. I think it's excellent. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Charlie.
Yes.
GotTruthAmerica.com. You can find more about the battle happening in Massachusetts.
Thank you. Okay, 3 more questions, then we'll wrap it up. Yes, ma'am.
Hi, I'm a huge fan. My name is Lorena Cardenas Biasotti. I started a local Mama Bear group a few years ago. We started fighting the mask mandates. We got parents involved. I'm now the vice chair for Moms for Liberty. We launched our chapter here, and we're really giving them a fight. We're using a lot of your work to showcase what's happening across the campuses. So thank you so much for that. To piggyback off of the influencer idea, I just wanted to mention this. So this troubling report came out with Taylor Swift being able to sway so many of the voters. Now, can we use Brock Purdy, who just is going to the quarterback, who's embraced his faith, and he's going to the Super Bowl now, and if we can get him to embrace the Republican Party and the conservatives, we can really sway this back to us.
That's a good idea.
So thank you.
Brock is great. Love Brock. He's not in the same ecosystem as the power of Taylor Swift. We just got to be honest about that. But I am a big Brock Purdy fan, but we're all fooling ourselves if we think, I mean, you could combine every NFL player and they don't have the same cultural clout as Taylor Swift. And somebody said to me recently, they said, Charlie, I guarantee you the Chiefs are going to win the Super Bowl. I guarantee it. I said, why? He said, because there is a whole plan unfolding here. I'll let you think about it. I don't know if I believe that or not. But do not if Taylor Swift ends up endorsing Joe Biden, that will be a tsunami that will be very, very difficult to thwart. And we've been warning about that. Taylor Swift is without a doubt the most powerful cultural phenomenon of this generation. It's not even close. And we better be prepared because it seems as if that things are aligning for that if she so chooses. She did endorse Biden passively in some just kind of an Instagram post, but if that happens, could be an October surprise. Yes, ma'am. We have you and then one more. I'm sorry.
Okay.
Yeah, we got to go quick. They got to make the questions
Okay, so
quick.
hi, Charlie. My name is Jill Douglas. I'm president of Battleground Republican Women. We appreciate your putting on this event because we do believe education and information is critically important, and we appreciate our rep, Amy Wood. But my question is this. While we're doing all of this, which is a critical election and it's critically important to do all this grassroots stuff, we potentially could be derailed in our efforts by ranked choice voting and by national popular vote initiatives. So what are you doing to help us defeat that? Because if it passes in November in Nevada, it's law.
Yeah, so two things. Great question. Sorry to speed it up.
Yeah.
I think there was a seminar early on ranked choice voting. If not, there's one tomorrow. Was it today? It was today. I encourage you guys to rewatch the tape. That's number one. Number two, ranked choice voting, we must abolish it. I believe Tyler introduced a resolution at the RNC, and I think it passed, standing against ranked choice voting. So we're on the cutting edge of that, and that's great. Okay, you will be the last question, sir. Don't worry, I'll get to you. Yes, two more. 1, 2.
Okay. My name is Mark Fortin, Chairman, Macomb County Republican Party in Michigan. And
Excellent.
I just want to give some encouraging words to the chair of Milwaukee. It's a Democrat area, is it? Well, Macomb is known as the home of the Reagan Democrats, and now it's the Trump Democrats. In 2020, we did something different, just so you know, since you're in Democrat County. We put all our resources, which was very limited, and we put all our resources in the most Democrat areas in Macomb County. 16,000 doors. We didn't care if it was Democrat or Republican. We figured there's a lot of people waking up. And we, for the first time, took control of the county commission in 4 of the 5 countywide races. So I think we should attack the enemy where they are.
God bless you.
And beside, one more thing, this is the most fantastic I've ever been to summit. It's fantastic. Thank you.
Thank you. The real credit is to the team. I just get to show up and take credit for it. So, last question, sir.
My name is Peter Feynman. I'm the RNC committee man from Florida.
Florida.
The RNC Comms Department does not speak for all members of the RNC. There are at least 50 of us who support everything you do. Thank you very much, sir. We appreciate you.
Thank you for that. Thank you. All right, in closing, everybody, let's just distill it together. We have to win. Let's make it the hardest working year of all of us together. By the way, we have a full day tomorrow for you, so network, get some rest, take notes. It is going to be an action-packed day. We have Steve Bannon coming tomorrow, which is just going to be amazing. And so just ask questions. This is a unique thing. The whole world is watching, by the way. It's really awesome. I'm honored to be in the trenches with you. Let's go win this thing. God bless you guys. Thanks so much.
Hey guys, real quick, we have out in the mezzanine, we will have the little get together that will be out there. Food, open bar, everything else. Love for you. There's no better way just to get to know each other a little bit better. So just out in the mezzanine. What? It's an open bar. So we have too many Wisconsinites. I shouldn't have told that here. Good thing you didn't bring your children. You can't have your children drink in Nevada, okay? That's it. But please, we'll be out there. Great time to chat, get together, and get to know one another. So please join us. Yes, sir. Yes, sir.